Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here and to having you here in the audience. My name is Rosibel Martinez, and I am a PCCB member, the Paris Committee on Capacity Building member, and leader of Working Group 2 on cross-cutting issues. I would like to welcome you all to the third day of this Capacity Building Hub on Just Transition and Sustainable Economies. Today, we seek to explore opportunities, strategies, and guiding principles for an inclusive and just transition to sustainable economies. At the same time, we will discuss current and emerging gaps and challenges related to just transition, to name a few: loss of jobs and increase of poverty, especially for vulnerable groups of our society. As a leader on Working Group 2 on cross-cutting issues, I am particularly interested in today's session and their outcomes with regards to gender responsiveness, human rights, indigenous peoples, and youth inclusion. The outcomes are important to all of us here at the PCCB. Is keen on learning from, including best practices within its work as our homework at the COP. So let me tell you a little bit more about the PCCB and the PCCB network. It was established at COP21 with the mission to identify gaps and needs and potential solutions, including enhancing the coherence and coordination of capacity building efforts related to climate change. To support the PCCB mission, the committee also launched the PCCB network in 2020 as a voluntary association of interested stakeholders engaged in climate-related capacity building. Here we are, the fourth PCCB hub, and we regularly mobilize the expertise of its network members through interactive and collaborative activities like this fourth capacity building hub here today at the COP. Here we promote a space for representation and inclusion. As a leader on cross-cutting issues, with the help of the fourth capacity hub, cross-cutting issue experts, and support of the organizers, ACE and the youth voices will be mainstreamed through their dedicated thematic day on building capacity with ACE Day on the 15th, as well as on other thematic days, with 22 events for ACE and 16 for youth. Gender will be mainstreamed at 23 events. Indigenous people's knowledge will be mainstreamed at 7 events. And although only 3 events made explicit reference to mainstreaming human rights, due to the interlinked nature of human rights, they are implicitly in the other cross-cutting issues, which doesn't undermine the importance of being explicit and invoking the human rights obligations in the context of climate change. Coming back to our session for this Capacity Building Hub Day dedicated to just transition and sustainable economies, we would like to first thank our lead partners of today, the International Labour Organization and the World Resource Institute. Today we have sessions by the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, Agora Energy Transition, the Katowice Committee on Impacts, the Commonwealth Secretariat, SLYCAN Trust, and the UN High-Level Champion in collaboration with International Trade Union Confederation, the Skill Lab, and the Clean Cooking Alliance. Today's overall focus on just transition towards environmentally sustainable economies aligns with the annual focus area of the PCCB on building capacity to facilitate the coherent implementation of nationally determined contributions in the context of national development plans and sustainable recovery. As part of this focus area, the PCCB hosts the Durban Forum Deep Dive annually in its 2021-2024 work plan. The event aims to ensure effective cross-fertilization of ideas and interchange between discussion at the Durban Forum. In this regard, the Durban Forum Deep Dive focused on the topic coherently implementation implementing the climate and development agendas in the context of sustainable recovery, building capacities for green skills and climate innovation. On behalf of the PCCB, I will be sharing the key outcomes from the 2022 Durban Forum Deep Dive, PCCB follow-up webinar to the 11th Durban Forum on Capacity Building. The webinar was hosted by the PCCB on September 28th of this year, and we thought it would be valuable to share with you briefly its findings, given that the theme of the webinar is closely related to what we will be discussing today. So I think, okay, so we're going to look at the objectives. And the webinar's objective was to shed light on the role of capacity building in bouldering capacity for innovation to boost climate-informed and contextually appropriation solutions for a sustainable recovery in line with the national climate and development priorities, leaving no one behind. The other objective was enabling gender-responsive green skill development to support a just transition of the workforce in the implementation of NDCs and sustainable recovery, including by engaging educational and training institutions, industry associations, and the private sector, and labor unions. Can we go to the other slide, please? The main panel discussion consisted of representatives of the Climate Technology Center, CTCN, and the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organizations International Center for Technical and Vocational Education and Training, UNESCO, UNFCCC, and Industrial All Europe, a member of the UNFCCC trade union. NGO short is for Tongo constituency, who share their views and ideas as well as experiences and lessons learned from their work. First, Nadiji Trost, that's very hard to pronounce, Trolliser from the CTCN, highlighted the CTCN's network program commencing in 2023, which aims to create an enabling environment for climate technology acceleration, technical assistance, capacity building, private sector investment, and knowledge sharing. Leverage two new enablers, national systems of innovation and digitalization. Second, Kenneth Barrientos from UNESCO UNEVOC highlighted that the UNESCO strategy for TV, it would be from 2022 to 2029, which aims to develop skills for all individuals to respond to the shift in demand of the labor market, transform technical and vocational education and training, TVT in short, systems to supply the skills needed for inclusive and sustainable growth in the context of the twin transitions to digital and green economies. And third, Aline Conchon from Industry All highlighted their organizational objective to leave no one behind by creating a thriving decarbonized industry that delivers high-quality jobs and to secure a job-to-job transition by providing training and avoiding unemployment phases. After the panel discussion, the webinar proceeded to the on-the-ground example sharing segment regarding good practices and examples of promoting climate innovation and green skills for climate action. The example sharing segment consisted of 3 speakers: Penny Gasela from South Africa, Eddie Sembataya from Finding XY, a private sector entity from Uganda, and Sergio Lamota from UNFCCC Technology Executive Committee. The key insights shared are the following. Just transition involves seizing opportunities and managing risks toward a climate resilient and low carbon economy while improving individual lives and livelihoods, particularly those most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. To ensure just transition that is equitable and inclusive, Green skill development is crucial to workers to adapt and transfer from areas of declining employment to the other industries where clean and greener production and service patterns. And capacity building should involve a systemic perspective integrated with host country development objectives, a tailored approach bridging sector and on innovation phase specific gaps, participation of local actors and inclusion of local knowledge and coordination among actors, engagement with international institutions and collaborations to help build local institutions and networks, evolutionary and adaptation innovation in organizations, long-term planning, and continuous monitoring of review. Finally, to end today's sharing, I would like to direct your attention to 2 links with relevant resources for your review and consideration. First, the QR code. Do you see it in the panel? To the right, no, in the panel, will direct you to the Capacity Building Portal, which is an interactive tool that gathers and presents active information on more than 350 projects, tools, courses, and other resources that enhance the capacity and ability of developing countries to respond to climate change at national and regional levels. The portal is continually updated by the UNFCCC Capacity Building Team, with active contributions of both party and non-party stakeholders and inputs from the PCCB. With that, I conclude the 2022 Durban Forum Deep Dive outcome sharing, and we look forward to your continued engagement in the upcoming year. Thank you all, and now a warm welcome to our colleagues from the International Labour Organization, who will take over the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, friends. On behalf of the International Labour Office, it's my pleasure to be joining this session of the PCCB and to mention that this day dedicated to just transition is an honor, and it's a pleasure to see it happen, given that we have come to a very clear realization that the ambition that countries are seeking to address climate change is not about just numbers. Ambition is about people. It's about making people having the right skills, the right capabilities to unleash their energies for action at national and local levels. This also means having enterprises that are able to innovate, to put on the market products and services that will lead us to a sustainable production and consumption society. So therefore, this is the right theme, this is the right moment for just transition. The ILO is pleased to be co-leading this day with our friends from the World Resources Institute, and we have a number of other organizations that are going to be involved in the day. From the morning, we will have the Commonwealth Secretariat and SLYCAN Trust. We'll have the Office of the UN High Commissioner on Human Rights, the Katowice Committee on the impacts of the implementation of response measures, and of course, the PCCB and the World Resources Institute. So please allow me to say that when we speak about just transition, we are just not putting out words. We need to understand that decarbonizing the world, moving out of fossil fuels by the end of this century, means very deep economic and social transformation around the world. This is going to be very difficult for a number of countries, and we should not underestimate the challenges and the difficulties that some countries, some industries, economies, and communities will face. So therefore, the decarbonization agenda can only happen in an ambitious and fast way if it goes hand in hand with the right economic and social policies that we need. If people fear for their jobs, for their incomes that we all have and care about, they will be obstacle to action. The good news is that there is solid evidence that we are on a positive narrative. Ambitious action against climate change can deliver more and better jobs. It can stimulate economic growth. It can reduce inequalities, and it can help countries and communities that depend on a very narrow range of economic activities and industries to transform themselves and to diversify their economies. So therefore, that positive narrative, we should piggyback on it. We should put in place the labor market policies, the social policies, and for that, skills development and capacity building are fundamental. Our analysis tells us that for a net zero to be possible, we need to retrain 122 million workers in the fossil fuel industry. So that is a big challenge, but it is possible. Our own analysis in the ILO indicates that we have a potential for 100 million jobs in the low carbon and resource efficient economy, but there will be displacement for 78 million jobs. Now, of those 78 million jobs, 43 million around. My colleagues from Skills Hiking is here and can come and give more insights, but most of them can be finding new jobs in the same occupations, in the same industries, and in the same countries. So this is a good news, but there will be some, about 20, that will not be able to find the same jobs in the same occupations. They would need to be redeployed in other sectors of activity. But we see that it is happening. If you look at what companies like Onel or Ørsted or Iberdrola in Spain have done, retraining their workforce, shifting them away from fossil fuels, from oil and gas operations into wind operations, it shows that there is a portability of skills. So we have that opportunity that we need to build on. Now, the second important point I wanted to mention is that we need to put more emphasis on technical vocational training and education. We have been working a lot with TVET institutions, and the ILO is just releasing a guide on greening TVET, where we will be able to work with TVET institutions around the world to help provide the training in the emerging occupations and get the right engineers and technicians to be ready to enter the workforce. So the final message I want to convey is that young people are going to be the engine of this transformation. We live in a world of young people. If James Brown was alive still today, he would have sung that we are in a young people's world. This is a young people's world. We need to get young women and men, young girls and boys to be ready for this transformation and build that capacity in schools, in education systems, and really get the opportunity we have with the energy of young people to transform the world. So this is a moment of challenge, a moment of crisis and difficulty for the politicians, but it is a moment of opportunity for young people. And that change will happen, in my own opinion, from the young people, and we should work with them to make this happen. So we're very pleased again to have this Just Transition Day on the Capacity Building Hub, and we look forward to engaging with all of our institutional partners remaining in the day and very much working on the tools we have. You know, we have the ILO guidelines for a just transition that many countries are using, but I won't dwell on it because in the sessions, in the course of the day, we'll have a moment to come to speak of those guidelines, how they are being used, and how much more we can do with them. So again, thank you so much for the opportunity to have us here, be part of this very important moment, and wish all of us a very successful day. Thank you.
Hello again. We're trying to discuss. At 9:30, we will have the Enabling Just Transition Policy, Technology, and Community Engagement with Agora, Energy Transition. So please stay here and join us for this important panel. Thank you. Have a nice, good day.
Sorry, I forgot to mention Agora LLC. Oh, you're doing the session now? Oh, yeah, okay, from the Secretariat, yeah. No, thank you so much for
Okay, good morning to the early birds in the plenary right here. Also, good morning, good day, good evening potentially to the people joining through the live stream. We're very excited to be here, and I hope that we can pull the slides on the screen in just a moment. I see they're doing the magic behind the scenes. So, my name is Marta Schlönvogt. I'm with the Agora Energy Transition think tank. It's a German think tank situated in Berlin. But more importantly, I'm also with the NDCs alumni network. And I see we don't have the slides on yet, so let me just continue with my introduction. I'm with the NDCs alumni network. Our panel is comprised of alumni from our network, and we're here today to talk about enabling just transition, policy, technology, and community engagement. We're very excited at being here today, at being able to open this day on just transition and sustainable economies, a very, very relevant topic. And we have a group of panelists here today that will be showcasing their work on just transition. So to set the scene, a little bit of an info on who the NDCs training program is, from which the NDCs alumni network derives. The NDCs training program was developed together from Agora and the Renewables Academy, RENAC in short, and we launched in 2018. We aim to share sector-specific knowledge with independent thought leaders around the world that work in the area of energy transition and aim to transform energy systems in low and middle-income countries. We are funded by the German Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action through the International Climate Initiative. And as mentioned, since our conception in 2018, so we're currently in our 5th year, kind of rounding up our 5th year now, we have empowered independent thought leaders in 3 training pathways that we offer. There is the 2-week study tour that focuses on decarbonization and includes the development of a decarbonization roadmap. We have a 6-week fellowship that focuses on all things energy transition, especially on stakeholder messaging and policy. And we have 4 online modules that, as the name implies, take place in a virtual setting. And we offer these in both English and Spanish language. And so right now, we're actually celebrating the very first in-person alumni meeting that we've brought together just in time for COP27 here in Egypt. And I think for most of us, the highlight of our trip is truly being here, being able to speak, being able to have the alumni present their work and their organizations and what they do. And so I want to a little bit set the guidelines here for the NDCs alumni network. It derives, as mentioned, from the NDCs training program. Who it is, it's really a group of over 100 currently still growing, group of energy professionals who are all graduates of either our fellowship or our study tour, or in some cases, both. They all work primarily for independent think tanks, for NGOs and civil society, but overall, they all share the same vision, the vision of transforming energy systems to becoming more sustainable. Our alumni, and you can see this also, we have currently 63 nationalities. We are still growing. We are currently implementing a fellowship as we speak. So my colleagues have set up a live stream with the fellows back in Berlin. And we will also be hosting a study tour later this year. And so with the 36 nationalities, it really ranges from Bosnia to the Philippines, Sri Lanka to China, from Colombia to Argentina. And we have a lot of nationalities also represented in our alumni network panel. The expertise from our alumni is a range of energy and climate issues like law, policy, but also engineering backgrounds, technical knowledge, finance, economics, but of course also social issues like coal phase out and just transition, which is the topic of the panel discussion today. And so while we were preparing this event, we thought, well, maybe one thing to set the scene and not only show who the alumni are that will be speaking here today, but also who the organizations are that the alumni represent. We thought, let's show a little bit of a clip. What does Just Transition mean to you? You meaning the alumni of the Enertrax Alumni Network. And so this is the verbal cue for the technical support to show a small video that we've prepared showcasing what Just Transition means to the Enertrax Alumni Network. So we'll just let them set this up for a little minute. So I see a little bit of a, okay, I think we're getting there.
No one behind.
A just energy transition to me means that nobody is left behind.
Leaving no one behind.
Leaving no one behind.
Taken proactive and deliberate measures to remedy past injustice.
Placing Africans at the center of it all. Creating opportunities for skills transfer.
While at the same time considering the families and the people and the livelihoods that will be affected during this transition.
Address the marginalized communities by socially uplifting them and addressing the issues of energy poverty.
This would require ensuring that all voices are heard in the decision-making process, and also the equitable distribution of benefits and burdens among the different people and communities.
So that as a little snippet of the alumni network and the opinions represented in the network, we will now move to the panel discussion. Once we have the slide up with the panelists of today, you can also have a look at who they are, where they're coming from. I will hand over now to the moderator, very excited to have Ms. Aisha Saransari moderate today's panel. Aisha works for Shura Energy Transition Institute, and I will hand over to her now.
Thank you very much, Marta, for this really nice presentation and showing us, introducing our precious Energitrax program. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being with us this early morning in our session, Enabling Just Transition, Policy, Technology, and Community Engagements, the slide of which is coming right now. So today we are going to be discussing just transition from an energy transition perspective as the experts of mainly energy transition here. So we are very happy to be here, especially in the Just Transition Day. We think it's a really meaningful coming together. And I would also like to thank Enertrax for organizing this panel, inviting all of us to take part in COP27, as well as many activities through the COP. So I am Aisha Saransari, as Marta mentioned, introduced from Shura Energy Transition Center. Shura is from Istanbul, Turkey, so am I. I'm very honored to be moderating this morning's session today. Just to introduce Shura briefly, Shura is the first and leading think tank working on energy transition in Turkey. We contribute to the decarbonization of energy sectors in Turkey via an innovative energy transition platform. We aim to cater to the need for a sustainable and broadly recognized platform for discussions mainly on policy, technological, and economic aspects of Turkey's energy sector, Turkey's energy transition. And we aim to support the debate on transition through this transition to low carbon Turkey's energy system by fact-based analysis, best available data, and as mentioned, through being a dialogue platform for different stakeholders. Just transition and socioeconomic impacts of energy transition is one of the main areas that we truly focus on. And today I too would like to kind of use the advantage of being a moderator at this panel and also bring Shura's perspective about Turkey on the table in addition to our precious panelists. But first, I would like to introduce you our panelists of today's session. Here now we are together with Daniela Gomel from Argentina. Daniela, she is a specialist at the Public Policy and Governance Division at the Fundación Vida Silvestre Argentina. Our second panelist is Kajol from India. Kajol is a senior manager with the energy program at World Resources Institute, India. Our third panelist, Mahmoud Abuyel Naga from Egypt, living in the United States of America, is a Solutions Fellow at the Center for Climate and Energy Solutions. And our fourth panelist, Marina Azevedo from Brazil, is a technical consultant at E+ Energy Transition Institute based in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. So before giving the panel to our panelists, I would like to take a minute to inform our audience, that we will have a short span of time at the end of our panel for question and answers. And I would like to encourage you to take notes for any questions, comments, reviews, reactions you might have during our panel. So in the beginning of our panel, we watched our video as we, NRTRAC's graduate preparers, that we collectively provided some definitions for just transition. Keeping in mind that different countries have different needs, challenges, and thus different framings for this particular topic, I would like to raise my first question to our panelists. What does just transition mean for you and or your country? How do you and or your organization think the advantages of just transition is and will be in your country? And in which way is you and your organization are involved in just transition efforts? So Daniela, maybe we can start with you in Argentina. Thank you.
Thank you, Aisha, and thank you for the audience. I'm very happy to be in this panel, sharing a lot of reflections with my colleagues from other countries. So in relation to your question, Aisha, in Argentina, closer? Okay, thanks. So in Argentina, the energy just transition is being approached in a fair way. Just last week, the government released the action plan for adaptation and mitigation, which is a mandate of a climate change law we have. And there it's defined as mainly covering the labor challenges that energy, transition in general has to commit our NDCs. So the definition is basically focused on labor challenges. And of course, from our institution, we also think that there are other challenges associated to energy just transition and transition in general, sustainability transition in general, related to health, related to integration of diversities, which are also contemplated within the national action plan that I just mentioned. However, it's not that they are not directly linked to the concept of just transition, right? A thing to mention is that Argentina presented last year an NDC which stabilizes its emissions for 2030. and that is actually within the emissions gap report limits, which is fine, and we agree on that. We think it's a reasonable target, and the country committed to carbon neutrality for 2050. However, we expected to find an action plan with specific measures on how each sector is going to contribute to the NDC goal, and this is not something we are finding. There are only big measures that incorporate renewable energies, evaluating the integration of a wider carbon tax, releasing energy efficiency measures for the different sectors. It also comprises transport and other sectors such as agriculture and land use. But as I was mentioning, each measure doesn't have specific policies. They don't have any specific contribution to the NDC, neither costs. The plan only mentions overall cost of how this plan must be funded. It's around $185,000 million, but it's not spread among each measures, so it's a bit hard to know. Also, a big concern for us is that the plan includes gas as a transition source. However, it's not mentioned how it's going to be shut down, neither oil for 2050 or neither 2030. So we are following up on that, and we are contributing to accomplishing those measures. But maybe I can expand a bit later on our specific work as an NGO, how we are involving in pursuing just transition, whether in energy sector, but also we work on the agricultural sector, but this panel is about energy, just wanted to mention that. And how is that we partner with other institutions for working towards energy transition. So this is for me right now, and I'm open to questions and expand on any points you'd like to.
Thank you very much, Daniela. So it's very interesting, the perspective that you brought from Argentina. So it's great news that you have an action plan for adaptation mitigation. It's newly explained. And it's interesting to hear that just transition is actually defined, and it's defined as labor challenges, right? And you also mentioned some challenges around like establishment of decent targets at different areas, and no integral policies for also other areas of like energy transition. We can summarize like that. Okay, thank you very much. So Kajol, like if you move to India, like what will be your perspectives about like how
Sure.
just transition is taken in your country and region?
Thanks, Aisha, for this question. And I'm really thankful to the PCCB network and Agora to putting this all together. I think it's a very important question because, you know, transition has been happening and we have not looked at how this transition can be more just. So you know, India has its own large targets for decarbonization. We have our NDCs in place, and we have pledged to increase our non-fossil fuel consumption in the overall RE mix by 2030. And it's already underway, I would say, in India. Like right now, the 24% of the renewable energy generation is there in the electricity mix as a total installed capacity. And the transition has already been underway, but you know the biggest challenge comes with how India can look at from the point of it's being more just, because a lot of local communities and local people are involved in the overall transition. And you know, when we just look at the mass socio-economic impact that this will bring, it will be a bigger challenge for India, and that is something which we don't have a very clear framework and definition, because when we look at the just transition, we don't know how do we really define it to be just, because it looks at different components of, whether it's going to be just a livelihood, or we need to be like looking at the gender perspective, or looking at from the skilling, upskilling point of view. And there is a major challenge because a lot of our coal-based or a fossil fuel-based generation or the mining is happening at the eastern region of India, while most of the transition and the renewable energy installation is happening in the western and the southern parts. So this will actually leads to a lot of migration that will eventually going to happen, and that requires a very clear pathway and a framework which will determine how the overall pathway for the just transition will be. And the another challenge which I see, and how India can look at from the point of view, is the gender has not been the center stage for most of these discussion. And I work very closely with the industries and the supply chain and the manufacturing segment, and the gender component, the women component has always been missing from the industries, when we look at the industries generation. So it's kind of very important to bring in those aspects at the same time, and that's where WRI is working more closely with the industries and the manufacturing segment. We're trying to understand how does the pathway for the just transition will look like, and not to just look at the just, but to have it a more of fair and equitable transition. Going beyond just saying that this is only going to be impacting one kind of a community or the mass economic disruption that will happen, but also to include the other sort of people as well, because we need to work more closely with the regulators. We need to do the capacity building and create that ecosystem. It's not just the reskilling and upskilling of the laborers, but it's also the creating the ecosystem with the industries, with the regulators, so they become more conducive of the whole fact that this is going to be the just transition, more fair and equitable. Until now, there has always been a little, kind of a setback for the women's in the manufacturing segment and in the industries to be part of it, because they always thought that this is going to be more laborers. But with the movement towards the cleaner fuel, this can actually lead to the kind of the involvement that they can come up and adopt some of these clean jobs. So the women's in the industries can also start to participate in as we move towards the just transition. So I think it has a multiple advantages, because your one question was there, like, how does this bring more advantages? So this will bring, I feel, this is like a very personal opinion, but yeah, I feel that this will bring more involvement of the economic development, women involvement at the same time, creating more jobs, cleaner jobs, not just having, the jobs which is there in the fossil fuel, but cleaner jobs, better livelihoods, and at the same time also looking at the health condition, because, we are a huge country and we have a lot of populations around, and some of them are living in the polluted areas. So this can actually help in reducing the sort of like a pollution and better health facilities for the women as well, and for the other people who are below the poverty line. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much, Kajol. Like, you highlighted two really important points, like the migration of local people through just transition is definitely an issue in many countries, and as you mentioned, like especially in India. And definitely there needs to be like many challenges, like many solutions to be developed in this manner. And also it's really important, like what you mentioned, like actually like the socioeconomic impacts of like a fair and equitable transition opens up the opportunity for being inclusive of like different technologies, industries, and gender as well. Like the gender issue is also something we talk a lot like in Turkey as well, like the how the clean technologies are more inclusive in this manner. Thank you very much. So Mahmoud, if we turn to you, like you are representing two countries actually. You are from Egypt and you are living in the United States. Like, could you be kind and provide maybe two approaches from these two countries about just transition?
Thank you, Aisha, and good morning, everyone. As you mentioned, since like I'm Egyptian, living and working in the United States, I will try to answer that questions by
referring to these two different contexts. So in the United States, just transition has become central, especially in the last few years after the recently enacted legislation like the Inflation Reduction Act or the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law included clear provision that allocated funds for disadvantaged communities or energy communities. And probably for the first time, we have seen increased funding earmarked for these communities in particular to allow the workforce transition to a clean future. That is really important. Another good example of that is the Justice 40 initiative, which basically allocates 40% of the benefits of the federal investments to disadvantaged communities. This comes after many years where the funds available for these kind of projects was not enough. So it's great to see that finally coming to fruition. However, there is still a lot of space to enhance how we approach these local communities. There is a need to update how we engage with the community when it comes to energy projects or heavy emission projects. It's important that they have access to the tools that allow them to make informed decisions and be included in the process. So that's on the domestic front, briefly in the United States. On the global front, the picture is much different because the United States is actually very behind when it comes to mobilizing funds to developing economies to mitigate or adapt to climate impacts. A report that was actually released earlier this week talked about how the United States only contributed 19% of its fair share of the $100 billion commitment that was made back in 2009. So it's not just we are late, we are also far off track. So this is briefly the picture for the United States. If we move to Egypt, since we're here, just transition has been mainly referred to when we talk about when the government tries to attract green investments from developed economies. For sure, considering the country's small share of the global emissions and other socioeconomic challenges, the countries feel that this is an essential step, and that's why we saw the national determined contribution, like the NDCs in Egypt, are conditional to receive of that kind of support. And that has been the narrative, like when the government or when the country speaks about just transition on the global front. On the domestic front, just transition has been talked about mainly when the conversation is about sustainable economic development. So it's about an approach to basically achieve economic development across the economy using all of the above approach. All of the above approach, that means we're talking about projects in oil, gas, renewables, emerging technologies like hydrogen, basically anything that can create local workforce, create job opportunities. This has been the message around just transition domestically. But when it comes to community engagement on energy policy reform or climate action plans, there has been actually serious shortcomings in the Egyptian context. Just to give you an idea about that, like the updated NDC that Egypt submitted in June to the UNFCCC, community engagement was mentioned twice in the document, only twice. Just transition was mentioned only once. Climate justice, do you have an assessment how many times it was mentioned? None. It was never mentioned in the report. So this is concerning because we need more engagement from the local communities that basically their livelihoods will be affected by these policies or by these climate action plans. And let me wrap up by quoting a recognized advocate for climate action and the former president of my own organization, Bob PCCB, and apply this specifically for the Egyptian context. There is no lasting climate solution without climate justice, and no climate justice without social justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mahmoud. These are definitely two very important perspectives on just transition, climate change, and climate justice as well. It's very interesting to see the different different countries are at different frontiers, like US, is kind of talking about just transition by laws and regulations, but as you're saying, in the global front, it's very behind in terms of especially like mobilizing funds, we can say. And in Egypt, like as you mentioned, like in the NDC, there is climate action, but in the domestic front, we don't see much talk. And just transition is, as far as I understand, is taken as a sustainable economic development approach with use all of the above, like what is possible approach. And communities are not present in the discussion, as far as I understand. Thank you very much for this, like very brief, nice presentation. And Marina, maybe we can move to you and Brazil now. Like how is just transition happening in your country? How do you see the things going?
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thank you, Aisha, for your question. Yeah, talking about a little bit about the perspective of Brazil, the discussion has been mainly about so far about energy affordability and employment. So we have to remember, like, Brazil has many layers, right? So we are talking about a country that has a high social vulnerability. We have like, this is data from 2014. Actually, we had like 13% of the country living in poverty conditions and 4% living in extreme poverty conditions. The situation, like this data is outdated, so the situation is even worse now. And 4% may perhaps not seem like such a big rate, but we are talking about a country with over 200 million people. So we are talking about over 8 million people living in very harsh conditions. Like the second thing is Brazil is also a very big country, right? We have a continental scale size, and so that comes with like a huge diversity in terms of what resources we have, what the different regions can provide, and but also regarding population and the many different cultural aspects of it. So talking about a just transition is fundamental there because it's a matter of guaranteeing the rights of people. And so just to set the scenario, I'd like to bring one example. So for example, climate change is currently affecting our water availability. And Brazil is a country mainly, so 65% of our power generation comes from hydro. So when we talk about water availability, we are dealing directly with energy security problem, and also water is not only used for electricity generation, right? We have many other uses, so this is also being impacted. And right now, the main solution the country has been is finding is to increase fossil fuel thermal power plants. And that brings not only an environmental problem, but also a social problem, considering where these thermal plants are more concentrated and increasing like the air pollution in urban city centers. But also regarding what I said before, when we talk about like one of the main issues of the country is energy affordability. We have actually one of the most expensive tariffs per income per capita of the world. So when we increase these thermal power plants, we are actually increasing electricity prices. So when we plan our energy transition, we have to think about all these aspects, and we can actually see, like, actually if we would increase renewable generation, the tendency would be that the tariffs would drop, and energy would not only make it, would not only become more accessible, but also contribute to social aspects in a broader way, like in a sense that electricity is an important input for all the economies. So it's fundamental that we have real strategic planning that considers the energy transition with all its social aspects, and not only regarding employment and energy affordability, which is how it's been done now.
Thank you very much, Marina. Like your presentation embraces issue, I think it really brings a new perspective of energy transition. Like we have been, like I think it's a term that's really like have many commonalities between different regions, and also very important differences as well. Like we have been talking about labor, transition of labor a lot, and also like how just transition is defined in different settings by NDCs or taking under the umbrella of sustainability, and maybe included coal as well or other resources as well. And Brazil's example brings the approach, the perception of end users in a very important way. Like there is labor is very important as far as we understand in Brazil, and also energy affordability, end user pricing, and energy access are of particular importance, particularly for Brazil. So I would also like to steal the stage a bit and also bring the case of Turkey a little bit, like once we are here, many countries, and maybe talk about some bits of Shura's results a little bit on socioeconomic impacts of just transition. Like when we looked at Shura analyzes like through different scenarios, we saw that because labor is an important topic, labor transition is an important topic of Turkey, and in general, when we are talking about energy transition with different stakeholders, we always have this question of, okay, when we get out of hydrocarbons, when we phase them out, and then we are going to increase the unemployment. And this was one of the main topics that we looked upon when we were looking at the socioeconomic impacts. And actually we saw that in Turkey's case, we can increase net employment by 43,000 by 2030, including phasing out of fossil fuels, which means like almost 600,000 of like new job creation in Turkey, 40% of which are in manufacturing and almost 60% in construction. And these numbers can increase by energy efficiency, distributed energy systems, digitalization, and storage technologies. Not to mention the decrease of carbon dioxide emissions and carbon intensity in overall economy in Turkey, which all translate into better jobs, with higher skills, higher income levels, and improved balance of trade, higher GDP, and better air quality. And in total, like when we looked at the economic benefits of transition, like what we can count, which are not including what we cannot count in the overall like socioeconomic welfare, we saw that like the economic benefits only are 3 times more than energy transition's costs. So I would like to take this moment to move to our second question actually. Like we defined just transition in our like respective countries, and we talked about the advantages. Now I would like to ask you how you and your organization see the challenges against just transition in your country, and how do you see the way forward? Like how can these challenges be overcome, and what role can international cooperation play in this way forward? Let's say, Mahmoud, maybe this time we can start with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I think the 3 main challenges for just transition is basically 1, the different level of historical responsibility and the mismatch between this historical responsibility and the level of climate action. I think the fact that the G20 countries are responsible for 80% of the global emission is just shocking, and it makes our conversation today, or all the conversation that we have been having about climate action from developing countries, almost irrelevant, because guess what? If we do everything we can, that's only 20% of the global emission. So we can't get there without major economies also doing their part and matching their historical responsibility. The second one is that the current level of climate adaptation finance is not on track to provide decent level of preparedness for vulnerable countries. We have seen that this year clearly in Pakistan. We have seen extreme droughts in different regions in Africa, and we are not on track to honor this commitment, neither the 100 billion commitment that was there in 2009, or even the 40 billion commitment that was last year in Glasgow. We are off track on both. The third one is also the limited transfer of technology and patents when it comes to low carbon technologies. Like over the last decade, over 70% of the patent transfer of low carbon technologies happened within countries in the global north. So that means countries in the global south will always be on the receiving end, just operating the technology, but not actually owning or developing these technologies. And if I can move to like the other side of this and the way forward, it's basically corresponded to the three main points. One, we need to increase the level of climate action, especially in major economies and hard to abate sectors. It's time to address that. It's not a problem for the future anymore. Second, we need to facilitate the transfer of funds, especially adaptation funds, so that developing countries are not in a position to basically have a compromise. It's either climate action or economic development. This is not a fair compromise, and they shouldn't have to decide that. The third one is that developing countries from their side, they need to adapt to some basically adopt some new measures, regulatory measures, transparency measures, to make sure that the actions or the money that's transferred to them is being used to achieve actual emission reductions and increase the economic output. Also, they need to focus a lot on local capacity building and community engagement, so we make sure that these communities, that their livelihoods will be affected by different energy or adaptation projects, are at the table when these decisions are made. It's not fair that people are absent and basically these decisions trickle down on them and they are always on the receiving end. They have to be part of the process. And the last thing is we should allow more patent transfer regulatory reform on the developing country side to grant royalties or provide some degree of assurance for these patent developers to transfer the technologies and their patents to developing countries, get royalties for that, get license for that. That will help have some manufacturing, long-term manufacturing jobs in developing countries instead of the short-term construction or maintenance jobs. So people don't only operate the technologies, but they also contribute to the development of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mahmoud. As we have like little time left, maybe I like wrap up of like each of the presenters. So Marina, maybe we can continue with you.
Yeah, sure. So talking about the challenges, I think we start with a very basic one, which is people don't really understand. Like when I say people, I'm not talking about the experts, it's people who work for the energy sector or anyway. So these groups are starting to talk about, but general society, they don't understand what energy transition is. They don't relate to that, and we have a situation where actually people they are still struggling to survive, so they don't see the problems of the future as more important than the problems of the present. And they understand that energy has an important role in their lives, and they understand certain things like flooding is bad, and if it doesn't rain, my electricity bills will increase. But they don't understand how this is related to their daily lives, and so the discussion in Brazil is still very concentrated in few topics, as I mentioned before. So energy affordability, I believe, is the main one, but also it's concentrated on solving immediate problems and not associating how, if we could actually figure out a plan that considers the future, this can also have an impact now. And I would just would like to bring two examples actually from very recent. We just actually had presidential elections in Brazil. So like two examples that are related to that is like in the previous year, in 2021, we had a very serious electricity crisis due to water unavailability. So because the government was really afraid of the risk of blackouts during the election year, which would bring a very negative image, of course. So one of the solutions they found was to hire a lot of emergency fossil fuel thermal power plants. Because this was in an emergency state and very last minute, So, and they had to rush to be built. This was like even more expensive than it already is. And so first of all, they couldn't get built in time. So that was one problem. And the second problem is because of these contracts, like the amount of money turning into dollars would be around $7 to $8 billion in addition. That later it has to be, who is going to pay for that? So consumers are paying for that. So this is an example like how, okay, we have to deal with emergency, but the lack of a more structured plan led us to have a solution that would actually increase a problem that we already have, that is energy affordability. So we are not only creating a situation that is even worse for people who are already struggling to afford this, but we are also incentivizing illegal behavior, right? So, and the second example I would like to bring is also related to the international context. So, of course, with everything that's happening in the war, like fossil fuel are having very volatile prices right now, and with the rapid inflation. So this also affected Brazil, and the fossil fuel prices were really increasing there, and we were starting to have a lot of strikes in the country. And so one of the solutions was also to cut out all the taxes that the state receives from the fossil fuel as a way to immediately reduce these prices. But solving the problem by giving up all the revenues has very different, has very indirect impacts, like many layers of indirect impacts. And and people don't really understand how, no, it's okay. And people don't really understand how their immediate problem, like the people only can understand that their immediate problem was solved, but they don't see how this affects them in a bigger picture. So, like, just to finalize, I believe like one good thing that can come out for this is that we see that when the Congress understands that people are demanding this, and they really will do measures that they think otherwise they will be facing a political suicide. So this is also very important for us as think tanks, because like our roles, we can bring information to society, we can help them understand how these are affecting them, and yes, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marina. Kajol?
Yeah, thanks. I think a couple of points are being covered on the different aspects of the just transition and the challenges and how we can move forward. So I'd like to just elaborate on my previous point when I mentioned about, the number of the workforce that are working in the fossil fuel and how they are not having, how differently they are dispersed in terms of where the generation is happening versus where the RE power jobs are available. Just to give the numbers around it, there are estimates that there are about 1.2 million people working in the coal field mines. So we are looking at a very huge number when we look at the overall transition. And this is where, the people, this is just the estimate which shows that these are the numbers in the coal mines. But when we include the informal people working in the manufacturing segment, in the industries segment, the informal numbers are going to be even huge. And when we include the female or the gender angle to it, this becomes even more, the challenges are multifold, and that adds another dimension to the challenges, and we must need to take into consideration when we look at the just transition. We have been speaking with a couple of the industries and the workers in India when we were trying to look at what are the challenges the industry workers will face and what are their understanding on the just transition and the energy transition. So while we have been speaking with some of these labor, one thing that we realized is there is a definite need to the access for the skilling and upskilling of these workers in these different industries. But some of them have been migrated to different states, and the local language becomes a challenge, that how the vocational courses be developed in those languages which they understand rather than the language where they are right now, versus the kind of the courses which will be available for the future. Because when we are looking at this energy transition, we are looking at, the understanding on the solar, understanding of different technologies, understanding of the, tomorrow if green hydrogen becomes one of the key fuel, then how the overall understanding for these different newer technology can also be put into the picture of the vocational trainings that are required in future. How important is to bring different kind of course modules which are easily accessible. And the second point is, who is going to fund some of these vocational courses? Do we have funds enough? Because definitely the laborers who are working in these industries don't have the funds. We also need to find out who is going to finance the overall fair and equitable transition, and who is going to do these learnings and unlearnings of the people who are involved in these different segments. The another aspect which I see is very important while we look at the just transition is, the just transition is not just about the energy transition. It has to become the heart of the transition which is going to happen in future. It has to become in the center point, and the other aspects, like whether it's energy, agri, transport, building, all needs to revolve around it. Because till now, whatever the transition has been happening, the people have been undergoing a lot of changes, but there was no safety net. And that now this is a time that we can enable and create that safety net with some of the, the work that we are trying to develop and the framework that we are planning to look at. So putting the people and putting the just transition in the center is something which is very essential that we need to do. And enabling a just transition by making the people to access towards the technology, making them as well aware about the right skills and the knowledge, so that they understand how the emerging energy sector is going to behave. That's another very important aspect. And doing this, I understand that it requires a lot of support and challenges that we need to overcome by involving different stakeholders. So each stakeholder plays a very important role, being it the policymaker, the OEMs, or the technology suppliers, being the industries or the regulators, even the philanthropes. So collaborations are very critical. We need to unlearn a lot that we have been doing so far. We need nations at the subnational levels are likely to face a similar kind of a challenge. And these are the countries which could benefit by sharing the knowledge and the experiences in the just transition. So I'll stop here because I understand we are running out of time.
Thank you very much, Kajol. After the panel, we can also continue speaking outside. And Daniela, can we move to you and Argentina, please?
Yeah, sure. So for the sake of time, of course in Argentina we have diverse challenges associated to many of the ones that you were mentioning, such as macroeconomy, dimensions related to poverty, need to pay back a huge debt to IMF, and politics. But I would like to focus on specific examples just to give you broad messages. So first of all, Argentina stopped the implementation of renewable energy integration to the grid. This is something we are very much concerned about because we have a mandate to integrate 20% of renewable sources to the electricity grids by 2020, and we are not going to commit it, to make it. Moreover, we have the second biggest shale gas reservoir worldwide after the US, and the government is thinking it as a silver bullet to get the US dollars we need to pay back the debt. And plans are still strong to exploit the gas. And even though there are big measures and announcements about phasing out hydrocarbons, we aren't sure of how that's going to happen. And lastly, the third thing I wanted to mention is, in relation to that, is that the carbon tax that is designed in Argentina, it doesn't cover natural gas neither LPG or LNG. This is a major setback we are having, and the price of it is quite outdated. So in relation to those challenges, from Fundación Vida Silvestre Argentina, we are facilitating a multi-stakeholder group within a big worldwide alliance called the Alliance for Climate Action that exists in 12 countries already worldwide. And it's the way in which the Marrakech Partnership is being implemented, at least partly, because it's related to non-state actors and subnational governments. And we are facilitating that network within Argentina with around 50 members from companies, from NGOs, from the academia. And all of us together, we are working in two strands. One is related to policy advocacy, bringing solutions to these challenges collectively through policy briefs, through dialogues, and several other initiatives to improve policy making and participatory decision-making processes as well. And the second strand is related to action. So basically, we have major companies within the alliance, and we are triggering renewable energy integration in the supply chains of big companies such as the biggest maltery in the country. So it's not only about advocating, but also about climate action per se, and how companies, private sector mainly, can actually put in practice their responsibility in approaching the climate crisis we are facing. So yeah, just that from my side. I hope I was in time, and of course I'm open to questions afterwards.
Thank you very much, Daniela. For the purpose of not taking time from the next session, I would like to propose that we take questions and answers outside. But maybe like one sentence summary, like sum of all the sessions, I would say of our message as like Energex alumni would be: there is no one size fits all approach to just transition, and all the challenges, like advantages, disadvantages, and way forward, like how to come through this like barrier and challenges, are very country specific, although there are like many commonalities as well. So we have 2 minutes left, so I would like to very fastly ask our panelists, like, what will be the 2 keywords that you would take away from this panel around just transition? So maybe Marina, we can start with you and go through.
2 keywords, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, let me see. I think like we need a plan, and this plan has to be, it has to be for the future, but also for the present.
People first. This is the first transition in history that's not only motivated by efficiency. We're not moving from horse carriage to motorized vehicle. There is a purpose for this transition, and this purpose should put people in the middle.
Yeah, I think, So 2 words that I would probably propose is, first is a safety net that we definitely need. And second would be a right definition and a framework for just transition. And it has to be fair and equitable transition.
Just to add, I'm the last one, so most difficult. Not lose the optimism, but stay pragmatic, maybe.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, panelists, thank you for audience for being with us this morning. And maybe I would like to pass the floor to Marta.
Yes, so thank you very much. The time has run out. We have no time for questions. I do want to say that if you have anything that you want to address our panelists with, please come approach us after this session. There will be a bit of time for the next session to set up, and we will stay a moment here. So if there's any questions, any comments or reactions that you'd like to raise to us and the Enertrax alumni, you can approach us after the session. And with that, I really just want to extend a heartfelt thank you to the Enertrax alumni that participated in this session, also to the Enertrax alumni that are in the audience today supporting behind the scenes. Also to my colleague Lydia from Agora Energy Transition, who is in the background there. And not least also to the PCCB team that have made this day a possibility, that have selected this event to open the Just Transition and Sustainable Economies Day. If you're more interested in knowing anything about the Enertrax alumni network or the Enertrax training programs that we implement with Agora Energy Transition and Renewables Academy, feel free to access our website, agora-energiewende.de. We can't have the slide up, there's some technical difficulties going on. Hopefully the audience that joined virtually has been able to follow along this session, and with that we just remain to say thank you very much. Thank you for your attendance and your attention, and hopefully you have a great rest of the day here in this Capacity Building Hub as well as at COP27. Thank you and goodbye.
Can you hear?
Yeah? Cool. Now? Welcome everybody to the next session in the Capacity Building Hub, and I would like to invite you to the session, How Can We Green Skills for a Just Transition? My name is Laura Schmidt, I'm the skills specialist of the International Labour Organization, and I have the pleasure to present you and moderate you this panel. I'll start with the lady on the right, is Ms. Hae-Kyun Chun. She's the Skills and Employability Advisor at the ILO in Geneva with a focus on green skills and green jobs. Then to my right, Mr. Robert Marinkovic from the International Organization of Employers, Employers Federation. Then Mr. Just Giri from the Rail and Maritime Transport Union, New Zealand. And Mr. Shamir Shehab from Bangladesh. He's the winner of a Skills Challenge Fund that the ILO has been jointly with the ISDB run here, and his project idea from Bangladesh has been awarded a grant of $50,000 and been picked the first choice out of over 150 applications. So before I start with this panel, let me break down maybe the topic a bit. So we're talking about how can green skills help for a just transition. Yesterday I've moderated a panel and we received questions online, and one of the questions was, what is a green skill? And I was like, that's a weird question to ask if you're at COP27. I assume you should know what green skills are. But then I've been thinking about this, and actually it's not a weird question at all to ask, because is a green skill that I am aware that I should separate waste? Is a green skill that I know how to maintain electronic motors? Is a green skill that I know that I shouldn't leave my lights on when I leave the house, or I should not throw rubbish on the floor? Or is a green skill that I come up with innovative business ideas, how to save water or how to turn plastic into clothes? So I think we're talking a lot about different things when we're talking green skills. We're talking about climate education on the one hand, all the way to high-tech skills about engineering, waste management, water and sanitation. So I think I'm very excited to hear from trade unions, employers, and entrepreneurs, and the UN advisor what they think green skills can do for a just transition. And if I look at the second title in the session, a just transition, why do we actually need a just transition? What's a just transition as well? We've seen various studies from multiple sources, ITF, the ILO, the World Bank, that a green transition will bring about a lot of jobs, and we're talking about 105 to 130 to 140 million new jobs. These are the figures that different studies are bringing about. But the downside, which not a lot of people want to talk about, is that we will also face considerable job losses in certain industries, fossil fuels, coal, like mining industry. It's not only that this green transition will bring about positive change, there will also be substantial job losses coming along with it. And that leaves me to the question, a just transition is needed, because to make a transition happen, we need to retrain, reskill, and find ways how these people are able to maintain in the labor market. So with that kind of setting the scene, I would jump right into the panel discussion and start with my first question to Hae-Kyun. So What do you think the green transition, how do you think the green transition will affect the way we work in the future? What kind of skills would we need to have to navigate a green career? And how rapidly are these skills changing in the world?
Thank you, Laura, for the question. So I think to tackle climate change, it's very obvious that we have to rethink how we design, how we produce, and how we deliver different goods and services. And not only that, we also have to change our behaviors in terms of consumptions. And what does that all mean? These changes are changing the new skills requirement, meaning we need new skills for the construction workers, salesperson, engineers. For example, the motor mechanics, they will have to learn how to repair the electric vehicles. In case of construction workers, now they will have to learn how to install solar panels, geothermal heating systems. The agriculture, in the agriculture sector, the farmers will have to learn how to do organic farming. So you can name it, and there's tons of lists of the changing skills for different occupations. And to navigate this green transition, I think what the workers is needed in the labor market is a good mix of different types of skills. Laura, you just mentioned about what is green skills. What do we need as skills for this transition? I think, first of all, it's clear that we need technical skills that is specific to the occupation, such as skills related to wind turbine design, installation, or solar panel installation. Second, we also need foundational skills, which is literacy, numeracy, and I think in this 21st century, we can also add digital and climate literacy, which becomes the basis for any work and any learning. Last but not least, core skills. At the ILO, we call it core skills. There are flies around here. And it's called soft skills. Communication and teamwork skills are important. And this is important because it's portable. We can transfer from one occupation to another, one sector to another, so it enhances the employability of workers. And in this rapidly evolving world of work, where we are also living longer life, yet the net zero is demanding urgent and quick changes in our consumption, production, and delivery of goods and services. I think we not only have to change the way we work, but also the way we learn. We should be moving away from the concept that our learning ends at the compulsory education and training to rather more lifelong learning. And we need to cultivate the culture that to the workforces that this notion of lifelong learning, and also we will have to prepare our young people that learning doesn't end just at the compulsory level, but it has to be a continuous journey that will be accompanying in your career. So yeah, I would like to end here with that note. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Aiken. And I think you mentioned the transportation sector. So I'm turning to my left for my next question. I think transport is a key sector for a green transition. So from your perspective and the perspective of the Transport Union, what do you see as changes in the transport sector in the context of a green transition? How would it affect workers and their skills, and what do you think is important to support workers throughout a good transition?
Thank you for the question. It is no secret. It is no secret that the transport accounts for 15% of emissions globally, and we all know that emission targets will not be met without addressing emissions from all modes of transport, including shipping and public transport. To get there, we must fast-track the energy transition with sustainable and alternative fuels, including electrification of the rail. With transport, there is no one shoe fits all solutions, which is why within ITF, within unions, is we're creating a transport sector specific policies for just transition plans. I do want to mention that as a young worker, the role of the young transport worker, how they are affected, and the green skills needed for just transition. Young workers face an uncertain future due to precarious and informal employment that is often found in transport sector. And there must be a solid pathway which we can transform the industry over the long term. The things which needs to happen in order to green skills for a just transition, which I would see, is the national governments and the local authorities to adapt youth employment policies for green jobs in line with their climate plans. Unions should demand that training funds are available in the workplaces, within the industries, and in the government's budget to provide young workers with quality apprenticeships, work-based trainings, reskilling, upskilling, and other sources of arrangements, within occupation shifts. Also provide young workers with political education, which can bring awareness and which can bring also soft skills to deal with continuously changing the labor environment and support their mental health and well-being. Young workers needs to be redeployed, and at no point they need to be put in a competition with other workers. Support precarious young informal workers in transitioning towards formal and decent and safe work while providing security, social protection, ensuring fundamentals human and workers' right. Organize and demand and just transition committees to make just transition collective bargaining and agreement at the company and secretarial and national level. Young transport workers are ready to lead the change, and a just transition will only happen if we address the current inequalities now and demand the green skills required. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really liked your point about training funds, that we need training funds so young people can be retrained. You said public training funds. What about the private sector? Robert, what role can businesses play in defining and implementing climate action? And what opportunities and challenges do businesses see in engaging with good green agenda and also looking at green skills? What do they need?
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the opportunity to be here and have this very interesting discussion. I would just like to preamble by saying, ILO's work in green skills is very interesting and impressive. We've been working with the ILO for quite a while now, and for us as global representatives of employers, green skills is also a priority topic. We see it as a kind of, catalyst for just transition and for a smooth and optimal transition towards more sustainable economies. As it comes to the role of business and employers, first of all, I'd like to say that the private sector is very diverse globally, right? But companies that succeed, they recognize the value of human talent and investing in people and creating an environment where they can keep the best talent and foster it over time, right? So first of all, lifelong learning and training opportunities on the job are very important. Second of all, apprenticeships and actual apprenticeships that are paid and then lead to a job, not one-offs or unpaid internships, etc. But actual apprenticeships are very important and can be a very good way for companies and employers to create a skilled workforce and provide them a decent and high-quality job. Sometimes it's not very easy to do. There's many different, contexts and examples across the world. Switzerland, for example, is often used as a kind of best practice in this case because they have a very developed system of apprenticeships, collaboration between government, private sector, and education institutions. To me, one of the key elements is this coordination, right? Because one thing we talk a lot about is skills gaps and skills mismatches. Those usually end up happening when there's not enough coordination between the labor market and the other stakeholders. And then you end up getting some discrepancies. And sometimes it's complicated, right? Because we're usually in a kind of, free market liberal economy, which is supposed to, magically solve itself. But then sometimes there's a bit of discrepancy, right? Like I feel we're all familiar with the, inflation of university diplomas. Some much more popular than others, whereas, it's not guaranteed that jobs for those diplomas are there at the same time. So, even in my case, I studied environmental science. It wasn't super easy to find a job straight after. Nobody really told me that when I was signing up. But the other thing I wanted to point out was the importance of basically, training on the job, and then coordination between the different stakeholders, and for companies to recognize this importance, first of all. And second of all, also, I wanted to highlight the fact that the importance of skills in labor mobility, right? I think that's a huge issue when we talk about the green transition, just transition, different sectors being phased out, other sectors growing. And this is a normal component of the globalized world, right? I mean, many people move for jobs across the world. My grandparents went to work in Germany from Croatia because, Germany's economy was growing. They needed many workers in particular categories. Croatia had good workers in those categories. They happily went over to work on different things in pretty good conditions. This happened in an orderly way because Germany and Croatia had agreements, and they set up avenues for those workers to go and then come back after a while, etc. So I think the labor mobility element is quite important, especially in the context of just transition, right? Some jobs will disappear, others will appear, but the location and the time of that is the crucial element, right? If you have a coal mining community in a particular region and it has 50,000 people living there, if that coal operation is phased out, that community will either have to disappear and those people will have to go somewhere else, or there will have to be some sort of structured economic diversification plan which can ensure that those people stay there, right? So in both of those cases, it's important to have collaboration, to discuss and to plan, and to figure out how those people can either be retrained or how they can find similar jobs in another location. And again, it's in the interest of everybody to do this correctly. And I would just like to wrap up for now with the importance of education itself, right? I think that's one thing that it's quite challenging and we often overlook it. I mean, we've all been to school, I hope, and we all know that sometimes, some people are more into pushing themselves and educating themselves than others, right? And this is also a cultural element. Sometimes the institutions that provide education can't actually ensure 100% that, people get the skills that they're offering, because sometimes people are just not in the mood for actually getting those skills. And this is, this is a question of culture, this is a question of parenting, this is a question of, education starting from an early age and having high quality, good education, and then ensuring that, the rates of success and ensuring that you keep going, you keep building on the foundations from the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I liked it. We talked a bit about, Heike talked about education systems, we talked about employers' perspectives, but also the need for education system, a specific sector and what workers need. But very often we forget the agency and the role of the youth themselves in a green transition. What can they bring to the table? What is the agency of young people when it comes to green skills and green transition? So, Shamir, you're working very closely with young people in Bangladesh and you're trying to empower them and trying to work with them on green skills. Could you tell us a bit more about what you're doing, what role the youth plays, and what you've seen in your project in Bangladesh so far?
Thank you very much, Laura. Good afternoon, everyone, and good morning and good evening, depending on which part of the world you are joining from, especially those who are joining on the online. So my name is Shamir, I'm from Bangladesh, and if I may start by asking you a question, how many of you have solar home system at your home or in your workplace? I see roughly 5, 6 of you. I don't know how's your experience. So I was speaking to one of my relatives who is living in the countryside, and what the story that she told me, that she was having problem with her solar home system. You know, in the countryside like Bangladesh, electricity is a big issue, and there is often blackouts, and people do have solar home system these days. So she had to wait for 2 weeks to get the guy to come and repair the system so that she can reuse it. So I don't know how's your experience of dealing with if you have an issue with solar home system. So the question that Laura posed to me, I will base it in the context of Bangladesh, but the audience I see over here, I think some of you might actually relate back to your country. So Bangladesh has a demography, very young demography. More than 60% of its population is below the age of 45. It's a very young population. But also the unemployment rate is very, very high. Official statistics is around 15%, but unofficially it might actually way higher. And in the backdrop of COVID-19, it's actually, many research would say it shoot up more than 20%. So see, this is a very, very big issue. And at the same time, some of you know that Bangladesh is actually the hotbed of climate change, where climate change is not just a futuristic thing. It's happening right now, affecting lives. And so Bangladesh also has made a commitment, very big commitment actually, to transition to like almost 40% by 2050 to renewable energy. So how does that take place? The real scenario in Bangladesh is not that very optimistic. So Bangladesh government set a goal of 10% renewable energy by 2020. It missed it by the margin of 7.5 to 8%. It's a huge gap, right? I think some of you in the audience can relate to that as well. It's not all about promises, talk and talk, but what's happening on the real ground. So studies and research basically showing that there is not enough people, skilled manpower in the renewable energy who could actually make that transition happen. So I think even if the commitments, some of the commitments in this COP and the previous commitments, if they are met, if they are realized, if countries like Bangladesh, LDC countries get this money, what next? Do you have that infrastructure, people skilled, upskilled, and reskilled to make that transition happen? I think many of you probably would agree with me, the response would not be that positive. So I think that's where comes young people. The reason I will briefly explain why this is important. See, venturing out, doing something new is a lot of undertaking of risk. And especially young people often can undertake that risk and venture out and do new things. So I think 3 things that need to happen in Bangladesh, in many other LDCs countries. First of all, it's not about all promises and commitment, talk. You really need to follow up with the investment. And where that investment need to be going? The second point is in many LDC countries, you have these technical and vocational institutions. They have been following the old kind of curriculum, as well as because the way the economy was operating, it's not, the curriculum was to meet that old demand. But of course, if we talk about just transition, green transitions, there has to be, you can't do these things with the old skills, right? So these people need to be trained, equipped with skills that's required in the green transition. So I think the Tibet institution need to upgrade their curriculum. Government need to make more investment over there. And then I think that's the way forward too. I think I will finish shortly with my last point. That is, as a young organization, we do the basic what Keung was saying, the education and literacy part. Making people, what are the challenges? What are the opportunities? We can tell them, here you go. Here are some recycling opportunities out there. I do a pilot in a small scale, but what happens next? Am I able to scale it up to a level where impact is really visible and making a difference on the ground? So I think that's where the different stakeholders, private sector need to come in, government need to come in, organization like ILO and ISDB, where I was part of its strategy panel, was supporting one of my projects, so I can come in and play a role there. So I think I'll stop there with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Samir. And you mentioned TVET as one of the important aspects to retrain and also initially train young people. So technical and vocational training is key, but very often in the education system, sometimes a bit treated as a stepchild. Higher education, basic education in a lot of countries are in the focus of the government, whereas TVET education is often seen as a bit as a neglected stepchild. However, if we're looking at a lot of the professions and the occupations that need upgrading, that through a green transition will change, TVET actually becomes quite at the core of what we should be looking at. So, Hai-Kyeon, on that note, your department in Geneva has developed a new tool on greening TVET and skills development. It's just been launched this year. It's in the piloting phase, but can you tell us a bit more about the tool and the piloting that you've done so far?
Thank you. Well, yeah, as rightly mentioned, I think greening TVET can play such a great role in not only supporting the transformation of the green transformation, but also leading the changes by equipping the students and trainees with the right skills and relevant skills. With the ILO's global research based on 32 countries, we have found common challenges of TVETs in many low and middle income countries. First, many lack systematic and coordinated processes for greening TVET. Second, as mentioned by Shamir, a lot of the TVETs have difficulty actually meeting the needs of the demand of the labor market. Third, because of the lack of stakeholder engagement, social partners and those who have high stake in greening agenda are not involved for updating and for designing the competency standard and curricula. Last, another important challenge is because of the lack of funding, because of the lack of infrastructure, there's a less funding and investment for teachers and trainers and the materials that should be available for TVET. So in this context, the ILO has looked at what are the needs for the TVET, and we were thinking then how can we bridge that gap from what to do to how to do. And that's how we came up with this tool, Greening TVET and Skills Development. And we actually launched a few weeks ago. It's quite fresh, new tool that you can check out on our website. And it's actually built on various approaches that we have seen by other international organizations such as UNESCO, UNEVOC. And also at the same time, it's based on various ILO's project experiences. And the tool has 10 sections where we provide step-by-step how-to guidance on how we can develop or design competency standards, or if you like, you can call it occupational standard, depending on the countries, and the curricula, which should be tuned to the needs of the industry, which should be also based on the skills anticipation system. And also we have guidance on how we can support the practices to better deliver the training itself and assessment to support more greener learning. And we also looked at how we can capacitate the teachers and trainers. So we have a guidance on how we can equip the teachers and trainers with the up-to-date knowledge, such as on green technologies, the new green agenda, as well as skills to apply different pedagogies and assessment in their teaching. And also, we looked at not only the contents matter, but also the physical environment where the teaching and learning takes place is important to contribute to the development of the behavior change and environment awareness. So there's a section on how we can make the campus and schools more greener. And moreover, as enterprises play a key role in this agenda, we have a section on how we can sensitize enterprises. And I think it was mentioned several times by other panelists that enterprises are the one who can inform this labor and market intelligence, our skills anticipation on what are the changing demand in the labor market in this context of green transition. And they are the one who will utilize, who will offer the chances for the students and trainees to utilize their knowledge and skills that they learn throughout their education and training. So we also have a guidance on how we can sensitize the enterprises through this process. Last but not least, we have also a section on how we can support the greening of skills for the informal economy, as informal economy is an important part of the economy in mostly low and middle income countries. So the tool so far has been piloted in several countries. For example, in Zimbabwe, the tool came in when they already had developed 5 different new curricula on renewable energy sector and agriculture sector. So this tool has consolidated the process of training the teachers and also TVET institutional action plan development. And in case of Ghana, we use this tool to support different sector skills bodies so that they can come up with the visions and goals for their respective sectors in the context of green transition. And also we have provided some coaching programs for countries like Cambodia, Thailand, and the Philippines, where we supported them to use how to use this tool step by step from A to Z. And also it was a process to capacitate the stakeholders who are involved in this process by learning by doing. And also the tool, as we were developing the tool, the piloting activities happened in parallel, so meaning that the piloting activities provided information and feedback to improve the tool itself. So now we have the complete full version that is available. And in a nutshell, this tool is designed to be action-oriented and learning, and it's designed to support countries and also more broader stakeholders, including policymakers, social partners, industry, education and training providers, and I think we also should involve civil society in this green agenda, that they can take stock of where they stand in terms of greening TVET and skills development together and focus on areas where they need to improve. And we believe that this practical tool will improve and help us understand how we can better design and develop and implement this greening TVET agenda at all country contexts and support the transformation of education and training for a just and green transition. Yeah.
Thank you very much, SLYCAN. The IOE has different employers' organizations as members. So can you maybe tell us a bit more about how, as IOE, have you helped different employers' organizations in a green transition? Can you give us maybe some examples what these employers' organizations have done? And maybe also a bit looking into the future, what would be your goals as an IOE representative on the green agenda be, how you could in the future support employers' federations?
Yeah, thanks a lot for the question. And very glad to hear about this new tool from the ILO. I'd like to hear more about it later on. For us, yeah, like I said, this is a priority topic. IOE, we have over 150 members in over 140 countries. So it's a big network, a very diverse network. Our members are, ranging from big to small. Some are much more engaged on the skills agenda than others. But one of our main missions is capacity building and engaging them on some issues like this one. So, for example, we have recently launched a project with Microsoft, and this is another element I wanted to mention earlier on, is that when talking about the green transition and green skills, I think it's also important to link it with the digital transition and digital skills, because in many ways they're interrelated and we'll need both in the future. So that's one thing I'd like to see a bit more of in the future, for example. But yeah, we have a project with Microsoft. We're partnering with them to work in 5 LDC countries with our members there on providing digital skills to young people in those countries. So that's one concrete example. Another one I can tell you about is that this year, actually, at this COP, we're going to be launching an Employers Alliance for Green Skills, mainly for African countries. So we will have to start with 5 or 6 of our African members, one of which is Business Unity South Africa, one of which is the Moroccan Federation of Employers, the Federation of Egyptian Industries. So we're partnering with some of our members on promoting skills anticipation and planning. The idea is to, first of all, provide them with support and capacity building, and on the other hand, to engage with them so that they can collaborate with their government and start focusing much more on skills planning and mapping. Another example that we can mention is, for example, our Indian member, the Confederation of Indian Industry, is quite strong in this topic. They have, they have skills councils where they engage with the government to plan things. They have training institutions. They have educational centers. They have different projects where they train some of their members. So depending on the employer's organization, this is quite an active topic. Our Spanish member, for example, is very active in Just Transition generally and in engaging with the government and trade unions on Just Transition plans and converting workers to other industries. So those are just some of the ones I wanted to mention. Also, I think it's relevant to mention the Green Jobs for Youth Pact here that the ILO recently launched, and I'm happy to say we're one of the official constituents of the ILO, so we get to work together on a lot of these important projects. So ILO partnered with LinkedIn. LinkedIn has been ramping up their engagement in the skills space, and they're, by their nature, they're a kind of learning platform. They have a whole host of courses and a whole host of data that they can analyze and explore in this context. So yeah, I'll stop there with the examples, but for the future, I think, like I said, it's important to link it up with the digital. And for us, the priority at the end of the day is the first thing you can do is measure, right? I mean, in South Africa, when they signed the Just Transition Partnership last year, one of the first things our members did with another business association is to launch a research project to analyze the implications of this transition, So how many workers would be involved, would be impacted, what kind of jobs do they have right now, what kind of jobs would they be able to find, what kind of skill profiles do they have, et cetera, et cetera. And just to wrap up, just straight after this event, there's another event in the same space that's also on skills with an interesting partner. So,
thank you very much, Robert. Now that we heard from the Employers Federation side, let me go back to the trade unions, because sometimes I think a bit of the stereotype is, and you're totally breaking that stereotype as a young person being part of a trade union, is that topics like green transition are not trendy for trade unions, and that sometimes it's most about wages and social protection, but that these future-looking topics are maybe sometimes not on the top of your agenda. What would you say to this? And how would your specific organization from New Zealand as a trade union in transport deal with the topic of green transition and green skills? Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. It is one of the problems and an opportunity as well, which I see as a trade unionist. And if I talk about New Zealand, in New Zealand, the just transition is picking up very quickly within rail, and people have realized that the green jobs and green skills is required going into future. So we are at the transitioning phase right now. What I would say is that the biggest challenge for the trade unions when it comes down to just transition is that it needs to be inclusive of the workers. The workers' voice needs to be at the core of the transition. And if that doesn't happen, I think so it creates a problem where there's a fear of job security and job loss. And that actually slows down the process of the transition process. I've got a couple of really good examples where the just transition just went smoothly and went perfectly, and some of the places where some of the other projects it didn't. And so we were moving from paper to the digitalized ticketing and for the metro, passenger metro. And that went smoothly because everybody understood what the process is, and there was a high engagement committee was created where the workers' voice were represented on the committee, and it went well smoothly. But it doesn't work very well when, again, I'm gonna emphasis on this, that when the workers are not part of the conversation, if they have no voice in that transition, I think so that's where the problem occurs. And I think so that's where that perception comes in, that trade union sometimes hesitate to have that transition. It's not the transition is not there, or we don't support the transition. It's always that we want it to be inclusive part of the conversation. We wanted to represent the workers' voice on the table. We wanted to make sure there's a social security, there's a job security for the workers. And like when we moved from diesel engines in New Zealand to the electrification for rail, it was a huge project, and that required a big transition where people need to be reskilled, upskilled, or redeployed if they cannot fit on those areas. So what we did was one of the solutions which we find in New Zealand is we call it HPHE, which is high engagement, high performance methods. So within those methods, or within those dynamics, you have tripartite agreements, or depends how many parties are there. Everybody gets a voice on the table, and it's not based on consultation; it's based on consensus. So that changes the game, and what it does is it provides workers a voice to be on the table, raise their concern, and acknowledges that the transition needs to happen and actually helps with the transition.
Thank you. And I have one last question for the panelists, and then I will probably open it to the floor for 2 to 3 questions from the audience, if anyone has. My last question is to Shamir. So your initiative, Empowering Youth on Green Transition in Bangladesh. You said Bangladesh is a country which is already severely hit by climate change. So how do young people feel about it? Are they keen to be involved in this green transition process? Do they see it as part of a responsibility towards their livelihood and towards their country? And what did you wish to see more from international actors and actors in general to support these young people?
No, thank you very much, Laura. My example, the organization that I represent here, and there are many other youth-led organizations are there in Bangladesh already doing what they could do actually on the field. And so as I briefly responded in my first question as well, that when it comes to young people, there are certain limit to what they could do actually. So the first part, probably the education and awareness is what they could easily do, but how do you take it to the next stage? So that's where I think the questions that you posed to me, what else that do we need? Of course, we need to work with the government to get their support, and also I think private sector here can come and play a very important role, especially supporting youth organization like us to enable them to make sure that some of the projects that they are doing, they can actually take it to the next level and can have impact on the ground. And I would just very briefly also share the projects that what we actually going to do with support from the ILO that might give an example of what youth organization could do. So see, the pace of transition to renewable energy or green economy, of course, it has been very slow. We need to go fast. But also is posing some challenges that we need to think before the challenges actually come and hit us. What is that? I'd be a bit provocative here. So see, in Bangladesh, the solar home system started getting deployed in early 2000. And there are like 6 million solar home systems in Bangladesh. Think about it. In many countries, the population is probably 15 to 20 million. But in Bangladesh alone, there are 6 million solar home systems. There are between 2 to 4 million, we call it easy bikes, electric vehicles that runs on electricity, basically. And they millions of people every day actually commute on those. So each of these systems have a lifespan of around 20 to 25 years. The best solar home system that is available in the market probably have a lifespan of around 25 to 30 years. What's going to happen with these solar panels after they come to end of their life? So is posing in countries like Bangladesh serious health hazard. So there has been a big discussion back in my country going on. In certain vegetables in Bangladesh, they have found the presence of heavy metals, that means lead, cadmium, and chromium. And so in Bangladesh, since there is no infrastructure for setting up recycling system, some of these solar home systems are discarded here and there. And in that process, they are actually going to contaminate the soil, water, and so on, and then coming to our food systems. So the projects that we are going to undertake actually, we will train and empower young people to identify what are the opportunities that are out there in the value chain of these solar home systems, and they can actually recycle these decommissioned solar home system and EV batteries. So I think that's probably response to some of the questions that what would be the next? I mean, we can do a pilot prototype to really take it to the scales. We definitely we will have to work with the private sector, government, and other stakeholders to make that happen and make the impact more visible on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask if there is a question from the audience to the panel. If so, there is a second mic. It'd be lovely if you could introduce or just say very quickly who you are, and then maybe if you have a specific panelist in mind, point or say the name. If not, I'm sure they will tell you.
Hi, I'm Mahmouda from Bangladesh. So I worked with an NGO which is called Sajida Foundation. So at Sajida, we are giving green skills trainings at the rural communities level, as a lot of migration is in these regions, and we need to equip these migrating communities with the green skills needed for green industry. So my question is, how do we get the industry to recognize this training in green skills workers and recruit people who have this training? And how do we get government to recognize it? And I have another question, especially for Samir, as he is from Bangladesh. Like you already mentioned that government and non-government organizations should support to the organization who are working for youth development. So the question is, what kind of initiative should be taken beside training by government and private institutions to ensure youth involvement in green growth? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would probably give Robert, if you want, a chance for the first question, and the second question was pretty clear to who it went.
Yeah, thank you. It's a very good question, and I think, again, there's some progress to be made there. I also kind of relate it a little bit to some of this, online digital training that's been happening much more lately, and then there's always a question of, certification, standardization, recognition. But at the end of the day, I don't think it's a new question either, I mean, in standard education as well, there's a different level of recognition, whether if you've gone to Harvard or if you've gone to XY university. So to me, part of the solution is, again, collaboration and getting some sort of, standardized recognition or certificate or a stamp of approval from the government. That's one way of doing it. Another way of doing it is more, the soft way is making yourself known because your certificate or diploma is actually quite high quality, and then people end up recognizing it over time, right? But for me personally, I also feel like, if you have the skills, they will be recognized once you start doing the job, right? It's just a problem is a bit of a perspective or reputation. But for both of the questions, I mean, we have a member in Bangladesh, so I would be happy to put you guys in touch with our Employers Federation in Bangladesh, and then perhaps you can take this conversation further.
I'll be very brave. No, thank you for your question, and I also don't know where to begin. The reason I say it, there is so much can be done and should be done. But two things I would say. The first thing is supporting young people, the financing mechanism or supporting mechanism should be made more lean. What that I mean is, we cannot expect a youth organization to have all this policy, fiduciary standard and so on in place and that's what I find in my conversation with young people, that is become really difficult to access some of the support they need. So I think when we expect support, or when the different stakeholders would like to support youth organization, I think they really need to think about what would be an appropriate mechanism to support the youth organization, so that, I mean, without really we are excluding them with setting up certain standards and so on that is impossible for them to actually meet. That's first point. My second point is, instead of reinventing the wheel, I believe there are already certain infrastructure and mechanism in place in Bangladesh, and the TVET has come up repeatedly in the panel as well. How can we really think about revamping our TVET institutions so that it's really up to the need of transition to a green economy? And if I may also say my concluding remark, or you're coming? So I think in all our conversation, what I feel also strongly, when you talk about just transition, it may mean different things to different people. But until and unless, what my, I think, fellow panelist says, the voices of the communities and the people, if they are not part of the process, and if we are not taking into consideration what they really want, we might set up an, I mean, huge solar, I mean, solar system providing electricity, but it may come at the expense of violating certain rights and may not provide justice to the very people. So I think it's really important. I cannot emphasize it enough for working with communities in Bangladesh, how important they are part of the process, their voices are being incorporated, represented, and they are also part in the implementation process. If that we can make sure, I think the just transition question that we talk about probably could be ensured to some extent. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I would like, if there's one last question, that would be my question to finish, if somebody has still a question to the panel. If not, I would like to thank all the panelists and the Capacity Building Hub for providing the space. And yeah, thank you very much.
Hey everybody, so let's get started. This is a future lab, and future labs are per definition exciting, interactive, and very short, so we only have 1 hour. So if you can find your seat, that would be awesome. And this future lab is about just transition and the future of work. So everybody who has a job, wants a job, needs a job, you're at the right place to know what will happen and how we actually will work in the future, because we have an awesome panel. And we have a question for you as well. So before my boss, Dr. Mahmoud, shows up, maybe we can do like the interactive part first and hear from you. And maybe we can have also the right slides on the screen. That would be great. So we get the logistics out of the way, get started slowly. And while we do that, I also give our wonderful moderator like a copy of what this wonderful panel looks like. 1 second. So wonderful. As I said, and I really like this room. It's not too big and it's not too small. We want to start with an icebreaker, but it is week five. Yeah, it feels like week 5. It's day 5 of this COP. So maybe we start actually with a very, very short warm-up. I feel it's warm inside here, but still, I haven't stretched in quite a while. I think everybody else also needs to get up. And we really engage you very quickly in a warming up exercise. Yeah, just do this with me. Yeah. And then do it the other side, do it 5 seconds. It really helps. Get all the tensions out. Yeah, and really, hopefully, get that into the mood to work collectively on what the future needs to look like. And with that, maybe find a partner you haven't necessarily talked to. So don't talk to your colleague. Talk to somebody else in the room. Take 3 minutes and actually exchange what are solutions of today that can be scaled to ensure a just transition to net zero. And obviously, you all come from different angles to this. So there are no correct answers necessarily. I mean, there are correct answers, but there are no wrong answers to that question. So yeah, just share what you actually bring to a just transition. And then we will actually report back very quickly, like 2 or 3 examples that you think actually need to be scaled in the future. So yeah, let's get on this. 1 more minute. Okay, guys, let's take a seat. I hope you had some good exchange. And as I said, we will have a little bit of a report back. So anything interesting that you heard from your partner and that from your perspective answers the question that was still on the screen, please raise your hand. And introduce yourself as well, please, to the rest of the audience.
I'm Spencer from Antigua, and I had a great partner.
Sorry, mic not working.
Hi, Ruth Spencer from Antigua. I had a great partner. We shared, but I felt, who are the solutions for? Is it for the people? Is it for the politicians? Is it for the investors? We have to ensure that the solutions are for the people, so they have to be adapted that way.
I totally agree.
Thank you. Extremely valuable input. Thanks for sharing. Anybody else? What else? Do you think? The solutions that we are scaling and that we need to scale fast and efficient. How do they need to look like?
Hi, thanks for the little exercise. It's a very complex question, right? And hard to predict the future, but to me, in any case, what we talked about, the one cross-cutting, most impactful issue is education. I feel like, if we go all in on education, if we put all of our chips on education, that's the one thing that can actually impact all of the challenges we're facing, right? So to me, the vision for the future is just much more higher quality, more accessible education for everyone, everywhere.
Thank you. Anybody else who would like to share any solutions that you are working on that relate to a just transition? I hope, honestly, everybody who's at this COP is working on a just transition of many sectors. But anything you would like to share, from your work, from the exercise that we just did, just raise your hand. And otherwise, I'm pleased to introduce our panel, because they have a lot to say about what the solutions are that they are working on and that need to be scaled. They will share with you stories from their work and their experience in specific countries, and we have a really very broad range of countries, different contexts, continents, sectors that we are covering. So it will be, I think, a very rich discussion. But before we do that, I see another hand. So let's take that to frame it. And meanwhile, while we hear from the gentleman in front, maybe we can bring up the panel. Mustafa, bring in your people. So Simon, Patrick, Jeline, Rebecca, take a seat, and while you actually give us your solution for Just Transition.
Ok, merci. Moi, je suis professeur Ali Mahaman de l'Université de Diffa au Niger. C'est de préparer les jeunes, les futures générations.
Merci beaucoup. C'était en français. That was in French, but he said like the young people are the solution actually, and engaging young people in the Just Transition need to be part of the solutions that we're talking about. And I think Jeline will also talk about women, just a spoiler alert. Not only the young, but also, yeah, obviously women. So without further ado, maybe I hand over to Mustafa Kamal from the International Labour Organization, who will moderate this panel, and thank all the wonderful guests for being here. Almost perfect timing. We also had a keynote from my boss, the UN High-Level Champion Mahmoud Mueldin of this COP, and yeah, while you already got yourself into the mood of what is needed, he will also share a couple of thoughts on what is needed for a just transition. Thanks very much.
Right. Thank you so much for the kind introduction, and it's good to be just my good luck that I didn't arrive late than that, but I'll be very brief. Just to highlight the importance of the topic and try to encourage some practical solutions coming out from this session today, focusing on implementation. I had a very good discussion during the days of the summit. And the first day there was a round table led by the heads of state. The co-chairs in this session that I moderated was the President of South Africa and the President of the European Council. And it was very clear really that people may have different definitions and perspective of what just means. I think we can consult some philosophy textbooks about that. It's all about how to operationalize what we mean by just, and how can we apply international standards and the expectations from society, from countries, especially in developing economies when we do that. And the good thing is that we have, when it comes to the impact of transformation and dealing with disruptions, either through the impact of the climate crisis itself, or sometimes even worse, when we are trying to provide cures to the crisis if we are not handling them properly. During the celebration of 100 years of existence of the ILO, there were many important outcomes, and I like to recognize the leadership of Guy Ryder, the former head of the ILO, who spent 3 years working on matters related to just transition and impact on labor markets, and how to deal with issues from climate, challenges of sustainability, matters related to digitalization, and issues related to shocks coming from technology transfer as well. So I was happy really to see in this, in that discussion that I moderated, that these ideas have been shared between the South and the North, because they are really very much in common sense. If we want to take it in a few stages of action, there are 4. The first one is related to policy formulation and the institutions that are required to apply these policies at the national level, including regulatory policy. The second is related to framing the financial needs. I would say that the best in existence now, which is not always applied, is the integrated national financial framework that is associated with sustainability at large, including sustainable development goals, which, as we know, include SDG 13, climate action, and SDG 8, which is dealing with growth and jobs. So an integrated national financial framework, I think it's very much emphasized as well by the recent report that came from Vera Songwe and Nick Stern, which was commissioned by COP26 and COP27, that you need to identify the needs and you need to mobilize the sources of finance from public, private, domestic, and external finance. And it could be a good way as well to consider better debt management and more effective trade when you are doing all of that. So that gets me into the third point, which is basically about how to mobilize finance effectively. And if we are just stopping at the 100 billion, yes, they were important. Nice round figure announced 2009, never been submitted in full in any year, even if you are generous enough to use the metric that is being used on the official report of the 100 billion. They are roughly 80%. If you believe more on Oxfam and its sisters and brothers, the figure is ranging between 20 to 25% of the commitment since 2009. The sad story here, the 100 billion is not sufficient even if it is going to be fully there. It's less than 3% of the requirements. The other thing is that only out of 23 countries, 7 countries are adhering to the rules and they are submitting their finance in full. Again, if you believe in the metric. That needs to change because what we are going to be after in order to provide the kind of finance for implementation, we need at least 10 times that figure from 100 billion to $1 trillion. And again, my reference here is the good work of the background notes to that report by Nick Stern and Vera Songwe, which is available and it has been launched here, as I said. So here, I think we need to go beyond public finance, private finance, how to get NDB support better. And we have, or I have rather, because it's not a we yet, I see some good reactions to this proposal. But one of the areas to deal with this inefficient, unfair, and insufficient climate finance architecture is through getting the multilateral development banks availing funds in concessional terms, not just to low-income countries, but to middle-income countries, by extending the rules of engagement of IDA and its terms to the low-middle-income countries. The very final point, and that can really, if all of what I said now looks like global or national or hard to deal with, let me get into the final point. After policy, institutions, integrated national financial frameworks, and effective mobilization of funding, there is that famous project that came from Glasgow and the JETP about the South African projects. That is going to be the best analogy of if it works, and so far it's not fully there, it will be a good example of just transition because it has the good money, $8.5 billion for that project, phasing out from coal, which is fantastic if it happens, especially if you have the alternative in the form of investments in renewable energy. Thing is that still this project is struggling until it is fully there on track. Wish our brothers in South Africa the best in cooperation with the G7 supporters. But the most critical element is not the technical or the scientific solution of phasing out or phasing in, phasing out the bad and phasing in the good, is basically how to deal with labor, how to deal with the workforce, with human beings, with their attachments to their work and the values that could be compromised and the dignity that should be protected while we are doing that. So just transition, quoting the Secretary General, it's basically without just transition, there is no transition. And if there is any kind of transition that will compromise the dignity of the people and their society, this is not the needed transition that we are pushing for. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this inspiring speech, and I just hand over to Mustafa and for our panelists to build on these important points. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and high appreciation to Dr. Mohaideen for this very inspiring keynote opening. And I think, as he has said, and as the UN Secretary General has said, there can be a transition if there is not a just transition. Now, this panel is a panel of innovation, we are not in the world of today. We are supposed to be projecting ourselves in the world of 2050 and find solutions that would have been forged now for that world of 2050. So I would invite our distinguished panelists to be putting us in that trajectory of 2050 with the innovative solutions that would have hopefully helped address many of the problems we have today with decarbonization, but one that is inclusive, that delivers economic growth, that is sustainable and shared, one that delivers more and better jobs and ensures a just transition for all. So I would like to start with ladies go first, but Rebecca, shall we do that? All right, fantastic. So it is my pleasure to start with Ms. Rebecca Okello Obango, who is a program coordinator for climate change, just transition and environment at the Central Organization of Trade Unions in Kenya. So I think, Rebecca, these challenges that we talk about here, they are not just words. They are meaningful in the lives of workers, of people, of enterprises, and communities in Kenya. And so we very much look forward to seeing how you would see that future of work in 2050 and the innovative solutions that would have taken us there from your perspective. Over to you.
Hello. Oh. Hi, everyone. My name is Rebecca Okello Abongo. As has been said, I'm a programs coordinator in a Central Organization of Trade Unions in Kenya. And the issues of climate change has greatly impacted us. Let me bring it to a scale of our experience as trade unions in Kenya. In 2015, after the Paris Agreement, the Kenyan government decided, which was a good initiative, the banning of plastic bags. That is the banning of single use of plastic bags in Kenya to a more convenient, climate-sensitive bags. So in that process, it ended up bringing about job losses in the manufacturing sector, where we had about 300 workers losing their jobs in that process. So losing jobs at that point was a shock for the trade union and shock for the workers specifically. And we didn't have solutions, we didn't have answers on how to ensure these workers go back to their form of employment. And the introduction of just transition as a way of greening the economy so that it can provide decent and quality jobs of workers. Us as COTU, we began the program of the climate change program, where we majorly go through training of our trade union leadership and workers and the shop stewards and the industrial relation officers, where we bring them to an understanding what climate change is and what does climate change future bring about to us. And one of the major achievement or one of the major activities that is bringing about change in the trade union is that the understanding of our members and the understanding of the management, you see there are more policies that are geared towards issues of climate change. Like currently the hotel sector are working towards developing of the CBA to develop a clause that ensures workers working in the hotel sector. Because currently with the adverse climatic condition in the country, we have experienced a lot of floods in the hotel sector, and most workers are also being retrenched because the hotel, half of the hotel is submerged in water. So workers who are represented in the union are not working, and we didn't have solution also for them. So the CBA clause is meant to bring about reinstating the workers in another position that ensures them to have a continuous job in that specific sector, and also bring about occupational safety and health issues that cushion workers who work in adverse climatic conditions. Because you know, people in the hotel sector are always outside the hotel. Most of them are not located in an office environment. So we are trying to bring about an understanding to the management so that they can have amicable solution to workers in case of change of environment or end of jobs in that specific sector. The CBA will be able to cushion them. Another activity that we partake as trade unions in Kenya, we have a team known as the Green Representative, where they are responsible to ensure sectorial issues of climate change is understood. So we intensively engage the green representatives, where the green representatives, shortly as green reps, they are climate change foot soldiers in respective unions that COTU represent our affiliates. So let us bring it to the agricultural sector, which currently is also going through mechanization. You know, in Kenya, coffee, tea picking is done manually, but now they're automating that sector, which is another problem for us. So with the green representative, they thoroughly negotiate to ensure our members are skilled in the upcoming technologies in those sectors. Also, we are doing a project with the TVET, the training institution, where we are skilling workers in the building and construction sector, painting, the hotel sector, where we are skilling them on green climate skills. And also the TVETs are also transforming their curriculum to cater for green jobs solution. Like in the building sector, the TVET is bringing in machinery that are climate sensitive, and their curriculum is based on training workers on future climate change skills. So those are the major tangible solutions you're working in the trade union. And also with the tripartite form of engagement, we work with the government to ensure every policy and litigation, especially we are sensitive on the word just transition, to ensure any transition in any job sector, it's decent, quality, and inclusive. So that is those are the major issues we are approaching, from a policy framework to trainings, and also the financial needs towards this transition.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Rebecca. I like that you brought the issue of occupational safety and health. And I think this is important because it's already a reality. We have estimated that a continued warming of temperatures would lead to a loss of 2% of total working time by 2030. And two of the sectors mostly impacted are agriculture, construction, but also tourism. And this means a lot. So, and importantly, this year, the International Labour Conference made occupational safety and health a fundamental right. I think there is a good way, and I appreciate, thanks Dr. Mahardin for the time, and we appreciate and we'll keep going with the discussion. Thank you so much. But with that, I think this is fundamental. You touch upon TVET and skilling, and I think, Simon, I'll be happy to come back to you on that point. But in the meantime, it's my pleasure to bring in Jivan Connors Belopopsky, who is Chief of Staff and Chief External Affairs Officer at the Clean Cooking Alliance. Jivan, have I said it all right? So over to you, please.
Thank you. I think my vision for 2050, which I believe is the question and what we're supposed to start with, is really a world where all women are empowered to live happy, healthy, and fulfilling lives of their choosing. And this is the only way that we will achieve our climate goals, a just transition, and any of our development objectives. And we are so far away from this reality right now, and I love the idea of this lab for us to brainstorm and think about all of the amazing innovations and inventions and ways that we can get to a just transition. But I think for us to truly plan for that, we have to be honest and open and accept the reality of where we stand today. And we know that there are multiple political and socioeconomic factors that limit women's full participation, access to resources, and ability to thrive. But there is one very often overlooked constraint that we can change immediately, that will unlock the potential of women as full and productive members of society to help drive this just energy transition that we are all here discussing. And that is the fact that 2.4 billion people around the world, mainly women and children, do not have access to clean cooking solutions and instead rely on traditional biomass and polluting open fires to cook their meals every single day and to provide for their families. And we know women around the world will do anything for their families. They will travel 5 hours a day to collect firewood, to make charcoal, to spend 8 to 10 hours in a smoky room preparing what little food they have grown themselves for their families. And this is a major constraint to health, livelihood, productivity, and the opportunity for women to be drivers of this just transition. But it's not only a narrative of victimhood, which is one that is very often portrayed. Women play an incredible role in our future, and if we do not bring them to the forefront of a just energy transition, then the transition is not just. And certainly in the clean cooking sector, we see the opportunity for women not just as customers, and they are our customers. They are the ones in the kitchen. They are the ones that hopefully have decision-making power over the appliances and the fuel, and we're working on that in many places. But they play a role as marketers, as distributors, starting clean cooking companies, and hopefully, as we free up women's time, improve their health and livelihood opportunities, they will equally play a role as researchers, as policymakers, as regulators, as entrepreneurs in driving systemic change, not just in the energy sector, but in a green economy writ large. And so I think for us to be very open and honest about what a just transition looks like, we have to face the reality that we are ignoring the constraints of half of the population, and particularly in Africa, where the access numbers are very low, population growth is outpacing our ability to provide clean energy services, and particularly access to clean cooking. We talk about just transitions, we talk about access to electricity, we talk about major infrastructure plays, but we are ignoring the fact that right now, people are dying, women are dying, collecting wood, making charcoal, cooking for their families. And these are the women that produce 80% of the world's food. They are smallholder farmers. They are on the front lines of environmental conservation, of protecting, conserving, and restoring forests. They are the agents of regenerative agriculture. And so as much as we talk about this future and envision what it will look like, I ask all of us to look at the realities in our country contexts, in our regions, in our villages, and in our sectors, and understand where are the immediate constraints that we can take action on that will then unlock the opportunity for some of these other areas that we're discussing today. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. That's fantastic. And I think we live in a world where women are the majority, and as we know, young people are the majority. So the transformations we need will have to come from them. So I now turn to Patrick Rondo, who is the Union Advisor, Environment and Just Transition for the Quebec Federation of Labor. So Patrick, we've heard from Rebecca, the specific context of Kenya, but this is also a matter for industrialized countries like Canada and the broader perspective of the union movement.
Thank you very much, Mustafa. Thank you very much, everyone, for the invitation. 2050, I will be 80 years old, so it's well. So when we're talking about Just Transition in 2050, I think workers and their communities are going to be more engaged in a change, and workplaces will be fully mobilized around Just Transition, will have been implemented in the way it should mean. And we talk about social dialogue, mechanisms. We're talking about a very strong social protection for workers, labor rights implemented, which includes, of course, human rights, we're going to be respected, a right to work, which include equity. And I fully support that we must address this gender equity issue. So, concretely, how would it look in a workplace? First of all, I think those workplaces are going to be net zero. And when we're talking about net zero, we're not talking about compensating GHG emission, but by eliminating GHG production. And I think it's doable for 2050. And when talking about the net zero workplaces, of course we're talking about production, but we're talking also about the buildings, transportation, the habits of the workers, how do they heat, and so on and so on. Jobs will have been maintained, conditions, working conditions improved, and people who are going to lose their job in the future will have strong accompany policies from government. Living conditions of communities will also be improved, and we will have changed our economic system, giving it a more human approach, a more human face. Concretely, it means that every workplaces will have a very clear portrait of the impact that they have on the health, on the economy, and on the environment at the same time by transparency mechanisms and accountability tools. Workers will fully participate in those plans with the collaboration of different stakeholders who are going to bring solutions at the table. This planification will be provided because in the workplaces, workers and employers are going to work together in joint committee. And when we're talking about professional training, upskilling, reskilling, it will be planned with the workers as well as Just Transition plan. And we will value the workers for the work that they are doing. And that is a key to engage them at the same time. As for the implementation, there's going to be an ongoing dialogue between workers, communities, environmental NGOs, investors, and so on. And we will identify the funding avenues and obstacles, and financial actors are going to be part of the solution. Finally, there's going to be equity in employment, and decent work will go hand in hand with decent lives. Is it science fiction? Maybe. But at the Quebec Federation of Labor, we're trying to implement this plan right now. We created something that we call the Just Transition Labs, and we're trying to engage workers and their communities around those very specific items that I just talked about. And of course, and I do support Rebecca that it's not just an energy issue. It's for every workplaces, and for the moment, we ask our affiliates who wants to be part of that, and the list just keep on growing. We have natural gas transportation union who said, yes, we want to be part of that. The plastic workers industry has said, yes, we want to be part of that. The workers of the city of Montreal said, yes, we want to take part of that. The workers in the construction sector said, yes, we want to be part of that. The postal workers, the forestry workers want to be part of that. So to engage them, we have to listen to them and value their work. And once again, it's not just an energy issue. And you know, we want a just transition and not just a transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick, very much. And I appreciate that you recognize the need for unions to engage with other actors in finance, in industry, and communities. And I think this is absolutely a collective effort. So I would just turn to Mr. Pravir Deshmukh, who is Senior Counselor at the Confederation of Indian Industry, because as you've just said, there is a critical role for industry in this transformation. So India is a country of innovation. So please tell us where we are in 2050.
Yeah, I'm audible. So I think by 2050, what I'm thinking about the challenges will be mostly three. Our food or agriculture system, the waste management, and it might be related to the solar energy or renewable energy or lithium-ion batteries or all these things. And third will be the water, because I think we're already in the stress. Because of climate change, more stress will be on the fresh water. So I think let's think about how industry thinks about all these challenges, that they take vulnerability, what is meant by vulnerability. And again, the agriculture system, the skills in agriculture is only the person who is not able to properly educate, or their skills is still not recognized as a skills. What we recognize as the different workers in the industries, they have a minimum pays and all these things. For farmers, there is no minimum pay. It's only it is not an option, it is only a lowest choice they are actually going. So I think if we want to see this, address these challenges, food system by 2050, we need to focus on skilling our farming community, the farmers or the related communities for them. And I think that will be a bigger challenge because it's a huge industry. And if you consider India, 60% population is directly dependent on the agriculture. So I think it's a huge task for India. And if we see the central zone of the whole world or the global south, I think again agriculture will be a bigger challenge by 2050. So we should focus more on educating farmers, providing them more technologies, more solutions. And at a CII, we also started a similar initiative in 2018. And again, this is addressing some other issues. I think you already know that Delhi is facing the air pollution every year because of the crop burning. Because there is no solution available with the farmers. There is no skilling for that solution also. So CI has taken a task, started a work with only 18 villages. Now that work has grown to 300 villages. And all these 300 villages actually, they're not now burning any crop. They're using that for the commercial purpose. It is going for the creating energy resources, building some infrastructure boards and all these things. So again, there is need a supply chain. There is need a training that how you can manufacture, process them in a very structured way. And it can be it is not a waste, it should be a resources. I think that is again a required. So we need to identify for each area in an agriculture system that what should be the right pathways rather than burning them or dumping them somewhere. If there are pathways, I think then it will be much easy to address the issues, help to the farmers. So that's one of the project. Another project what we're piloting, and I think this is also related to the investment part. This is more on the sustainable agriculture. So what happens in mostly, if the farmer is going for sustainable agriculture, they need to register the project, then the carbon credit generated, and that is only be transferred. What we're trying now that we are trying to get companies on board before, from the starting of the project. So the company will be given a commitment that they will work in 50,000 hectare areas or 3 lakh hectare areas, and they will invest upfront. And the investment value is very less. So for first year, the value is only coming around $40 to $50 per hectare. And the second year, the value suddenly goes half. So it's only $20 to $30. And the return to the company is much bigger. So it can help us reducing the 5 to 6 tons of CO2 per year, which might be reducing the fertilizer uses, organic carbon increment and all these things. but farmer also can sell that product as a sustainable product in the market. And again, we're not stopping only that area, we're also trying to build that market for the farmer so that he will not again go back to the similar system, he will adopt the new systems, and that can be showcased as and again, the skill is very important, so we need to continuously train them. And again, if we start right now with some of these projects on ground, definitely we will be able to answer these issues. And I think investment, so from frankly speaking, I didn't think the CSR or investment from other side or the other parties who are not interested in that work, it will definitely help. We need to identify who is benefiting. It might be through carbon credit, it might be through the market opportunity or getting the better food products. So I think if we are able to build that system, I think investment may not be a bigger challenge, but again, we need to build that market and systems in a much better way.
Thank you very much, Pravir. I think that's fantastic, and these are indeed the solutions that we need to scale up. And as you said, if the market, if it's bankable, workable, then investments will come in. So it's now my pleasure to turn to our last panelist, Simon Schmidt, who is Director, Just Skill Lab and Partner in Skill Lab. Simon, we've talked a lot about skills, and this is a fundamental area. So over to you, please.
Great. Thank you, Mustafa, first of all. And yeah, 2050 is a long ways away, but it's going to come quicker than we all think. So when I look at 2050, I hope that where we'll end up is a really people-centered, life-centered ecosystem when it comes to the labor market and the workforce development system. What that really means for us at the Just Skills Hub and Skill Lab, is recognizing and centering the skills and capabilities of individual workers, individual people, and really everybody that participates in this thing we call life. In order to get there, we have to center something we talk about all the time in the education workforce development space, which is lifelong learning. But in order to effectively get to lifelong learning, and where we think about learning as human development and as a lifelong cycle, we have to figure out, and we have to recognize and realize where people are and what the status quo is. So the current skills, the current capabilities of workers, and use these skills and capabilities of workers as building blocks that we can build upon to get to a point where, yes, just transitions are possible, but also the requirements of industry, the requirements of the green economy are met. So what we do at Skill Lab and the Just Skills Hub is, our first priority, and priority A, is to directly and immediately help workers who are in transition scenarios and who may be at risk or may be in a scenario where they are being laid off or where their job is becoming redundant due to the transition to a green economy. The second priority for us is creating an informational data ecosystem that can help the social dialogue, that can help planning, that can help governments, companies, and all other stakeholders in the green transition to really recognize people's skills and to build upon these skills in terms of curriculum planning, looking at education, centering education, in terms of industrial policy, in terms of what sort of industries might be a good replacement in an area that has heavily relied on coal mining or oil and gas in the past. And for us, this means talking to people, centering people, and how do we do this? How is this possible at scale? And coming to something that Pravir said, technology, right? There are certain advancements in technology that may enable us to talk to people at scale, and it will not be a one-on-one conversation, but we can collect information, we can collect data from people that will help us center them and center their needs, their self-expressed needs, in how we think about just transitions and how we think about transitions in general.
Thank you so much, Simon. And I think what you said about a people-centered approach is really the right approach, and that's the Iowa Centenary Declaration on the Future of Work is just about that. So, distinguished colleagues, we are reaching the end of our session, but I think we must have some time for interaction, and I wanted to know if we have Alexander Rivera with us here. Alexander, so would you mind just kicking off? We've heard a lot of perspectives on different aspects of the debate.
would you just want to give us any feedback on what you have heard, please? Alejandro, why don't you join us over here?
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Alejandra Rivera from the Institute for Human Rights and Business. And thank you, Lina, for the invitation. This has been very great to learn from all of you and hear all your perspectives. I have written some notes that I think is very important to learn from you, just to highlight the importance on occupational health and safety, women empowerment, when we speak of clean cooking, of course, which is also a health issue. At the Institute, we work a lot with mental and physical health, so that's very important for us as well. The importance of the market, lifelong learning from the Skill Lab, and you touched on a very important point on the people-centered approach. Since we are from the Institute for Human Rights and Business, we use the human rights center approach. So from our point of view, when we ask the question that I think is very important to us, coming from the future, how do we look at ourselves in 2050? But what I have also hear a lot is that in reality 2050 is now, because the actions that we're going to have today have a direct impact on 2050. So what did we did right now that we would ensure a just and equitable transition later? I think that's the key question. So the points that I wanted to make is maybe in two levels. I think first we need to have a framework of what are those transition actions to have a just and equitable transition. And for us, from the Institute for Human Rights and Business, of course, this needs to be based in human rights. For example, non-discrimination principle, the freedom of association.
So when we think about transitions, think about the fossil to green, but think about the no energy and how we get to build green economies off of that, because we can't do it without it. So that's my final word.
Absolutely. I think, Rebecca, just a quick word on the other side, very quick one, then we go to Lina for the end. We actually did it.
Okay. When I think about just transition coming from the labor side, it's not only about just energy transition, not only about speaking about transition in all those other sectors, but also transition in the energy sector, transition in the workforce sector, because we are harboring on ensuring that we produce decent quality jobs for the working environment. And also the key thing is not leaving anyone behind in this transition. So our transition within the labor sector and beyond, it's all inclusive and taking care of each and every person towards this transition. Thank you.
Absolutely, leaving no one behind. So over to Lena.
Thanks very much. There's not much else to say. Just keep up the good work. Thank you very much all for doing that, for showing us that there are solutions that we have today that can be scaled in the future. And yeah, maybe one last thing I think that hasn't been mentioned, but I think that's crucial, is to work together, to work radically collaborate and talk with people. And we are all here to do that. So I think we still have this room for another 10 minutes. So if you want to engage with the speakers, if you want to engage with us, I think rather than actually hearing from you, asking us questions here, let's just mingle, exchange contacts and radically collaborate on a just transition. Thank you very much, everybody.
Test, test, test. Test. Test, test. Test. Test, test, test. Check audio, check, test.
جرب لنا كده الكباستي كباستي بيلدينج
building. ايوه سامعني كده ولا إيه؟ تيست تيست. تيست 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 تيست. تيست تيست تيست. عايز تستلع بيه اكتر من كده. تيست. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. تيست. على ايه انا جايب لك كده. تيست. الو. تيست تيست تيست. تيست 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 مايك تيست. تيست تيست. ده المطلوب. خلاص تمام. تيست. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this event by the Commonwealth Secretariat in collaboration with the SLYCAN Trust. On behalf of the Commonwealth Secretariat and SLYCAN Trust, I'd like to thank the PCCB for dedicating time to this space and this important theme of strengthening capacities for innovation in just transitions for gender and youth in climate action. My name is Catherine Allinson. I'm the Director of Future Earth Limited, a systems expert working with governance and structural issues like gender integration, capacity development systems across the world, and on technological and social solutions with vulnerable communities. I'm here at COP27 with and on behalf of the Commonwealth Secretariat. I'll be your moderator for the first half of this event today, which is going to be interesting and lively with lots of different parts to it, and then hand over to my colleagues from SLYCAN Trust to guide you through later. This session will highlight the capacity building needs and innovative ways to mainstream cross-cutting issues of gender and youth into climate action for a just transition, and it will include elements which relate to the UNFCCC's participatory action on climate empowerment goals. Not only do we have a fantastic panel for you, we also have a group breakout session to learn from you about what you're doing around the world and share that knowledge and learning with each other. But first, we have the launch of the Commonwealth Best Practice Guide to Gender Integration in NDCs. Please allow me to introduce you and warmly welcome our keynote speaker, Right Honourable Patricia Scotland, KC, Commonwealth Secretary General. Patricia was born in the Commonwealth of Dominica and as the 10th child of 12 children, grew up in London. She completed her LLB honours at London University and was called to the bar at Middle Temple at the age of just 21. Her career has been marked by achieving a number of extraordinary firsts, not least of which was the first woman in a more than 700-year history of office to serve as Her Majesty's Attorney General for England, Wales, and Northern Ireland. Whilst holding these and other offices, she was given responsibility, among others, for gender equality, domestic violence, forced marriage, and international child abduction. And from these positions has promoted diversity and equality of opportunity, particularly for women and girls. As the only woman to have been appointed Secretary General of the Commonwealth, she is placing special emphasis on mobilizing the 56 nations of the Commonwealth to tackle climate change, including its disproportionate impact on women. And through women's empowerment, to build resilience in the smaller and more vulnerable countries. Eliminating domestic violence and violence against women and girls is another area of strong focus. Secretary General.
Can you hear me? Aha. Good afternoon, everyone. Friends, colleagues, partners, government representatives. I firstly want to just thank you for inviting me to join you for this auspicious event. I say auspicious because there is nothing, I believe, more important that we face today, because we are all grappling with the complexity and challenge. So tackling the impacts of a changing climate system on our lives and our livelihoods is both complex and challenging. Tackling the social systems which are not equitable is complex and challenging. But by placing inclusion at the forefront of systemic climate, social, and economic transformation, we can move closer to a more climate resilient and equitable society for all. But this requires considerable effort and skill from all of us. And we need to develop ever more thoughtful, considered, and inclusive approaches. We need to examine the social values which hinder or enable climate resilience for women and for youth. And we need to challenge our ways of thinking about and contributing to the world of work, inside and outside of the home. We need to look at the way decisions are made and by whom. And we need to examine how the most vulnerable households and businesses are supported, so we can really enable their success, even in times of climate-related stress. So, dear friends, I firmly believe that we already have the tools we need to achieve the social and economic transition through our governance and justice systems, our financial systems, especially climate finance, insurance, and wealth management, and most of all, in the tenacity of commitment made by people, many of whom, like you in this room, want to be the change we need to see. Now, all of you can lead the way forward to your countries and for your countries and communities, and providing the support where it is most needed. The Commonwealth has firmly committed to gender equality and youth empowerment through the declarations on gender equality 2021-2030. This year's Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting reaffirmed the commitment to driving inclusive and gender-sensitive and gender-responsive climate mitigation and adaptation initiatives, and centralized the role of women and young, and understood what the role could be that they each could play in galvanizing support for climate action right across the Commonwealth. This, we know, has to be done, and we now have the 2022 Commonwealth Youth Declaration, and the 2023 will be the Commonwealth Year of the Youth. It will be the 50th year of our programme, and it continues to be a primary concern, and we are engaged in every way. It's really important for us to remember that 60% of our Commonwealth is under the age of 30, so they are our majority. And the Commonwealth continues to find every way it can to help our citizens to deliver the change. And the Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub mainstreams gender at all levels of its vital work to help small and vulnerable countries access climate finance. And the Commonwealth regional and national climate finance advisors mainstream gender and youth considerations into the technical assistance they provide to our member states across policy, strategy, programs, and advocacy. That means, to date, our hub has unlocked $56 million in gender-sensitive climate finance. And I am really proud of that. And I'm really proud of my team and all of our partners, many of them who are in this room, who have made that happen. And I'm proud to announce that as part of our continuing effort to support countries deliver ambitious climate action which aligns with gender equality and youth empowerment goals, we are launching the Commonwealth Best Practice Guide on integrating gender in NDCs. And I'm going to ask Uzo just to hold that up. So, you know when they say, and here I have my beautiful assistant. So this is it. And I believe it is dynamite, because what it does is it'll blow up the myth that gender is not important or that it is not deliverable. This guideline is explosive, and I want you to use it judiciously to blow up all of those myths when people say we can't do this. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. And the best practice guide really succinctly maps out a timeline of tangible action points which the Commonwealth countries can undertake to enhance gender integration in the run-up to the 2025 NDC update cycle. It tracks Commonwealth progress across 4 best practice areas, providing analysis of what is working well, what we need to scale up, and where our Climate Finance Access Hub can provide even more support. And I really encourage you to utilize this resource, which you will be able to find on the Commonwealth Secretariat website as we strive towards improving integration of gender in the NDCs as the bedrock for successful climate action. Our resolve is absolute. We continue to strengthen our understanding, our support, and our advocacy to help fulfill our collective commitments. Because by working together in partnership, we can forge forward towards a more inclusive climate action, which is fully responsive to the needs of women, men, girls, and boys, recognizing them not as beneficiaries of climate action, but as agents of change. I really want to thank you all for being here. I'm looking forward to this discussion. I know it's going to be a dynamic one, and I know that being together, working together, sharing with and learning from one another will help us all. We can do this if we choose. I'm glad that everyone in this room and everyone listening to us have chosen to. So let's do it.
I'd like to now introduce Ms. Uzomaki Namara, Advisor Climate Change at the Commonwealth Secretariat.
Thank you very much, Catherine, and thank you very much to our Right Honourable Patricia Scotland Casey, the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, for the launch of the Best Practice Guide. My task today is in 5 minutes to just give us a quick overview of this Best Practice Guide that has just been launched, and my time starts now. So we all know that gender integration in NDCs is a very vital element, for achieving those targets that we've all set out. We need to ensure that women alike, men, young boys and girls, are all part of the process, right from decision making down to implementation, because they are positive agents of change and not just the beneficiaries. So we know it is an iterative process, but what makes this particular guide unique are 3 things. We've mapped out a timeline of tangible action points in the run-up to the 2025 NDC update cycle. So what can we do from now until then? So we have a set of actions for 2022-23, 23-24, and then 2024 to 2025. And we believe this is quite unique because we've set out questions, challenges, but also identified best practices that we can look at, including tips. Now, we've also ensured that we've had a mapping of all the guides, the toolkits, the guidelines, the processes out there on this particular topic, but we've made sure we've consolidated it in one guidebook. And so we have, across all the update cycle stages, hot tips and links for you, but also a compendium of all of these resources so that you have everything in one place, is useful and easy to access. Now, last year, while we were at COP26, we actually launched a report, and this was looking at how gender has been integrated across the Commonwealth. So all the NDCs that had been sent to the UNFCCC, we had a qualitative and quantitative assessment of these NDCs to see how gender responsive they were. And what we were able to do was to synthesize the best practices across these 5 thematic areas here. And based on this analysis, then this guidebook, stems from that. So we would encourage you to read the guidebook with this evidence-based resource. And we're looking at policy alignment when you talk about clarity of intent in your climate policies, your gender policies. How aligned are these? How are you drawing on the synergies? Now, when we talk about financing in the terms of getting the resource you need, the gender expertise, as well as budgeting for gender within your national budgets. Again, we talk about skill sets, making sure you have the right workforce to integrate all of these actions that have been outlined. Again, evidence. You need a strong evidence base on which to work with, and this is what we've provided with our analytical resource. You see 2 copies here. This year we have a 2nd edition, which pretty much has integrated all the other submissions post-COP26. So we have a complete analysis in terms of the country submissions. Last but not least, institutional collaboration and feedback mechanisms. We want to make sure that the gender experts and climate experts are working together and not in silos. So we have best practice examples. It's really encouraging to see that this is happening, and we want to make sure that all of that is shared across board. So I had mentioned one of the unique features being the timeline, and linked to this is how we've looked across the Commonwealth for the initial analysis. We've seen how we're able to highlight sub-points, looking at, we call it the progress check. And even though we say Commonwealth progress check, it's applicable to all countries. So this is an example to show how that some countries have already integrated gender in their analysis, and this is part of what we were looking at, the policy alignment. We see future ambition, and about 9% have said they are going to do this, but we want to make sure that by 2025, it will be more than this 18%. So already we're seeing those that are aligning their gender and climate policies. At the present time is 9%. We've seen another set that said they will do it. We're working to make sure we can work with them in doing that, but beyond that, we're hoping that with this analysis and best practice guide, we definitely have more than 18, maybe 100, but that's the aim. We also have questions, we also have challenges that may be faced, questions posing to challenges, but also solutions and tips on how to overcome this, including best practice examples. So in here, we've just shown one example with the government of Vanuatu, whereby they have highlighted in their NDC, there is the gender analysis, they've even broken it down to sex disaggregated data, gender indicators, even down to monitoring, evaluation, and learning processes. So this is good practice, and we're really pleased that we have a representative, Ms. Ezra Christopher, who will be joining the panel later to give us more in-depth insights into their experiences as they go along. But again, to highlight the other example in terms of budgeting, they have actually allocated, some amount of resources to take this forward. And that shows commitment, but also practical action, because you need the manpower and the resources to drive this in country. So it's doable, and these are some of the examples that we've teased out in the best practice guide. Again, we talked about the tips in the timeline format. This is another example in terms of how to make your NDCs, your budgets gender responsive. So in here, we've broken it down as to what can you do this year, what can you do next year, and what can you do in the run-up to 2025. So we believe this is going to be quite resourceful, and we know that this is an iterative process, so we welcome your feedback. We hope you would use it and also provide feedback to us. These are some of the resources I mentioned earlier, whereby we have blogs, guidebooks themselves, toolkits, etc. But what we've tried to do in this best practice guide is to map these in line with the NDC update cycle stages and also provide hot links to them. And so you have all of this as a resource within this document. So we hope with this, we're able to put into action the ambition of making sure that we have all parties, including women, as positive agents of change for gender integration in NDCs. Thank you very much. And just to say that all of this is available on our website. You'll be able to get all these resources as at today. Thank you. Back to you, Catherine.
Thank you very much. I'd like now to invite Ms. Amanda McKee, Director of Knowledge and Learning at the NDC Partnership Support Unit. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for the invitation today, and I'm so happy to be here, part of this official launch. This is exactly the type of guide that we need, and just to say, through the partnership, we're really looking forward to actually implementing this together. So, for those of you who don't know, the NDC partnership brings together more than 200 members, including more than 120 countries and 80 institutions, including the Commonwealth Secretariat, to really create and deliver on ambitious climate actions that help to achieve both the Paris Agreement, but also the Sustainable Development Goals. And always throughout this work with a shared commitment to gender equality. Gender-responsive climate action is not only just and fair, but it also leads to more equitable, more effective, and sustainable climate outcomes. If you look at the requests for support that we've received through the partnership, we put together something that we call a partnership plan to respond to that, and 87% of these include gender considerations. So it's something that's becoming much more common. Our target is actually 100%, so we're not quite there. A great example that I wanted to share of this is some of the effort that's being done in Panama. Here, the latest partnership plan includes gender indicators, it includes a gender and climate change plan, and it had clear participation of gender stakeholders from the beginning of its development. So in the last year, country demands for technical gender assistance have risen, but we know that there's more work needed to close these gaps. Within the support that the partnership is providing for NDC enhancement, so this was support that was provided over the last few years to help countries update their NDCs, close to 90% of the countries that we supported strengthened the integration of gender in their NDC document. If we look at youth, 42 countries targeted youth as well within their NDC. So not as much progress, but we're seeing this whole of society approach being taken up. Gender inclusion is also critical to the design and implementation of climate investments. And so we're really looking at this from all stages, from the development of the NDC, its implementation, and all the way into the financing. We put out an insight brief recently where we share opportunities to strengthen climate finance and investment planning with meaningful gender inclusion. Some of the findings from this brief highlight the importance of utilizing the support of gender experts when developing investment plans through a whole of society, whole of government approach. Also identifying gender priorities and activities at the onset of project development as opposed to an indicator that comes later on and on more of an ad hoc basis. And so these opportunities, they follow examples and resources that we're seeing across our partners, across the work that the Commonwealth is doing. And so to conclude just by saying I'm really looking forward to working with the Commonwealth Secretariat and with our members to put resources like this best practice brief into use for NDC implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amanda. So we're now moving into the second part of our session. So I'd like to ask our esteemed guests to make their way down. Thank you. And invite the panelists to come up, please. Thank you.
Okay, welcome everybody. My name is Dennis Mombauer. I'm Director of Research and Knowledge Management at SLYCAN Trust. SLYCAN Trust is a non-profit think tank, and today we are co-hosting this event with the Commonwealth Secretariat. And we are very happy to collaborate on this, and also very thankful for the space that the 4th Capacity Building Hub of the PCCB is giving to us to have this very interesting and very important discussion. So the topic of our discussion is strengthening capacities for innovative just transition approaches for gender and youth integration into climate action. So that's quite a mouthful. There are a lot of topics that we're covering. So each of these also deserves its own conversation, but today we're trying to talk about capacity building specifically for just transition and innovative approaches to capacity building for just transition that include gender, that include youth as key considerations, and that facilitate inclusive and participatory processes that are driven by evidence and that lead to gender-sensitive, gender-transformative, and youth-inclusive plans, policies, and actions. And we have a very good panel here, and I will not introduce it. I will hand over to Catherine, who is going to moderate the panel. I just want to say this is going to be a discussion that has different elements, and we're going to look at different perspectives on just transition, on capacity building, and on inclusive processes. We're going to look at aspects related to finance and risk management, but also to public participation, to engagement of multiple stakeholders, to the role of evidence and research, and to the incorporation of youth and youth voices and youth-led actions into this process. And I think there's a very interesting range of perspectives here. And after that, we are hoping to engage all of you in the audience to get your input as well on these issues and on innovative approaches that you have worked on the needs and challenges you have encountered. So with that, I'll hand over to Catherine to moderate this panel. Thank you very much, and thank you all for coming.
Thank you very much, Dennis. So it is really a pleasure to welcome our first panelist, Ezra Christopher. Not only was it a pleasure to work with her, it's a pleasure to be sitting on a panel with her now. She is the coordinator for the NDC revision at the Department of Environment in Antigua and Barbuda. She's a monitoring and evaluation officer in the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Environment of the Department of Environment in Antigua and Barbuda, and she oversees an active portfolio of more than 14 projects funded by international donors. She currently serves as the Deputy Coordinator of the Department's Readiness and Enabling Activities Program as well. Previously, she held roles as Strategic Communications Coordinator within the Ministry of Finance and as a journalist. She's a master's graduate from the City College of New York's Public Service Management. Ezra.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Catherine. I wanted to first start off by giving an overview of our why it was necessary for us to embark on a just transition in Antigua and Barbuda. So the just transition for Antigua and Barbuda is based on our NDCs. In our NDCs, we incorporated specific just transition related targets, as well as gender-responsive targets and the targets covering youth. For Antigua and Barbuda, it was necessary for us to embark on such a just transition, given our desire to embark on an energy transition. What we felt was that we have been impacted by extreme weather events and slow onset events. Antigua and Barbuda is a small island developing state that is frequently impacted by hurricanes. We've also saw that our energy system cannot withstand the impact of these events. We've also realized that they've been impacted negatively on vulnerable groups, particularly on female-headed households and the youth. So we decided to reach out to our partners such as NDC Partnership, as well as UNDP Climate Promise Initiative. We also received support through IRENA's SIDS Lighthouses initiative to basically help us to frame our energy transition and our just transition related strategies. So those strategies have specific actions for youth, women, youth and women, and also focuses on water and the energy sectors. Over to you, Catherine.
Thank you very much, Ezra. I will move on to the next panelist, and I've just been asked to read the guiding questions out that we had circulated in advance of this event to enable the audience to better follow the responses of our panelists today, which is fair enough. So I will now hand over to Mr. Kavindu Iriwera from the Global Youth Forum on Climate Change. He works across several areas. He works across climate policy work on finance. He works across renewable energy systems and also on green jobs and youth in Africa in the role of an innovator. Thank you. So the question we had set for Mr. Iriwera was on the subject of empowerment through activism. How has the work that he does with the SLYCAN Trust Global Youth Forum on Climate Change helped to build the capacity of youth and helped to influence the decision-making by their engagement in that subject? Also, how that influences the NDC process itself and shines a spotlight on intergenerational justice in climate action.
Thank you very much. Good evening, good afternoon rather, everyone. I'm Kavindu Iriwera. I'm from Sri Lanka, and I'm representing SLYCAN Trust plus SLYCAN Trust Youth here on the topic of how to empower youth in the climate activism, and also how can we build the capacities of youth all across the world, including Sri Lanka, all across the world. How do we address this issue? So it is no secret that the youth, young person, one of the most vulnerable sectors across the world, irrespective of who they are, where they're from. Across the world, they've been vulnerable to all the climate change as a result of climate change. So I am here, been working with youth for, I think, for the past decade in order to empower them, how to work with the processes and how to empower how to support them to be a part of this climate action. So one of the key initiatives that we had, SLYCAN Trust has the beginning from as a youth movement, which has built on to become a think tank entity on evidence-based research work, plus the policy analysis, and importantly the capacity building work that we do back at home and also across many regions in the world. Global Youth Forum is one of the initiatives that we started back at home back in 2016, which was an initiative by SLYCAN Trust. So the whole purpose was to build the capacities of the young people on what they do on climate action, what they have to do on climate action. So this has been a sort of a homegrown initiative which has gone to as a global initiative. This is something that was baked at home, but now it has gone to a level where we are collaborated with multiple entities all across the world, mainly the African region, plus also the European region, how to address and on how to build the capacities of young people. So let me, if I may explain to you about how it came to be. Our groundwork, evidence-based, when we are doing evidence-based research work, our groundwork, while we are doing the groundwork, we saw the need because they see the impacts of climate change, but they don't know what it is. So this is what we wanted to address it, to build the long-term resilience among youth. And also one of the other reasons that we wanted to highlight was we wanted to have this meaningful participation in the policy making process, may it be NAPs, may it be NDCs, may it be in the communication. We wanted to make them be part of the whole process, national processes. As a result, just before we are coming to here for the Conference of Youth plus Conference of Parties, we had a pre-COP session back in Sri Lanka, where I was very fortunate to be part of listen to many youth back in Sri Lanka, where they had made so many inputs on action, on ACE work, Action for Climate Empowerment, where I am happily and proudly also presenting during the negotiation as part of the inputs that we need to address what you think back in home and plus all across the world with the work, with the youth that we work. So I'm not sure whether I'm exceeding the time, so if there are anything else I can add throughout the session. Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's fantastic that you highlighted that it's a global issue and it's coming to the fore now, and that communication is something that I really picked up on. Communication is one of the points that we really need to hammer home, and that the youth being engaged not only in the NAPs and the NDC policy formulation, but also in the pre-COP meetings, so that the youth are also equally well prepared to come to these meetings and then spend time on panels and influencing the process itself. So we now move to the second half of the panel, which is to have some reflections from people who work with the developing countries to build capacity. And first to speak then is Dennis, who you already know, from SLYCAN Trust. Thank you, Dennis.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Catherine. Yeah, so I'm Dennis. I work as Director of Research and Knowledge Management at SLYCAN Trust. So SLYCAN Trust is a non-profit think tank. It grew out of a more of a network and then CSO kind of organization. So we still have this root in working with communities on the ground and doing implementation of projects with farming communities, with coastal communities, with youth, with women. But now we're focusing as a think tank more on the policy space, the research space. And our motto is from evidence to action, which means we collect evidence, we gather evidence, and then we make this connection from the ground level where we collect it to the national policy level, to the global space, to the UNFCCC space, and to other global processes, such as those related to SDGs or the Sendai framework. And for us, it's really important to ground this policy level work, this research, in the engagement with communities and to get this input directly from them. And it sounds simple, from evidence to action, almost deceptively so. But if you talk about evidence, this is a very complex thing. So it's not just about collecting physical data, it's also about collecting human data and to have different sources of data that can really give a comprehensive picture. So for example, when we work with farming communities, we get all the physical data. We get the national statistics, we get the weather data, we get like the demographic data, but then also we have very detailed interviews with people on the ground, with community members. We have focus group discussions with women from communities, with youth from communities, with different actors. We investigate the whole supply chain, the whole ecosystem, and get these voices to be included in the knowledge and the evidence that we are communicating upwards. And then also having a feedback back to these communities. So it's not just like a one-way process. And if we talk about the topics today, just transition, capacity building, there are a lot of capacities needed to make this evidence actionable and to really help communities and people on the ground to get the support that they need. And also, of course, to get other stakeholders the capacities that they need. That's institutional capacities, it's capacities of coordination between institutions, of knowledge sharing, of communication, but also human capacities, technical skills, technical expertise, literacies, competencies. So what we do is we have different initiatives. One of those is the Global Youth Forum on Climate Change that Kavindu has already mentioned, which is under SLYCAN Trust Youth, which is a special program we have. But we also have identified the need for skill development and entrepreneurship as a key capacity that's needed. So we have set up Ethical X, which is an entrepreneurship program which focuses on giving support for ethical, sustainable, and climate-friendly businesses and scaling those up. And we have Climate Innovation Hubs set up in Sri Lanka, in Niger. We're setting up one in Ghana, in different countries that provide support, especially in underserved areas, in rural areas, to build capacities and gives available like the resources and the equipment and the access to those who don't have it, to set up a business, to have a startup, to scale up what they're doing, and to connect it to different markets, to different audiences, and become bigger. So under this we have different cells that we set up. For example, in Sri Lanka we have a food system cell which is focused on sustainable food production. We have a fashion cell which is focused on the fashion and garment industry, which is a key element of our Just Transition work as well. Because there's a lot of people working in the fashion industry in countries like Sri Lanka or in Bangladesh or in India, and transitioning these industries to be more ethical and more sustainable and more climate friendly is a key part, and also more climate resilient, which is where the CDFI work comes in, climate disaster risk insurance and finance, and also risk management more generally, which is also a need we have identified across these different entrepreneurship sectors and across the different communities we work with. And we are trying to build the capacities on the local level of local authorities to report on these, on communities, but also on the national level with national level actors who have very different capacities on this at the moment. And it's important to bring them to a certain level and allow them to engage more effectively and enhance existing mechanisms that can be used then also to distribute and deliver support and finance to the ground level again, and then communicate upward, report upwards to the UNFCCC, under the NDCs, under the NAPs, under the national reporting mechanisms. So yeah, I don't want to take up too much time on this. We have a lot of knowledge products you can find in our Adaptation and Resilience Knowledge Hub that go into much more detail on the Just Transition work, on the climate risk work, on the food system work that we have, and the entrepreneurship work, and how it connects, how it can connect from the ground to policy processes, to NDCs, to NAPs, and to the UNFCCC. So yeah, thank you very much, and back to Catherine.
Thank you very much, Dennis. It's fantastic, the little phrase from evidence to action through all the policy making forums with two-way data collection process, which really helps build capacity whilst doing and combining that capacity building support with entrepreneurship and market access support, so very, very vital. Our next speaker is Mr. Daniel Stadtmuller. He is the Senior Policy Advisor and Team Lead at the Secretariat of Insure Resilience Global Partnership. Now, the question we set to Daniel was, what are the incentives behind the participatory risk finance and transfer mechanisms which mitigate both the physical and transitional risks for the most underprivileged communities, the underprivileged men, women, and youth? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine, for the question. I think it's important to, first of all, establish what risk financing and risk transfer is in the context of climate adaptation and what it specifically contributes. So if we think about a disaster striking or a climate-related extreme event materializing, then the availability of funds right after a disaster is critical for people and countries to recover quickly. We know that, and there's evidence to suggest that the faster money becomes available after a disaster, the more a society is able to cope with its impact. So this is where insurance and other instruments of financial protection come in, absorbing the residual risk that remains after risk reduction investments, after preparedness investments, and other elements of risk management. So we know that these instruments have the potential to prevent people from falling further into poverty when disasters happen. An example could be a family which receives a payout from an insurance product after a disaster and can use that money to sustain its family, and as a consequence of that doesn't have to send its kids to work and take them out of school, which in turn would have a negative consequence on the educational progress of these children. Another example could be a female-headed household which, through an insurance product, has the potential to plan ahead with a more long-term perspective, knowing that if she and her family is affected by a disaster, there is a payout, and she can use that money to recover and to move ahead with a long-term view and a long-term planning perspective. So we know that vulnerability doesn't only depend on where you live and whether you live in a climate exposed region, but it also depends on social cultural norms and patterns, and these have a tremendous impact on how women and men are impacted differently from disasters. For example, in many countries, we see that men have control over assets and women tend to rely more on sort of a day-to-day income. And so when we think about how do we design instruments of financial protection that are gender responsive, we have to have these aspects, we have to keep them in mind. And for example, a product that addresses asset losses for men will be very different from a product that addresses income losses for women that rely on this daily income and have no control over assets. So here we see one of the really important preconditions to really drive forward the implementation of gender-responsive solutions is the availability of sex disaggregated data. And we heard about evidence and the need for sound evidence as a precondition for gender-responsive climate action. And sex disaggregated data is really one of those factors that can drive that change towards more inclusive approaches. Another aspect is the level of financial inclusion. In many countries, we still see that women have lower access to financial products. There's a variety of reasons for that, but we need to think about those things when we design products and how can we make these products accessible for women as well. Investments in financial literacy, for example. In some countries, we've seen that women have lower access to mobile phones. So when we think about mobile-based solutions that work with mobile wallets, something that has been implemented quite a lot in terms of insurance, we have to think about how do we overcome these challenges when women have lower access to smartphones. So with that, and concluding here, we have established the Center of Excellence for Gender Smart Solutions, which was launched at COP26 last year. And it's a first of its kind platform to bring together policymakers and practitioners to make these instruments of financial protection more gender responsive. So the Center of Excellence has been enabled through the generous support of the Canadian government. It provides knowledge, evidence, guidance, and community building around this topic. We have various publications on this matter. For example, a toolkit that is about to be published that will help policymakers on the ground to identify entry points for gender responsive financial protection. We also have a technical advisory facility that had a very successful call for applications this fall, and there's a second call for applications coming in spring, and this advisory facility provides free advisory to organizations working on the ground on how to make climate and disaster risk finance and insurance more gender responsive. So I encourage all of you to check out coe.insureresilience.org. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you very much indeed, Daniel. And that's a great segue into the next speaker. The Toolkit for Policymakers on Gender Responsive Financial Protection is something that I'm sure our next speaker will already know everything about, or at least be looking at first thing tomorrow morning. So next we have Mr. Frederick Njehu, I'm hoping I'm saying that correctly, Senior Policy Advisor, Pan-African Advocacy Policy and Research Team, Global Advocacy and Influencing at Tier Fund. Now he provides policy leadership on Abundant Africa, climate, youth, and green jobs through research, analysis, and advocacy to influence the policy processes and priorities through working with allies, coalition partners, and governments. Now, the question we set for Frederick was, how can countries challenge systems, structures, and attitudes which inhibit gender equality to capitalize on the socio-economic resourcefulness of women and youth in addressing climate change?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. And thank you for that question, and well done to Commonwealth for organizing the event and launching their guide, which I'm looking forward to reading. So well done. There are a couple of things that I want to reflect on when you talk about issues of gender around just transition, but most importantly, the role of women and the youth in the just transition agenda, and how we bridge the gap on their inclusion. And one of it would be on skilling and building their capacity to be able to be on the journey for just transition. Because when you look at innovations that are being made currently in the African continent, the skills change has been happening so drastically, but the training and technical ability for young people, and especially women who are majorly entrepreneurs, to shift with that change is becoming pretty challenging. And as Tier Fund, we've been working a lot with young people on green jobs, especially in specific countries, looking at low carbon projects, small scale low carbon projects that they can be able to upscale, but also use their skills to develop these industries. And what we've found out, speaking to young people, especially in countries like Zimbabwe, Nigeria, Uganda, Kenya, and others, is that there's a strong disconnect between the policy responses that have been put by government and just transition for young people. And one of the key pillars I saw in your guide was around policy, and I think it will be important to collect as much information around policy responses to just transition as possible in specific Commonwealth countries. That will be a very good value addition. The other important aspect is on governance and how we govern just transition to change the attitudes and build solidarity in the African continent, especially where there are young people. And the rising levels of employment that we've seen would only be corrected if countries are able to use the existing policy instruments like the African Continental Free Trade Area as one of the avenues to bring together and catalyze the change that we want to see and build that level of transformation. And lastly, I want to talk about the NDCs, especially data collection of NDCs. We've been mobilizing young people pre-COP to speak to them around some of the innovative projects that they are doing. And how they can report when NDCs processes come on board. And what we found out that there's a huge challenge and huge disconnect with the available information there and available data. And I think that's where countries should invest their resources on, collect as much information and data as possible, and you're able to capture as much information around youth and gender as possible. So I wanted to highlight those three, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Well, we've had a very different selection of views from our last three speakers we had from the first three. And what's interesting about this is all of them speak to different parts of the same story that by raising the voices of women and of youth, and by interacting with them to collect the data upon which the evidence can be based, only through having that data and doing the analysis on it can we push better policies through which will impact on those gender and youth forums. So I'd like to thank everybody for coming today, and we now move over to Dennis for the third and last part of this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine, and thank you to all the other panelists for your really great interventions. It was very interesting to listen to you. You can actually stay. So I'm going to go a bit off script. I think, so originally we had planned to have breakout groups, but I think we started a bit late and then the first segment got a bit longer. These are the realities of COP. So I think we don't have time to go into 2 breakout groups. I would rather have it as an open discussion and give everyone the chance to make their interventions now and bring their feedback in. So the guiding question for the breakout groups would have been what are innovative solutions and approaches for building capacities for a just and climate resilient economic transition, especially with a focus on gender and a focus on youth. And we had 2 facilitators for these groups, so I would like to give them the opportunity to say something first, and after that open the floor to any interventions from the audience. Because we only have about 13 minutes left, so I don't think we have the time to go into groups. But we still would very much like to hear all of your inputs and give you the chance to say something in reaction to the panel or any work that you are doing on capacity building, on just transition, on gender and youth. So I think the first facilitator would have been Lelemba Firi. So if you would like to maybe quickly say something, and very sorry that we don't get the chance to facilitate the group, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think that this is a very important conversation, and I come from the investment space. I run 2 gender lens funds that focus on investing in women entrepreneurs, and the integration of climate has become a very important piece for us as we grow our investment portfolio. So part of the conversation I would definitely love to have with all of the people in the room, including the panelists, is how do we drive more finance into the space that intersects gender and climate? And how do we actually put some pressure on development finance institutions to think about investing more from the bottom up and stop focusing so much on just the infrastructure piece, which is not even particularly being done right if we're thinking about the climate. So yeah.
Thank you. The other facilitator would have been Sajani Ranasinghe, who is a policy and legal analyst at SLYCAN Trust and also a co-coordinator for the Global Youth Forum on Climate Change. Sajani, if you want to say 1 or 2 sentences maybe. Going all the way around. Okay. Now the floor is yours.
Hi everyone, I'm Saljani. As Mr. Dennis mentioned, I work as a legal and policy analyst at SLYCAN Trust. So what I do want to know is get some input from you regarding initiatives in your country that take youth into consideration and basically build the capacity of youth. So that's what I would like to hear from everyone here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sajani. So now the floor is open. If anyone would like to ask a question or even more interesting, talk about any innovative approach that you are doing in your work in your country or in the countries you're working in, related to capacity building, related to just transition, related to making sure that youth are included and that they are able to participate in these processes, related to gender, related to any of the topics we discussed here. Now is your chance. Please raise your hand and we'll get you a mic. All right. There one. Yeah.
Good day, everyone. My name is Ruth Spencer. Like Ezra, I'm from Antigua. We're a small population. We have high, hot temperature. So solar energy is a way out for us. The impact of high energy costs on women, especially having small businesses, we pay 50 cents US per kilowatt hour, and it makes our businesses very uncompetitive. And many homes, we have a lot of cottage industries, but the high energy costs, if they can't pay them, the utility company cuts them off. So we need the just transition, which means whatever systems are designed for the people must include the local voices of the people. We have signed on to the ESCAZO agreement, and this says we have a right to information, we have a right to consultations. So any systems being planned for the country must include the knowledge, the experience, the observations of the local people. I have been involved in a lot of solar installations. I've done over 10 of them. But what's been amazing is that when you put it on the radio, the local solar installers volunteer to assist with the installation. Of course, they're not going to put the women up on the ladders going on the rooftops to install the systems, but we are seeking to build capacity in other areas of green jobs. And the way forward looked good. I thought by now Antigua would have transitioned to renewable energy. You know, a couple of years ago we were very fast in accessing resources. But you know how it is when your government is in power purchase agreements and sometimes the approval is difficult to get. But we have to work towards more inclusion and participation in all the decision-making processes. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great point. Esra, you wanted to add anything also, right?
Yes, thank you so much for sharing that. I just want to piggyback on what you said earlier about putting evidence into action. We did work with quite a bit of partners and quite a bit of organizations, including gender and social inclusion groups, just to identify what the needs are. And as my fellow colleague mentioned, we did see that females, particularly those from female-headed households, were considerably energy poor. So we also wanted to see what were their spending patterns were in response to those energy costs as well as natural disasters. So we embarked on quite a bit of studies with our partners, and based on the evidence gained from that, we started to design interventions to support them. We also realized that we needed to create opportunities for operation, installation, and maintenance of renewable energy technologies. We are also embarking on initiatives that will involve expanding or improving the curricula in our local training institutions, as well as getting technical assistance from key international partners to beef up our offerings in operation, installation, and maintenance of renewable energy technologies at homegrown institutions. So we will be rolling out quite a bit of programs in that regard. We are also embarking on a gender and social inclusion program, and we are going to be expanding some initiatives through our GCF country program. Antigua and Barbuda, through its Department of Environment, is also an accredited entity to the GCF. So we're in the process of developing a very robust pipeline of projects that will integrate just transition elements in all those projects, as well as develop a standalone just transition project that will seek to target regional entities.
Thank you very much. Can we have a mic up there? Okay, we have two. We have to keep it relatively short, but please, you have the floor.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Vupech Pilimlapesi from Zambia. I'm a small-scale entrepreneur in the agribusiness industry, producing strawberries on an organic farm. So I just wanted to find out, in your plans in trying to help with capacity building for small businesses like myself, are there any plans you've put in place to amplify certainly the people who are in business like myself, who are trying to regenerate the soil, who are trying to heal the soil? So I would love to know, like, what are your plans for people who are trying to amplify on that? We are doing it in a small way, but I would want to amplify it. I would want to go into other provinces. For example, in my country, Zambia, we're currently just training and trying to educate small-scale farmers. I have about 125 farmer women that I've trained and who are practicing soil regeneration. So it's very difficult for a small organization like myself to amplify it and go into other provinces, all the 10 provinces. So in your capacity building plans, do you have any plans to help small businesses like myself to amplify? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So in our work, and we can maybe talk about after the session a bit more, under this Ethical X program and the Climate and Innovation Hubs, that's exactly what we are doing. So we are, in the food systems cell, we are helping small and medium-sized businesses to really grow, and especially those focusing on sustainable, on regenerative, on agroecological practices in food systems. And one part of it is giving capacity building support, connecting them to technical experts, but also experts on like the legal setup, on registration, on certification, on accreditation, and the national entities managing these, but also to connect them to finance. So we connect to existing incubators and accelerators, but also we're talking with banks, we're talking with insurance companies to provide support and provide special loan programs under special conditions for people to scale up this business and really grow. Because these are the practices that we want to encourage and that we want to, that need to be growing for a just transition of the food system and for a transformative change of how we produce and consume food. So yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, very shortly. Yeah, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you for the very engaging discussion. So I have a question again to the Antigua and Barbuda official. So we heard in the pre-COP discussions in the Bahamas that there is going forward, move away from the grant-based support, or maybe funders, because of the limited funding, tend to move to more innovative blended financial instruments beyond grant, especially when it comes to adaptation. And when you have a lot of livelihood and small businesses there, so my question is that how is the government thinking of institutional transition to make it more fit for purpose? Is by and large more credit-worthy oriented and also more less risk averse actually. So would like to know from you. Yeah, I hope it's clear.
I think
yes,
I think I may have missed one or two things that you said.
Yeah. So the question was like, looking at a transition from grant to more innovative financial instruments, how do you think the institutional structure in the country is adjusting to make it more fit for purpose?
Yeah, we do recognize that climate financing is becoming a lot tighter. We are considering embarking on a debt for climate swap. We are in discussions with GCF on that, and also our regional institutions, ECLAC, in regarding that area. The department is also seeking to gain re-accreditation upgrade. We are currently accredited to do low-cost loans and grants. So we are considering doing a blended financing. We are also looking at equity and possible guarantees. So it's a discussion we're currently having with GCF.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So now we are at the end of our time, so I would like to hand over to Dr. Ruth Katumuri, who is a Senior Director, Economic, Youth and Sustainable Development Directorate at the Commonwealth Secretariat, to give a few closing remarks. And from my side, that's all. Thank you very much to all the panelists. Thank you very much to the PCCB team for giving us the space. And over to you.
Just stay there, though. Don't go away. Well, thank you very much for this great event and the partnership and all of you who participated in it. Today is the second day, second youth day at COP, and I'm really pleased to see all of you young people. And from where I am, you're all young. And to see all of you so actively involved in this space is extremely important. And let me say what my childhood in India, what we were trying to do is we had the phrase, educate a woman and you educate a family. Yes? And so what we're looking at now is how do we enable more and more women to have access to not only finance, but across various components of the development story. And in this case, we're talking about sustainable and resilient development. I have been in tribal areas in India where creating corporations or cottage industry, as they call, enable women to be more productive. Then we have schemes in India such as accounts, opening accounts, which has then strengthened women's access to finance. Now, Daniel talked about access to finance and financial literacy. We have a fintech program at the Commonwealth Secretariat, which touches upon those aspects. Of course, we are planning. So the good thing you have is I've got economic, youth, and sustainable development, which I have climate change, economic policy, health, education. I'm responsible for all these aspects in my directorate. So what we're trying to do is integrating these things. The other thing is at the Commonwealth Secretariat, we have mainstream gender into everything that we do, yes? And similarly, 60% of our 2.5 billion population is under the age of 30. So we now, with this new strategic plan, we have mainstreamed youth into everything that we do. And we work very closely with several youth networks. And last year, for the first time, we made sure we involved our young people into COP, and they're much more active. Lots more things are being done by our youth groups at COP27. So with that, I will stop, and this toolkit and this work on climate change and gender is very central to the work that we do, and working with you all, I'm sure we will achieve the goals that we need to, but together for implementation, that's the key. And it's not just implementation, I would say, and that message is coming again and again at this COP, faster, and we have to do much more. So thank you all, and all of you who participated, and for your questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us. We're going to get started now. I am David Wasco. I'm the director of the International Climate Initiative at WRI, the World Resources Institute. And this panel, as I'm sure you know, is about how to integrate just and gender-inclusive transition strategies into national planning. That includes such things as NDCs, long-term strategies, but also other kinds of national plans as well. And this work that WRI is doing on this front is very much in tandem with what's known as ICAT, the Initiative for Climate Action Transparency. And we'll have one speaker from ICAT who will talk a bit about how ICAT is thinking about these questions of integration of these issues, just and gender inclusive climate strategies. So with that, let me introduce the panelists. And if you give me one moment here. I'm going to do
Good afternoon.
Particularly since we're
Unfortunately, I'm not able to hear you, but if you can tell me whether you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Okay, so
Is Henning planning to speak?
Missed the wonderful introduction, but I'll just get started, if that's okay with you.
Oh, sure. So on the screen we have Henning Wooster, who is the director
So
of
I
ICAT.
have prepared a few slides, and the next technical challenge will be to see whether you can actually see the slides. And I'm not getting feedback now again, and I can't even see you anymore, so it makes it even more difficult. So I assume that you hear me and that you see the slides, and I wish you again a good afternoon and thank WI for organizing this and hosting us. And of course, we are really pleased to collaborate with WRI on this. So I'm getting a signal that I'm heard. So great. I want to focus on transparency for just transition processes, and will highlight towards the end ICAT's offer of support to countries. Very clearly, ambitious NDCs will require fundamental economic transformations, and that is only feasible if no one is left behind, which means that credible just transition processes are needed. Credibility relies on a strong framework that ensures that the tracking of whether just transition strategies are actually unfolding is in place and functioning as agreed. At this COP, which is an implementation COP, ICAT is highlighting the role of transparency for effective implementation. Let me just give you that as a bit of context. Tracking NDCs is, of course, critical. It's a centerpiece of the biannual transparency reports due by 2024. But transparency is also key when engaging stakeholders and mobilizing finance, or when participating in Article 6 cooperative approaches. And this is where also just transition processes come in. You cannot manage what you cannot measure. ICAT has developed a set of methodologies on all these topics and is offering support to countries to implement them. At our recent community meetings at the beginning of September, with 90 participants from over 20 countries, we discussed just transitions in a dedicated workshop that was led by WRI. And some interesting key messages emerged. First one, MRV systems on just transitions should not be separated from the national MRV frameworks, but they should build on and as much as possible communicate with the systems that countries have in place. Secondly, gender is a key focus for all countries in their just transition processes. Thirdly, cooperation between different stakeholders is critically important for all the transparency activities, but it's particularly important for just transitions. I mean, you can just think of unions, trade unions, workers, associations, employers that are all affected and eager to engage. Good practices, and that's my fourth and fifth point, include linking just transitions to sustainable development goals, as you will probably see in the case of South Africa, and embedding just transitions objectives and perspectives in the NDCs so that they can actually be part of the tracking of NDC progress. That was a message from the Dominican Republic. So a credible just transition framework plays a key role in raising ambition. ICAT's just transitions work is developed by WRI, and the just transitions tracking methodology is at the center of our work. It will be developed as part of a bottom-up approach. A draft has already been finalized and can be shared as a slide deck. The methodology highlights why tracking of just transitions is important, the benefits, the users, the use cases. It offers a framework for tracking progress on just transition processes, stakeholder engagement, defining the just transition vision, developing indicators, establishing data collection processes, and reporting and analysis of the data on those indicators. The methodology will be implemented first in 2 ICAT partner countries that you will hear of shortly, Nigeria and South Africa. And based on the experience in those countries, the methodology will be refined and then published as a guide. The M&E of just transitions will be part of ICAT's offer to support to any country, so that if countries are interested in this, they can request an ICAT project to cover just transitions work. And that brings me to my last point, that we have just launched a call for expressions of interest for new ICAT partner countries with a deadline of 15 January. And we are very eager to engage with countries who are interested in ICAT support. I want to emphasize the urgency. I mean, I mentioned the biannual transparency report, which is due by the end of 2024. That's just around the corner. So we will prioritize those countries that are ready to engage, that have a clear understanding of what they want and are able to engage with us as soon as possible. And I hope many countries are gearing up. My colleague Oleg Bulyani will join you at the pavilion shortly, and I'll be in Sharm next week. So we are happy to connect with anybody who's interested and has any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Henning. Not sure you can hear us at this point, but thank you. Henning gave us, I think, a very helpful and rich overview of the work that we are pleased to be working with ICAT on to develop ways of tracking and measuring how well countries and other entities as well are doing with just transition. This is an interesting new area. It's not one that there's a lot of work that's been done in before, and so we're very keen to dive into this. And I think as a way to set the scene for thinking through those questions, it's critically important to hear about and understand what is happening in countries and how various countries are going about work on just transition. So We have three excellent guests here who will describe what they are working on. First, to my right, Dr. Tuli Khumalo, who is the Chief Operations Officer for the Presidential Climate Commission for South Africa, and I imagine she will touch a bit on the Just Transition framework that commission recently did and has been adopted, I believe, at cabinet level. Secondly, to my immediate left is Flavia Bellegarde, if I got that right, who is the founder of La Clima and Youth Climate Leaders, and is also the manager of institutional relations at Centro Brasil no Clima, which I assume translates to Brazilian Center on Climate. And then to my far left is Pedro Cossanz, who is a technical consultant for the Ministry of Environment in the Dominican Republic. So those are excellent panelists we'll hear from in a moment, and I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Rebecca Carter, who is the acting director of the Climate Resilience Practice at WRI.
Great, thank you, David, and it's a pleasure to be here with all of you today. Really looking forward to this panel. So let me start off by asking each of our panelists to spend about 5 minutes answering the question, how has a just and gender-inclusive transition been integrated into your country's NDCs? And what are the current considerations for long-term low-emissions development strategies? Why don't we start off with Dr. Khumalo?
Must I press? Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tuli Khumalo, as it has been said. Perhaps let me start by explaining what the Presidential Climate Commission is in South Africa so that there's context. It is a multi-stakeholder body that is appointed by the President to oversee the just transition in South Africa to a low-carbon economy and a climate-resilient society. So this commission set out to develop a just transition framework that sets out broadly what the vision is for South Africa, what we need to do to get to that low carbon economy and climate resilient society. So as the question is also about gender. How is gender included in this just transition? But maybe just to explain how we came out with the framework document that we have at the moment. We went to communities, consulted communities, especially where they will be affected. We have different regions, coal mining regions in South Africa. One of the main ones is Mpumalanga, that has about 16 of the Eskom power stations located there, and a lot of coal mining to supply coal to those stations. Those are the livelihoods that are going to be impacted dramatically with the shutdown or increase in coal that we're talking about, as we are reliant heavily on coal for electricity in South Africa. So we had those community consultations in those areas and in other areas outside of the Mpumalanga region where there's mining, where there'll be livelihoods. And let me say, South African women are very strong women, very vocal. They were part of the conversation. You can even watch the videos. They are online on our website for every meeting that we went to. It was the women that put forward what they want to see in the just transition. Put forward the service delivery issues that we have in the country. We have 3 main problems for those who don't know: inequality, poverty, and unemployment. They are the biggest challenges that we have in the Republic, which we also want to address as we embark on this just transition that we have worked on. And so after we had completed the community consultations and we had a draft document that was good enough and set out broadly the vision, we also defined in South Africa what the justice part of the transition means. It is procedural, which means that in the way that things are being done, there must be justice. It is distributive, which means that we want to address our issues of inequality in this, shall I call it, new economy that we want to build. And so we have all those, defined all that. We then had a multi-stakeholder workshop where we had put together all the inputs for everybody to share. And shall I add that all the meetings of the Commission are live streamed. Anywhere in the world, if you know the Commission has a meeting in South Africa, you can log on to the website or our Facebook page and see the meeting as it happens. Just as we're going to have another one on the 2nd of December, you can start with that one. 8 o'clock South African time, it will be live streamed, you will see that. And when we had concluded that, after the conference, we then sat with the document and concluded it, took it to a Commission meeting. It was adopted as the Just Transition Framework of the Republic, and then the Deputy Chairperson of the Commission, Mr. Vale Musa, handed it over to the President in person on the 5th of July, who received it and, of course, had views on how some of the aspects that were in the document were undertoned. He felt we could have been more emphatic on some of the aspects that are reflected in the document. It was then submitted to Cabinet and it was approved, it's adopted. It's the Just Transition Framework for South Africa. So where we are now, we are working towards developing an implementation plan for this framework. It's a work that we have just started, and we, again, the matters of transparency and gender are going to be addressed. We're going back to those some communities that we had consulted when we crafted the document and add others, because South Africa is quite a big country for those who don't know. You can say you've run community consultations and you've only spoken to just a fraction of the people in the Republic, but we have very organized civil society organizations that have the pulling power, and they are represented as well in the Commission, and they bring that forward. We're also doing a project, thanks to the funding, that is developing a monitoring and evaluation system for South Africa for all climate action under the Just Transition. And we just started that work. We want to define indicators that we're going to be monitoring to see if there's an improvement, and document all of the climate actions in the Republic. And of course, because it's the work of the Commission, it will be publicly available. Transparency is one of the key aspects of the work of the Commission. Shall I leave it here? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Khumalo. And let me turn to Flavia now for the same question. How has Brazil integrated a just and gender-inclusive transition into its NDC, and what are the considerations for long-term low-emissions development strategies? Whichever you're more comfortable with.
Hello, yeah, it's working. So, nice being here. I'm Flavia Bellaguarda from Brazil. And I've been working on climate justice for a while now in my country, and I wish I could reply the question quite easily, saying, yes, my country, it's putting gender all over our NDCs, but it's not what's happening. So I have like 4 minutes to show how my country can achieve and bring gender into their NDCs. We had our NDC updated from the last COP, but if you look at it, there is one single mention on gender, only one. And when you go through that paragraph, you see it's quite broad. So they mention gender, but they say we have like a specific organ called like Brazilian Forum on Climate Change that was like instituted by decree in 2017 in Brazil. And through that organ, it's a kind of the connection between the federal government and the civil society. But even though with the Brazilian Climate Change Forum there, we didn't have space to have debates on gender-related issues. And now Brazil is stepping in a new government that has been showing up that climate change matters. So as civil society, we can see we have a space now to dialogue in order to bring gender into our NDC. However, if you look at the subnational level in Brazil, we can see the states or even big cities in Brazil developing their climate action plan, and we have gender there, and we have just transition there, or green jobs over there, in a way that is much more well developed in grassroots development. In a way that, as my colleague just said, the bottom-up movement, and listen to the communities and understand the realities of those who are suffering the most in order to bring their voices into our climate action plan. but it's a way to learn how to do it, and we can just replicate to develop our NDC when we are going to update it again. And in Brazil, the reality as being a woman there, we are like 51% of the population in my country, but also as white women, we earn less than 30% of the men's, but if you go to black women, it's much, much higher, and the majority of them, almost like 56% of them are work in informal jobs, and also only 3.5% of women in Brazil are CEOs on big companies. And if you see in the parliament, we are only 16% there. So if you look at the position power in Brazil, we are not the majority. So I think that's the biggest clue why it's not included in the NDC. And we need to make that transition as well. We need to bring Brazilian women, not only Brazilian women, but all women all over the country and all over the world, to achieve those spaces of power in a way to bring the gender and the just transition agenda in a more developed and more concrete way. So we have like a huge way to go. It's not easy, but I can see, learning from the communities in Brazil, that it's possible. We have already some climate action plans showing us that we have a way to go. And now, thanks even to civil society, who has been an amazing job collecting data, we can find out easily all those data that I just told you, and also we can track how women are doing in Brazil in so many different ways. If you go to our data website called IBGE, we can find just one specific area just about gender and all the layers related to this. So we do not have excuse. We have data, we know the way, we have even technology to help us to get there. We have like all the ingredients we need to make that recipe. So there is no excuse anymore, and I can see that we are getting there. Hopefully, next time I can answer that question saying, yes, we have gender all over our NDC, but we still have a long way to go.
Thank you, Flavia, for that honest assessment of progress that is being made, but that there is indeed more to be done. And now let me turn to Pedro with the same question about how Dominican Republic has integrated a gender-inclusive transition, a just and gender-inclusive transition into its NDC, and how it's being considered for your long-term low emissions development strategy.
Thank you very much for the space, for the participants that are here right now. In the case of the Dominican Republic, I was the consultant at the moment hired by the steering committee made up of, from the Ministry of Environment, National Council for Climate Change, the Ministry of Planning, and the Ministry of Investment, let's say it. I don't have the quiet transition right now, for the NDC process. My role in this process was to be to include action for pro-climate empowerment and the other transversal elements into the NDC. For the action for climate empowerment and gender as equal as youth, we took, and like with all the NDC, we took as a framework the legal framework of the country. Starting for our constitution in Article 9, it claims about the gender equality we need to work on. After that, the most important instrument that we have for planning is our National Strategy of Development until 2030 that have an objective of gender equality. All the policies in the Dominican Republic goes down from these two documents. So into the climate action, there were several policies that include gender, just our National Adaptation Plan, our INDC, all the documents related to climate action. So after gathering all those documents, we started this process of revising what will be included as goal into our NDC as a first process. Also, we have a national gender action plan that was the basis, the major basis for this process. And after putting together all those pieces, we created this kind of list of things to do to be included in our NDC, to be our climate action way to go for the next years. That will be our NDC, but this needs to be revised. And then it started the consultation process. This consultation process was made up of the public sector, private sector, civil society. We tried all the time to have representation from women in all categories that I have mentioned. The final measure for that was that we have 65% participation of women in the same position level of taking decisions, because it was this kind of forums we made by sectors, the sectors that we included in our mitigation and adaptations goal into the NDC. But also we have something really important that we're pushing forward as a country right now into the negotiation processes. It is taking into account a transversal element, not just as a checklist and have it there, as you mentioned, but also having goals on them. So we as a country included 2 major goals in gender. Also we included goals in just transition, youth, human rights. We have, this whole chapter about the transversal elements, and that was the way, the pre-resume of the Dominican Republic. We consider our NDC has our climate constitution, and it's important to mention that apart from that, our NDC since 2012, all the climate action policies that are being published in the Dominican Republic include gender and try to work with the participatory process. And something really relevant to mention about this participatory process is that we count also with the Ministry of Women as a guidance and revision entity into the process of the NDC.
Excellent. Thank you, Pedro. So I think we have 3 different experiences here, but with some similarities. I think some commonalities are starting to come out. And my second question, which I think Dr. Khumalo and Flavia, you started to speak about, and Pedro, you mentioned as well, is about indicators and how you will know when you've achieved a just and gender-inclusive transition, because of course this is not as easy as measuring whether or not you've reduced emissions or how many people have been served by this policy or, that program. So what is your thinking on how you will know if you've gotten there? And please do go ahead and be specific about what kinds of metrics and indicators you're using. And Flavia, why don't we start with you this time?
I think this is like the biggest challenge that we are facing now, and even this COP is the COP of implementation, and even global stocktake, other kind of measures on NDCs or Paris Agreement and all over, how we know we are getting there. And I think that's the key question, and we do not have a specific answer for that. But in my view, I can see, like, in a practical way, in Brazil, for example, and I can relate it to other countries as well, the way we know we are getting there, if it's like we are able to change the structures. So we have the indicators, but bottom down, we can see like women, they are able to make profit. We can see they, like the most vulnerable ones are able to have a more dignity on their lives. We can see even like the big pictures. A lot of people ask me, do you think it's possible to change the structures in order to be sure we are doing something different through and analyzing all those data? I think the big picture, even at COP, it's quite a good answer for that. Because if you see like the main picture of COP, not only 27, but the other ones, there is always the same somehow. They are like much more male, much more like white, and that's the way the structure has been doing. But if we know one day we are going to have a different picture of that, much more diverse, and with like representing the entire world on that, I think that's the main, the best measure we can have that we got there. Because we were able to change the structure in a way to open space to all voices that matters and must be there. So I think it's a long way to go within the data and how the conclusions of that, how we can know exactly we got there. Of course, the data are important, but we must track on the way. And doing that, for example, in Brazil, an example of like big cities there or with their climate action plans, they go they took all the SDGs, and in order to have all the SDGs, they understand like what matters more. We must have 52% of women in power. We must have like all these girls going to school. We must have like more healthy foods on that specific community. So they set up specific things that become like a value. So we are not gonna exchange these specific lines for anything. And in order to do that, monthly, that specific city, like for example, Recife or even São Paulo, they track down monthly in a way to see if they are getting there. Because normally we think about the data and where we want to be. But the process of that is the most important thing. So understanding what do you want to track down and follow it monthly, it's like a good way to see if you're going to the right place or not. Otherwise, you can change routes and do it all over. We are always like learning how to do it. But I could see that locally in Brazil in more medium, small city scale. And the challenge to bring that to the government level, to the federal level, it's huge. Even because Brazil is continental, and like it's really tough because we have different Brazils inside one Brazil. And it's another thing about data as well that we have been doing there. It's really hard to generalize this. We must understand where we are looking at because every single biome in Brazil is different. So needs a specific touch that we cannot be broader about it. And that's why following monthly or within 6 months, the data we set up that is the most important to achieve in a specific time, it's a way to go. And I can see that this way, step by step, we can get there if we break down the entire process of analyzing the data and, of course, seeing the results by listening the voice of the population to be sure that we are getting there.
Great, thank you, Flavia. It is indeed a work in process. Pedro, same question for you about indicators and metrics and how you will know that you're getting there.
Thank you. That's a really, really interesting question. Like in the Dominican Republic, when we started this process of the update of our nationally determined contribution, we have noticed that we need more data segregated by sex. We need to be more gender responsive when it comes to saying what we're going to do. And more importantly, if we're talking about adaptation, something important to mention is that our NDC not only takes into account mitigation, we treat it equally important adaptation, even though there is not a mandatory call on putting in the NDC. And adaptation is about gender, how you were mentioning, like every specific population in every specific biome needs to address different assets that encourages the community and all that to be participatory. So to understand that and being able to work on that, what the Dominican Republic has done after that is NDC action plan. And in this NDC action plan, all the means and measures that we put on our NDC in mitigation, adaptation, and transversal elements and all the stuff, we start a process of saying how we're going to do it, what we're going to get from it, and start establishing period of time, different activities, and also indicators. And so we got the first indicators that were, MERI indicator has emissions, emissions trap, all those things. We started a process with the help of many institutions on including gender responsive, gender sensible, different type of indicators, transforming those indicators or including new indicators that we can take information from. The thing is, now we need to work on having the capacity to track those indicators, but also we have the indicators that are just these major goals we have, make it or not. For example, we included in the NDC, one of the major goals is to establish a gender and climate women kind of table. When it comes to the NDC action plan, it became one activity. Now we're working as the Ministry of Environment, the National Council for Climate Change, and other institutions as the Ministry of Women to create that table. And that table will help not only to implement and revise all the things related to gender in our NDC and mitigation and adaptation, but also will help to implement our gender action plan. that being quite frankly, most countries that have a gender action plan right now, being developing countries or being a small island developing countries, we haven't had much support financially to do so. So we are tracking, way out to start implementing them, because it's really important not only to work gender as a transversal element, but also to include those actions that we really get into the sectorial forestry, energy, transport, that will make, those policies and actions be responsive to gender, not only having this big, it impacts 50 women and 20 men. No, it's not what we want. We want really a transformational analysis. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Pedro. And I certainly agree that mainstreaming climate action and gender across different sectors is absolutely essential to actually implementing change. Yeah, thank you. Let me turn to Dr. Kamala with this question now about metrics and indicators and how you will know that you are achieving a just and inclusive gender transition.
Let me not preempt a lot of that, because we're just going to embark now on the project of setting up the indicators for the monitoring and evaluation system. But I will share with you that in the national planning system of government, we are integrating the Just Transition Framework aspects of it overall to the term of the current government office. And the PCC itself has a technical working group, which is a monitoring and evaluation and reporting working group that deals with these aspects of M&E and indicators and so on. It's not an easy question to answer, but in South Africa we do measure some of the aspects of our problems, if I can call it that. We have quarterly figures on unemployment in the Republic. So of course we have a huge labor force that is in the current shall I say, non-transformed economic activity, coal mining, and so on and so on. And so one of the things you want to know, that you would help us to know and measure, is to look at the unemployment rate, because you want to create more jobs in the green economy than you have now. More jobs, cleaner jobs, more sustainable jobs. And so the fact that we measure our unemployment rates quarterly, we will be able to see whether there is an improvement at all on the unemployment figures. We'll be able to see in which regions the employment levels are improving. Because we have a lot of migrant labor in South Africa, it doesn't follow that the people who are working in the Mpumalanga region are all from the Mpumalanga region. But where there's a value chain, an economic hub happening, there will be a whole lot of other activities that then spring up to support that. We've got a very big trucking industry, for example, trucking the coal. And of course, there are other aspects of people who then have small businesses to support that whole thing, that whole coal value chain. And we've done sector job resilience plans to say in these different sectors that will be impacted, what sort of resilience plans need to be put in place. So I'm not going to trivialize the importance of that, but I think we do have a good basis to move from when we begin to measure whether we're making improvements or not. We have inequality, it's measurable, to see what is the richest person, what is the poorest person, and how do women participate effectively in these aspects. I mean, we want a new economy. How many women are really going to be employed in this future economy? And in terms of small businesses, because of course we know, and in South Africa we've got very important statistics that are clear. For example, we've had statistics that one person who's employed support 5 others. So if one person loses a job, you've got 6 people who've lost their livelihood. And recently those numbers have been upgraded with the latest analysis to say 1 supports 8, which takes it up to 9. So when we talk about creation of jobs, we're talking about a really huge part of the population that need these new jobs that we're talking about. Thanks.
Thanks so much. Just one second. Okay. I appreciated hearing how, despite all of the negative impacts of climate change, South Africa is actually trying to use it as an opportunity to improve equity across the board. I think that's really making the best out of a difficult situation. And that brings me to my next question. I think all of our panelists have started talking about the challenges with this. We're hearing about that. But this next question gives you the chance to focus specifically on the challenges with including this type of information in national or international policy documents, you know, and what those challenges have been. So, Pedro, I'm going to start with you this time for this question.
Thank you. Forgive me that I'm going to turn a little bit back on the indicators because I think I left something out pretty important. I'm talking about just transition. And thanks to my colleague from South Africa, she reminds me of that. Also, we included in our national determined contribution the need of extending the decarbonization analysis on jobs. We're really looking forward for the mitigation related jobs, but we wanted to include as a country in the future, and is also included in our action plan from the NDC, the analysis for jobs and just transition, but other sectors, important sectors from the country like tourism that is really impacted by the impacts of climate change, and it's really important to adapt in that sector in the Dominican Republic. Apart from that, I also wanted to mention a little example because this is an action hub and it's to share good practices on how an indicator of the NDC was before and after the revised process. For example, in the food security program, part of the NDC, we have a goal on changing the way of producing livestock to a more eco-friendly one, right? At the beginning, the indicators were pretty simple, like number of hectares that are impacted by the mean. Now we have 3 different indicators coming from that one. One is the number of hectares that are impacted, but how much of those hectares are owned by men or women, and how many women and men get benefit by the same from that hectare, you know, of producing a new style of livestock. So it's a way, that was the way out. And now with the question, the real question for this moment, for us, it was challenging. First of all, we did it on COVID pandemic. Everything has changed since the pandemic. There's still huge, you know, things happening because of all that. But also we find out opportunities of starting putting into hand other tools like digital tools and stuff. Also, the financial resources are always a little trick, not to say a major one. And then other challenges you have is how to really include the vision of all the populations. Like, you know, when we did the process, it was participatory, we sectorized the information, we invite people to participate, but there is still a huge gap on how many people really participate on processes, like having an NDC or establishing a long-term strategy. As a country, you have the framework to do consultation in the legal framework, in what you want to do, but we know as countries that there is still a huge effort to be done on that, and we are looking forward for that. Look, new alternative to really integrate the perspective of all men and women from all over the place, from municipalities, for example. There are different government, has the national government, and as the faring in line when something happened in the ground. Also, the external communities like the rural communities be more involved. You know, you try to call organizations, but do all the rural population belong to an organization? No, it's not true. So we really are looking forward to extend through our raising awareness and our capacity building to get to the climate action knowledge to most of the population. So when there is an open process, consultation process, people can really get back to us with their real needs and that. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Pedro. And I'm going to ask Dr. Kamala this question now. I will give a little reminder that we had wanted to leave a little bit of time for questions for the audience. So a few more words on challenges, if you would. Thank you.
Well, let me start with an advantage. The PCC is a presidential body, so we do get the attention of the chairperson, who is the president himself. But I must be honest, in South Africa, we have very good plans. For most of the things that we need to do, our plans are good. And we have been noted to not be so great in implementing those plans. And we are cautious of that. We are very much aware of that. And we're setting up all sorts of monitoring and evaluation criteria for the things that we do so that we can be able to see whether we're making progress or not. But, I mean, governments are governments. I don't know. My government, it's not easy to change. Implementing change is a challenge. There are so many, policies that have to be complied with in terms of how things move, and if something is different, for example, Just Transition is different. I mean, we have had many transitions in South Africa. Post-apartheid, so many things have had to change, but this is also, again, new. And I'm not going to then assume that implementing it is going to be easy, but we do have government wanting to, willing to. The NDC updated NDC for South Africa actually was recommended to Cabinet by the PCC. It was stricter than what government had initially put out, and it was taken on board and submitted to the UNFCCC. So I have hope, but I'm not also naive to think government is going to change overnight, because now we have a just transition framework. It's a process, and it needs to be, guarded with all that we have. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's an excellent point, that it's not a one-time thing. Yeah. Flavia, would you like to say a few more words on challenges before we ask questions?
Yeah, sure. So, leading a country or a city is already complex. There's so many issues we have to look at. And when you talk about climate change, we are adding another complexity in something that is already complex. So the challenge is all over the place because of this. But when we see how we can use those data and we can bring down to the bottom and move forward the NDCs, we have to remember that Brazil is one of the biggest carbon emissions. It's like the 6th, 7th place on the list. And also we have the livestock and the agropecuaria, and also how we deal with the old biomas and deforestations. So if we have to bring in few topics, so I can be shortly on that answer, we as Brazilians, we must face the challenge of deforestation, we must face the challenge of energetic transition and green jobs all over Brazil. But in order to do that, we already have enough data that shows us that Brazil can be one of the biggest countries leading to the green transition all over the world. It's not something that is hidden for anyone, but the biggest challenge is political will and how we manage to develop it, but not only on the federal level, but also the state level. That's why one of the things we have been doing in Brazil is the Governors for Climate. So we have bring down the agenda to every single state in order to encourage and enhance that theme on climate change into the governor's heart in order to break down the agenda through the states. It's how we can bring the policy that is already there in order to bring to the ground, in order to also, as you said, bring the population together to be consulted. And one other big challenge is how we make the population understand that climate change affects their daily lives. It's something that is really far away. And if you do not have that kind of conscience about this, the population cannot demand that from its government. So it's a two-way road that we have to keep developing in Brazil in order to enhance the agenda and to structure the agenda in our country.
Wonderful. Thank you, Flavia. We have time for maybe one or two questions. Does anyone have one they'd like to ask? I don't know if we have a microphone in here. Oh, he can hand you. David's coming with one.
Good day, everyone. Molweni. I'm Thando Gaziyewu from the Eastern Cape, South Africa. Mine is just to testify and agree or comment with Dr. Kumar. I'm an observer and also a contributor in the PCC. We didn't know government usually creates these commissions, and we were thinking, good, this is just another money scamming thing, or they are just here to blindfold the community. However, the PCC has been working very hard, trying to bridge the gap between the government and the grassroots level people. So I might say, even though the trust between us and the leaders is broken, the PCC is trying by all means. We were part of the framework that was done on different areas. I'm at Gqeberha, so we have lots and lots of pollution that's coming inside that area. We have manganese, we have Pickering. They are trying to extract oil from our seas. And the PCC has been trying to actually be a link between us and the president and the leaders at large. So I want to say they are doing a very great work, and also they're doing exactly what the Just Transition says. They are leaving no one behind. Thank you.
Great, thank you, thank you. One more question. Oh. Go ahead.
Hi everyone, my name is Leila Kantav and I am the co-founder of a non-profit organization named Black Eco Bloom, and basically what we do is to support Black women in the environmental sector. So my question is specifically for you, Pedro. I was born in Haiti and I'm currently located in Canada, and my question is, how is the NDCs integrating Haitian women, migrant, and Haitian descent in your NDCs? Because the context is that we know there is a lot of Haitian migrant in DR, and they are part of the fabric, part of the labor force, but there is also a marginalized position. And Flavia kind of mentioned when she was talking how Brazil, Black women in Brazil doesn't hold a lot of power in terms of implementing their needs in the NDCs. So I want to know what is DR doing for Haitian migrant families and also Haitian descent born in DR to implement and make sure that their needs are reflected in the NDCs and your long-term goals for low emission.
So I think that, that was a pretty specific question for you.
Thank you. First of all, we have included human rights whole chapter into our NDC that established, quite frankly, the perspective of the Dominican Republic into human rights on climate action, and also one for gender. It's really good if you take a look at it, how we integrate this of respecting all the human rights for whole population. The other thing is the Dominican Republic is quite working by a sectorial level. So we are not looking at specific populations. We are looking at the sectorial, so everyone that is benefiting from the sectorial is being addressed. An example, if you go to the agricultural sector in the Dominican Republic, we have policies to increase the livelihood of the people, get better, develop the livelihood, and increase the opportunity for people in the agricultural sector, right? So all those means of implementation go to the whole population that is benefiting for that. What is the question here is when we are going to start counting who is benefiting from that. This is an important question. Now the country, I don't know if you know that, is going through a census where it's including questions that will refer to different populations, including migrant populations in some way. So that might help in the future to see with the data from the provincial level and geographical data and the population placed there and the population regarding the sector, maybe we can get that info out of it. But the answer is that we just implement things at a sectorial level, trying to get to all the people that are benefiting from the activity.
Great, thank you. And I think we had one more hand up. Would you still, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ayan Harare, and I'm coming from Somalia, also representing gender from Somalia. As you know, Somalia is the least contributor to the emissions, but the most vulnerable country, I can say, in the whole world. When it comes to gender, access to gender or gender integration into such programs, very limited. We have so many other things to think about before we think about the gender. However, the droughts and the floods are affected 80% by women and children. My question is, how can we find such kind of connections or platforms or lessons from other countries, and I'm very happy to hear from the panelists today and learn these lessons. But we're looking for organizations that can support Somalia in terms of research, in terms of how we integrate our NDCs into more kind of making gender-sensitive programming. Thank you so much.
Who would like to take that question? Would you like to? Okay, go for it.
Thank you so much. I just forgot your name. Sorry. I will say thank you. Ayada? Okay, sorry. Nice meeting you. And I think that's the beauty of, one of the beauties of climate change about collaboration. What we do in my country and in other countries, we can always replicate, and also we can always teach each other. Who thinks about climate change and do not think about collaboration, I think do not understand exactly the biggest challenge we are facing in. So there's many platforms that we can reach out, like even the ICAT one that they just presented, and how like they use the methodologies to bring down the gender agenda, and also international organizations as ICLEI, SWRI, and other ones that is always willing to help countries. But I think there's so many things happening as civil society as well. And there's plenty of movements in Brazil, for example, that I'm going to be happy to connect with, that is been working on gender and climate justice all over Brazil, focusing women's adaptation. And I think the grassroots knowledge is the most powerful thing we have to deal with climate change. And normally we forget about this. We are always thinking another level, but we have to bridge in, you know, those two levels in order to develop better the agenda. So I think everyone who is working on climate change must be open to share knowledge and what comes wrong and right in order to make our neighbors improve as well. As you said, you are like the least one who with the carbon emissions, and I think you must be the first in line to get help in order to, you know, bring down the climate agenda in your country. So I think I'm saying for all the panelists here, but we are going to be happy to share with you like organizations and ways to connect in order to help you to bring what we are looking for to your country.
Thank you, Flavia, for helping us end on that positive and productive note. Let me turn back over to David for a few wrap-up remarks.
Great. Let me just briefly thank everyone on the panel, the excellent participants on this panel from whom we learned enormously, I think, and also to the audience for being here. Just a couple of quick things to say at the conclusion here. This last round of NDCs I think there were 32 NDCs that talked about just transition in one way or another. Some of them more elaborated and more detailed than others. But that is quite a step up from 2015 when there was one country, South Africa, that discussed just transition in its NDC. So we're seeing this begin to grow in the level of awareness that there is. Obviously, it needs to continue, and it needs to be well implemented. And I think one of the things we heard today, especially about how to go about thinking what we do actually to carry out just transition, is about procedural justice and to ensure that there are participatory processes. And that is sort of, that is in a sense a fundamental dimension to this, and everything else in various sectors and so forth can flow from that. So with that, let me thank you again, and have a great day. and then followed by dinner. We'll serve dinner.
Sorry.
And we cannot move it like here? Okay. It's on. It's on.
Hello. Welcome, everybody. My name is Ben Schachter. I coordinate the work of the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights on the right to a healthy environment and climate change. I am pleased to facilitate today's discussion at the Capacity Building Hub on capacity building for rights-based climate action. And before we begin, let me thank the Capacity Building Hub and the Paris Committee on Capacity Building for hosting us today. for our very important discussion about how to build capacity to support rights-based climate action here at the CUP, and also at the national level and everywhere, because we need human rights-based climate action at all levels of governance in order to achieve our objectives of protecting people and the planet. I'm very grateful to be joined today by a group of distinguished panelists who I will be introducing shortly. I want to share, that one of the purposes of today's event is to launch a new toolkit on integrating human rights in nationally determined contributions. This is a work that GIZ, OHCHR, and the Center for International Environmental Law have been undertaking for several years over the course of a number of workshops and consultations to put together concrete guidance for integrating human rights in nationally determined contributions, which of course we think is critical to ensuring that states' commitments to respect, promote, and consider their respective human rights obligations when taking climate action are actually put into effect. I'm not going to say much more about that piece because our panelists are going to introduce it to you. I've also invited them to share additional reflections about the importance of human rights-based climate action and about initiatives to build capacity in this area. I do want to highlight that the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights has been working for a number of years with the Durban Forum on Capacity Building and the Paris Committee on Capacity Building, that human rights and the rights of indigenous peoples and gender equality are cross-cutting issues that the committee has identified and included in decision text as important to reflect throughout capacity building activities with respect to climate action, and that we've been happy to support efforts to include that language, but also to put it into practice. And we look forward to continuing to do so. One of the things the other products we put together recently was a joint online learning course developed with the Paris Committee on Capacity Building, the UNFCCC Secretariat, and OHCHR on human rights and climate change. There's another number of other collaborative efforts we've undertaken, and I won't share them all because I think we should get to our panel. But happy to discuss more. We're hoping to have interactive discussion. We're hoping that you can help us to share and exchange ideas about capacity building for rights-based climate action, and also to identify some of the gaps that we need to address. So I'm very pleased to introduce our first panelist, Dr. Bernd Markus Liss, who is the head of the section of climate change and climate policy at, I'm sorry, Bernd, I'm just going to say GIZ because I have trouble with the pronunciation of the whole thing, but I'll invite you to properly introduce GIZ and to share with us your reflections. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Ben, for the kind introduction, and don't worry, this tongue breaker has made a lot of trouble to already many people. So thank you to be here on behalf of GIZ, but also on behalf of our commissioning body, the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, on whose behalf we implement, for example, the sector policy program on human rights that has been collaborating with the High Commissioner for Human Rights in this endeavor. I'd like to thank the Office of the High Commissioner for this event. I'm really delighted to take part in this roundtable to discuss the important topic of accelerating capacity building related to human rights and climate change. And I can firmly say, dear participants, dear panelists that we all agree that human rights are at the core. They are really very important. We have seen that especially also in this COP that it's a real issue. And human rights are guiding principles of the German development policy. They are key to a sustainable and inclusive development cooperation, and they are the basis of the German feminist development policy. That is why, together with our partners, we strive to respect and to promote human rights across all sectors, of course, including also climate and environment. Empowerment of marginalized people and groups, as well as civil society actors, is key to a human rights-based climate policy. Therefore, we are committed to strengthening capacities in this regard to empower these groups as agents for change to meaningfully participate in a constructive climate decision-making process. In doing so, the GIZ, on behalf of the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ, relies on successful partnerships with international organizations, global initiatives, and civil society actors alike. As already stated by Ben, we supported the Office of the High Commissioner to develop, together with UNFCCC and the PCCB, an innovative and user-friendly online capacity building course on climate change and human rights, as well as relevant information materials. In my view, it is important to build these bridges between human rights and climate change actors to develop capacities in both directions. Further, together with the International Working Group for Indigenous Affairs, we created an online capacity building training for indigenous peoples on climate change, as well as a proposal on effective participation of indigenous peoples for safeguarding their rights in the Green Climate Fund projects. Recently, we developed, together with the Office of the High Commissioner and the Center for International Environmental Law, CIEL, a toolkit for practitioners on integrating human rights in nationally determined contributions. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate the Office of the High Commissioner and also CIEL for this urgently needed and also quite innovative work. The toolkit fills a critical gap by providing guidance for state authorities, development cooperation actors, and other relevant stakeholders for implementing a human rights-based approach in NDCs. To conclude, I'd like to strike 3 ways forward. We need to strengthen the links between relevant actors in the fields of human rights and climate change to accelerate capacity development in both communities and to bring them even closer together. We need more successful alliances between different stakeholders, such as state actors, international organizations, civil society, and affected persons and communities. Effective human rights-based climate action can only happen if we work in partnership and solidarity on this goal together. Finally, we need transformative approaches. In the face of the triple planetary crisis, we need capacity building tools that reflect a holistic, integrated view in addressing these crises with a rights-based approach. Thanks again for the opportunity, and I'd like to hand over again back to Ben, and I'm really looking forward for a fruitful and interesting discussion.
Thank you very much, Bern, and thank you for those 3 points about the need to strengthen links between actors in the field of human rights and climate change, to build stronger alliances between states and rights holders, and to take a transformative approach to addressing the triple planetary crisis. Indeed, these are all things we need to do, and these are all things that the international community has committed to do. But we need guidance like this guidance that OHCHR, CL, GIZ, and BMZ have worked on together to help put that approach into practice. I'm very pleased to introduce our next panelists, who will share a little bit more about the toolkit. Francesca Mingroni, who's a staff attorney for the Climate and Energy Program at the Center for International Environmental Law. Over to you, Francesca.
Thank you. Thank you, Ben. And thank you very much for introducing this toolkit. It's been a pleasure to work together. We talk about participation and the need for multiple actors to come together and work on implementing the Paris Agreement, and the process that we conducted is very much about that, having governments, the UN, and civil society produce this important document. I'm happy to share an overview and go a bit more in detail about this toolkit that we prepared. Definitely, as already Ben and Mr. Lees have shared, parties do have an obligation to protect, promote, and fulfill human rights. So that was very much our starting point. And NDCs play a central role in ensuring rights-based action because they outline the action and the commitments that states decide to commit to in order to implement climate action, reduce emission, adapt to climate change, and so on. And the Paris Agreement itself, of course, recognized the importance and the centrality of human rights in the context of climate action across different pillars: rights of indigenous peoples, gender equality, public participation, just transition, food security, and ecosystem integrity. So when we decided to produce this toolkit, we really tried to have an overview of these key pillars that should really cut across all stages of the creation of the NDCs, from the planning process to the implementation and the monitoring of climate action. It was also interesting to see how many INDCs, the intended nationally determined contributions, initially mentioned human rights, so the commitments that parties produced before the Paris Agreement was adopted, and only 24 mentioned human rights. While after Paris, and there were 60 NDCs that didn't mention human rights. So it's interesting to see that there is this growing understanding among parties that it's important to acknowledge and take in consideration human rights in the context of climate action. What we notice, however, is that so far, most of NDCs only mention in passing human rights, so don't delve into detail. And so, conscious of this gap, the toolkit identifies 7 areas of action and improvement, and I'm happy to go through them quickly. And it's intended for not just for parties, but of course also for UN agencies, human rights institutions, civil society, really to come together and make sure that the implementation of the Paris Agreement is human rights based, but also science based, and can ensure effective ambition. And in fact, the very first section of the toolkit is about ambition. So what does good climate action look like? It needs to be rights-based, it needs science-based. We said that all parties to the UNFCCC are parties to different human rights conventions. So they have obligations to fulfill core human rights. So they also have to demonstrate that the action that they put in place to reduce their emissions, to adapt to climate change, do respect and do promote these rights. And at the same time, taking into account what science is telling us, they also need to tackle every source of emissions, from private, public institutions, not just within their territory, but all those that are under their jurisdiction. So also those activities that are happening extraterritorially, but can be under the jurisdiction of the state parties. And they also have to mobilize financial resources, because of course, without financial means, transition is not possible. The second section that is part of this toolkit is about participatory planning and implementation. So that's very much about the process that parties should be putting in place to draft the NDCs themselves. So the design phase needs to be participatory, needs to include all different stakeholders, different workers, indigenous peoples, women groups, youth, vulnerable communities. And on one hand, the process needs to be participatory, but also the implementation of the NDC and the monitoring of it needs to be rights-based and participatory. And so really making sure that state parties do outline this process. The third section is brought about integrating human rights in the NDCs. So we said that every action that is put in place needs to be informed by human rights, but at the same time, NDCs need to contribute actively to the promotion of human rights. If we think about the right to life, to housing, safe water and sanitation, and so on, NDCs, since they outline the climate action, have a key role in ensuring that development goes hand in hand with emission reduction, with adaptation, and eventually human rights fulfillment. And also, states need to ensure that everything happens in an enabling environment. So that also means strengthening procedural rights, the rights to access to participation, to information, to access to justice in case some violation of rights occur. Another section, the number 4, is about gender. So ensuring that the rights of women and girls are taken into account across all policy areas of the NDCs, that women, of course, are part of the table when drafting and implementing the NDCs, and that there are adequate indicators and collection of data that can really inform policies in an adequate manner. The 5th section is about indigenous people rights and traditional knowledge. So many parties are also party to the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And so those parties that do have indigenous peoples in their territory need to ensure that NDC, again, is drafted in consultation with them, but also that any action that is put in place respects the right to free, prior, and informed consent of indigenous peoples, so that there are no activities that undermine the land, the resources, and the rights, ultimately, of indigenous peoples. And also, we talked about science-based climate action. It's important to integrate traditional knowledge because that can really help make climate action more appropriate to the context and often more effective. Related to that, we have the 6th section of the toolkit, which is about land tenure and community-based natural resource management, which is related to access to water, land, natural resources that, of course, are impacted by climate change. And so really making sure that there are approaches to land tenure and community-based resource management that are rights-based, gender responsive, and promote the sustainable use of resources. And finally, which is of course an overarching concept, the final section look at just transition. So making sure that NDCs are aligned with the just transition, that do respect and integrate labor rights, that views of workers are duly integrated and taken into account. The approach that we followed is quite high level. We, of course, included some best practices, some examples, but we really wanted this toolkit to be a tool for every party and other stakeholders to be used and applied to their own specific national context. And it's also the result of a series of consultations that were held in 2019 and 2020. And at the very end, there is a toolbox, so a collection of further resources that might be helpful for those who wish to work on NDCs or get to know more about it. I'm happy to stop there. I don't know, Ben, if I can say a few words about other activities around capacity building, or maybe I'll stop there and maybe we can come back to it later, as you prefer.
Sure, thank you very much, Francesca. Why don't we come back momentarily? I think I'd love to have a more extensive conversation about what some of the gaps are out there and what some of the other tools are that we can address. And so our next panelist is Samira Savarala. She's a climate change policy specialist from the United Nations Development Program. And Samira, I'd welcome your reflections on the toolkit. UNDP does a lot of work with countries, providing technical support on nationally determined contributions, but also your reflections on some of those broader or bigger questions about, what are the capacity gaps out there for rights-based climate action, and how can we help fill them? Over to you, Samira.
Great, thank you so much, Ben. And thank you, colleagues. Thank you to everyone that came today. I hope you're surviving
week 1 of COP here. I wanted to thank, of course, the organizers, the Office of the High Commissioner for organizing this really important event. It's really important for UNDP to be a part of this process. It's a critical topic. I, of course, agree with the speakers before me as well in the importance of this issue. We really, in this report, first of all, thank you for producing this report, to CL, to the Office of the High Commissioner, and of course with support from GIZ. It's a really welcomed toolkit to help us kind of look at how do we actually use this human rights lens and approach to NDCs. NDCs, are an unprecedented opportunity. Before Paris Agreement, we didn't have these comprehensive plans, these national climate strategies that we can really use, that are country-driven, party-driven, that really provide us with an overarching cross-sectoral approach to how countries will actually achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement. That also means now there's an opportunity for stakeholders to really be involved and engage with governments in a way that, again, has not previously happened, in particular with climate decision-making. So we really see that as an opportunity, and UNDP is proud to support many countries in this process. I also wanted to note another report that I just saw coming out this past week from the International Working Group for Indigenous Affairs that had the information about the references to indigenous peoples also in NDCs, and we saw that that's also increasing. Again, you'll hear the numbers and they're not very high. There definitely needs to be more, but it's moving in the right direction, and it's a big credit also to the hard work of many of the frontline communities, the grassroots communities that are really leading this effort to ensure that these voices are heard in this process, because oftentimes they don't make it into those rooms or at those tables. So it's really important to acknowledge their efforts and their work here. I wanted to speak a little bit about UNDP's support to countries on their NDCs. We have what's called the Climate Promise Initiative. We're currently the world's largest offer of support to developing countries on their NDCs. We're supporting 120 developing countries from all regions with support from partners to enhance and update their NDCs. As you may know, NDCs need to be updated every 5 years. It's a huge effort. It's a huge undertaking to update your NDCs, and on top of that, you have to implement your NDCs, right? So it's words on paper, but then how do you actually put them into action? So this is really critical that we are engaged from the planning to the implementation, and I really appreciate in the report that there were opportunities for how to engage at the planning stage, at the implementation stage, throughout the whole NDC process. As of yesterday, we have 104 revised NDCs that UNDP has supported through the Climate Promise, so we're really proud of that effort. And we found that the majority of these NDCs have increased ambition in both mitigation and adaptation. But when we're talking about ambition, we're also talking about inclusion. This is a really critical point. Oftentimes in the negotiating rooms, you'll hear ambition, and that's often referring to emissions reductions. And it makes sense that that is certainly a big part of ambition. But also, is it inclusive? Is there ownership from stakeholders to actually achieve these goals? That's a key part of ambition as well. We found that through the Climate Promise, social inclusion has increased. There's more gender mainstreaming, youth inclusion, just transition. There's specific work that's being done to provide guidelines and inputs for governments to have a better sense of how do they include stakeholder voices in the NDC process. So we are seeing that it's starting to increase. 96% of the Climate Promise NDCs include gender considerations, which they didn't in their initial NDC. 97% include youth considerations, and 60% of those groups that I mentioned now have specific targets and measures related to youth and gender considerations, whereas before it would just be a simple acknowledgement. Now there's specific targets that you can measure on this, so that's a really critical aspect of this. It's not just a simple acknowledgement, it's actually tracking this engagement, which is really important. I have several examples that I'd love to share. I won't go into all of them now, but one example just to give you a sense of how this works in terms of social inclusion for NDCs. In Honduras, the NDC was a result of a highly inclusive, multi-stakeholder driven approach. They had 74 technical working meetings, 3 socialization workshops and 3 validation meetings with relevant key stakeholders in this process in Honduras. And this is during, let's not forget, a COVID-19 lockdown and pandemic, right? So many of these countries are doing this work even amidst the other challenges that they face. They identified key measures and targets on social inclusion, including for young people and indigenous and Afro-Honduran peoples as well. So they really looked across the social spectrum to include people in this process. So just to give you a sense of how countries are doing this. But of course, as we mentioned, there are still challenges and gaps. It's great to see things are heading in the right direction. It looks good, it sounds great, but what is actually happening now, especially with implementation? This is where now we're moving on phase 2 of the climate promise, where we're really looking at the implementation phase. How do we ensure that those that were involved in the planning of the NDC are now included in the implementation phase? How do we ensure those that were not part of the planning process are now included in the implementation phase? And how do we start bringing in new partners, more sectors in this process as well? So we're really, looking forward. Toolkits like this are really helpful. We're also providing some guidance and further analysis of human rights within the climate promise countries as well. So there's so many opportunities. I could go on and on, but I'll leave it at that. But hopefully that gives you a good sense of what we're working on and some of the challenges we're seeing. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Samira. We are expecting a fourth panelist, but I understand he's been delayed. If he's able to join us later, we'll be happy to hear from him. But now is a good opportunity to hear from you all, and also perhaps for me to come back to Francesca briefly if you'd like to share a bit more about those other activities for rights-based capacity building that you referenced. And I'd invite Bern as well after that if you have any reflections you'd like to add. So what I'll suggest is that those of you in the audience think of your questions. You have a couple minutes to do so, and we'll be coming to you shortly. And for the moment, over to you, Francesca.
Thank you. Since we're talking about capacity building, I thought it would be helpful and interesting to hear about some of the action that CL, together also with partners, is taking to really build a network of organizations and actors that can meaningfully advance the climate agenda. We usually work around 3 pillars, if we can say so: strengthening of expertise, information sharing, and coalition building. The toolkit definitely falls in the first category. So the idea to make sure that also partners that maybe don't have the technical expertise to engage in certain processes have these tools to understand the landscape and the processes and better engage in it. So for instance, we as CL work a lot with human rights institutions. We have an office in Geneva, and we engage a lot with human rights treaty bodies. So those committees that oversee the implementation of human rights conventions. And there is the possibility for civil society organization to engage with these treaty bodies, provide meaningful information for them to then make recommendations to state parties on how to improve the implementation of those conventions. But these processes are often not easy to understand and to engage with. So every year, we do publish a synthesis note that capture the work that has been done so far by key treaty bodies in the context of climate change, identifying the gaps, so to what extent certain committees look at climate change and how they integrate it in their work. What more they could be done, they could do in terms of maybe refining their recommendations to states, looking more in detail of certain obligations that states have vis-a-vis human rights and climate change. And we produce notes for NGOs to understand how to better engage with the process. We also have a mailing list for all those NGOs that are interested in specific countries to notify them when the country they're following is coming up for review before some of the treaty bodies. So the idea really is to spread the word and make sure that more and more actors can engage in some processes that maybe are not the most participatory as a starting point because of the intricacies of their processes. In terms of information sharing, we facilitate a human rights and climate change working group, which is an informal coalition of NGOs, UN agencies, national human rights institutions that meets once every month throughout the year and then daily here at the COP. And the idea is really to share intel, expertise, knowledge about processes that relate to climate change and human rights. And the level of understanding of the UNFCCC and other processes really varies. We have frontline defenders, we have international NGOs really to come together and build on each other's expertise. And finally, coalition building. Depending on specific campaigns, we really try to reach out to those organizations and groups that are more on the front line, that have maybe limited access to big policy hubs like Geneva, Brussels, or New York, and bring their demands into the international space. An example has been between 2020 and 21, when we worked with many partners, and I see some of them here in the room today, to really push the Human Rights Council to establish a special rapporteur on human rights and climate change, which is a position that didn't exist before. And to do that, we wanted to make sure that the voices of those groups on the front line in different regions were really integrated to make sure that the new mandate would really respond to their demands. And so, for instance, we conducted a series of consultations across different regions, of course, virtual consultations, because at the time we were in the middle of the pandemic, and we prepared a report to outline key asks for each of the regions based on what we heard from our partners. And we presented it to parties, to states, and to the UN to really show them the key asks. And at the same time, we produce a series of documentation and information notes on what a special rapporteur does, how the system works, and again, how different kind of actors and CSOs especially can interact with it and move forward the human rights and climate change agenda. I'll stop there. I think I've spoken enough. But the idea is really to, I think, the key message is building on each other's expertise, because we all bring something different to the table, and working together can really ensure more effective and coordinated action. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Francesca and Mustafa, if you don't mind coming up. Thanks a lot. So, Bern, I don't know if you had any quick reflections you want to share. I want to make sure, no problem, Mustafa, thank you. I want to make sure we have time to hear from Mustafa and from the audience, but if you have any quick thoughts.
Sure, thank you. Well, it's really great to hear what the agencies are doing that are around the table. I think we all have a common approach how to work towards strengthening human rights-based approach, how to strengthening capacities of marginalized people, of marginalized actors, of youth, women, indigenous peoples. I myself, coming from the forestry sector, I've started to get into the climate from the forest side. I was working quite a lot on REDD+ projects. And you may all be aware that there was a lot of criticism in the very beginning that groups will be more marginalized, indigenous peoples would be deprived of their rights, the issue of carbon, the ownership of the carbon. I've been working in the Philippines for quite a while, and there we have elaborated a safeguards and safeguard strategy and a safeguards information system to really make sure that the rights of local communities and indigenous peoples to the forest, to the access to resources, but also to the access to benefits is being strengthened, capacities being built, and the engagement of those actors in policy processes also is being made possible. So in all our projects that GIZ is implementing, we have the safeguards and gender assessment, which includes also the human rights aspect. So we look into not only at the do no harm approach, but also where can we enhance the engagement of marginalized groups, where can we prevent that human rights are being affected, and even where can we strengthen the rights-based approach. Let's again talk about land use sector. A lot of that is owed to the fact that the access to resources resources, the access to land, the access to, or the enjoyment of traditional rights is really something that is very often neglected. In Indonesia, I've been working on acknowledging the adat rights of indigenous peoples there. This is the traditional right to access to resources to the forest. And this was not even written up. It was just traditionally orally delivered within the communities. So we helped strengthen the capacities of the indigenous peoples to really provide a written documentation of these rights, even with mapping out. So this helped, and it opened also the eyes of the government and the preparedness of the government to acknowledge these rights. So the adat right approach is now part and parcel of the Indonesian approach to social forestry, to REDD+ projects. Coming back to what we are doing for our ministry, of course we are implementing on behalf of the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, and for other ministries, other co-financing partners, including GCF, the European Union, etc. So just from the BMZ side, capacity building is really at the heart of the policy, and even enhanced with the new policy that the German government now, with a new setup, has provided for. BMZ, for example, established a youth council. This is an advisory council which is supported by GIZ, that builds up capacities of young people to engage in climate discussion, to look into also their engagement, their voices in important policy decision-making processes. So I think that's quite a step forward. Just for those of you who may be able to go to Berlin or even to watch online, there will be a youth conference, an international youth forum just after this COP from the 22nd to 26th of November. BMZ will host that, we will assist that, and we will bring together young people from the Global South and from Germany, as well as decision makers, to discuss issues in development cooperation that are important to today's youth, but also that look into the future. Of course, climate change, environment being at the forefront. And then a few examples I could mention from Laos, where we have supported the indigenous and transhuman women, strengthening their capacities to participate in conservation management. In Kenya, we build capacities of young persons to empower them to participate in the development of Kenya's National Climate Change Action Plan. And finally, we are working together with the UNFCCC, local communities and Indigenous Peoples Platform to really develop materials. We develop a web portal together with them to disseminate relevant knowledge product for building capacities of indigenous peoples and local communities. So capacities to participate actively in the UNFCCC process. In my time, also when working in countries, I've always also tried to support traveling of youth to the conferences whenever it was possible. Of course, we also have limitations in budget, but this is really very important to give them a voice. So that's in a nutshell what I can provide. And I'm so afraid that I have to leave right after, because I have another issue right in 5 minutes, and I would like to thank you again for the opportunity, because I think this is a very important panel and very important contributions. But I'll still listen to the colleague from ILO.
Thank you very much, Bern. And I think that that highlight on the need for capacity building for youth and opportunities for youth is a really nice transition. It's a really important part of what a just transition entails. And so I'd like to turn things over to Mustafa Kamal-Gwai, who's the global coordinator of the Green Jobs Program at the International Labour Organization, to share a few reflections, Mustafa, about the toolkit, about capacity building and just transition and the human rights elements thereof. And great if we can be brief and get to the audience. I promised them earlier we were coming to them. So thank you very much, Mustafa.
Thanks a lot, Ben, and then my apologies for for the delay. This previous panel was a bit longer, and it was in the other sector. It took some time to come over. But I appreciated what was said just earlier about the engagement with indigenous and tribal peoples. And I want to say that this is a critical dimension of what we consider to be a just transition. So colleagues, we have a very clear formulation in the Paris Agreement on climate change, which speaks of the imperatives of a just transition of the workforce and the creation of decent work and quality jobs. So these are part of the normative framework of the Paris Agreement, and they are also elements of human rights. We cannot have an ecological transition that will put a massive pressure on economic and social systems, the sources of income on millions of people, enterprises, communities, workers, many in the informal economy, and not have the right social and economic policies that go hand in hand with that. So it is simply a matter of human rights, but not just civil rights, Ben. I think this is about the covenant on economic and social rights as well. So that's why our effort is to make sure that in the implementation of the Paris Agreement, all what we've got at Glasgow and now the implementation phase in Sharm builds on that commitment for a just transition. We have made important progress on indigenous and tribal peoples in the gender caucus, but I want to signal that there is a next front line, which is persons with disabilities. We need to address the question of persons with disabilities. This is an important agenda for just transition. We have some countries like Finland and others championing that agenda, and we invite many others to join on board. The union movement is very committed to this, but I'm also happy to say that increasingly our employers, constituents, the business, the enterprises are coming on board on the just transition agenda. So this gives us collective power. If you have workers, enterprises, they can, together with government and non-state actors, get us where we need to be. So very much looking forward to pursuing the normative approach and the human rights dimension to the just transition agenda.
Thank you, Mustafa. And really, I think important that you've emphasized what's at the core of the 2030 agenda, which is leaving no one behind, and that includes indigenous peoples, youths, persons with disabilities, and so many other people who might, for many different reasons, find themselves in vulnerable situations. I'd love to hear now from the audience. Please raise your hand if you have a question or would like to make a comment. So, I don't know if, yeah, thanks Trace, if you can help with the mic, that would be fantastic. We'll take a few comments and come back to the panel and close things up in 13 minutes, so please be brief.
Okay, brief question. Okay, my name is Victor. I'm from the Roel Wallenberg Institute. Thank you so much for presenting that very interesting work. We're doing something similar in Asia and the Pacific, but on national adaptation plans. So we've developed a matrix to assess the extent to which adaptation plans have incorporated human rights and gender. And we have also developed a tool on systematically incorporating it in disaster risk reduction and climate change. We'll be presenting that tomorrow at the Swedish Pavilion at 4 o'clock, so feel free to come by. But my question is this: with all of the tools that are coming or emerging, essentially, including ours, one of the problems we have found in Asia and the Pacific, where I work, is the buy-in from the NDCs and NAP planners, who are very technical in their expertise, and we are developing these tools and telling them, hey, you're going to incorporate this, and they're like, oh, how is this related to me? Go talk to the gender person, or go talk to ACE. And this is one of the reasons we're here to try to get them involved in the process when we develop the tool for NAPs. So my question to you is, how are you ensuring that your tool is incorporating this component? Because that's one of the reasons why many of the countries there are not taking up these tools, because they haven't been part of the process, and at the same time being capacitated, or let's say received the knowledge, essentially.
Okay, my name is Tine. I'm from Nigeria. I want to appreciate you for the beautiful presentations. Now, mine is not necessarily a question, but oftentimes when we make reference to marginalized persons, we talk about indigenous peoples, we talk about women. When we talk about persons with disabilities, there is a tendency to look at persons with disabilities as a generic whole. And it's important to unpack persons with disabilities because we do know that they have different clusters, the persons who are visually impaired, hearing impaired, and the likes. And so it's just a word of maybe input, so to speak, that in discussing the vulnerabilities of persons with disabilities, there is a need to unpack, and there is a need for plans to pay attention to the different clusters that make up PWDs, even as we have these conversations.
Thank you very much, Thierry. So the gentleman in the back, and then the other gentleman in the back. And then we might want to stop there, but are there any other questions? Raise hands. Okay, so we'll stop there.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation. My name is Dane D'Souza. I'm here representing the Métis National Council. I'm a citizen of the Métis Nation of Alberta, of what is now Canada. As Indigenous peoples, not only in Canada, but across the world, we've had so much taken from us, our lands, our waters, our cultures, our rights. And in listening to this toolkit, one of the few things that we have left that enables us to maintain who we are is our knowledge. I'm a bit curious to hear a bit more on how this toolkit works to preserve and maintain our knowledge instead of strip us of it, as we've seen done so many times over the course of colonization. Thank you very much.
Okay, can I go on? Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. Sorry, I came in a little bit late. I was trying to locate the place. I'm a lawyer from Nigeria. I have the very good interest in the issues of human rights. We advocate and promote, advancement of human rights at the center of climate action. And I really appreciate so much, their comments and ideas. And I really want to know, because at the end, it's about the people and planet. How is the people, issue of human rights is actually about awareness. You need to empower the people to know what's actually their rights, because you can never demand what you don't know about. So I want to know any concrete steps, experience, what have been done to empower the indigenous communities and others to know actually what are their legal rights and how to go about it. And also I want to know issues of human rights defenders. If you check the number, most of the attacked, deaths, human rights attacked, mostly environmental activists over the years. What are actually concrete efforts to advance and ensure protection of human rights defenders? Because if there is no framework or mechanism within the states and other stakeholders to ensure that somebody who is advancing human rights is not his life or well-being is not under threat, that we're going to have a negative effect going forward. So I just want to know the community awareness, empowerment, and defense and human rights defenders, their protection. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And one last question from the gentleman now.
Thank you. Hello. Nice to meet you. I'm Jose Daniel from Honduras, and I heard a little bit about my country. And just to let you know, we are running a small project there to defend human rights in the pandemic time, for say something. There is a lot of problems there, like indigenous people, women having access to rights for help, vaccines, and a lot of strategic needs that women and indigenous people have. Also, I don't know if you know, but Honduras is one of the most dangerous places to fight for life and rights. So being here for in this discussion is a call for us to avoid these topics and give these people to the opportunity to have the voice and to look forward to how we can respond to them in a way that they have at least be hearing and having the time to be listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A number of excellent questions. I'm going to start by, so first of all, I'd invite the panelists to sort of respond to those questions, but also share any closing reflections. And I'm going to start with you, Mustafa, if you can maybe address the question about the importance of unpacking what we mean by capacity building for persons with disabilities, as well as share any other reflections and respond to other questions you may wish to.
Yes, thank you. I would react to that question, and I think it's absolutely important to unpack what persons with disabilities are, because they are different kinds of disabilities. And one way to do that is actually work on products that actually respond to the specific needs of all of them. And I just want to give one example. I am working with my colleagues in the ILO to produce policy briefs on just transition. We're doing a policy brief on just transition for SMEs, social dialogue and just transition. And we have a paper on just transition in the context of persons with disabilities. When I printed that, we published that paper. It's being finalized now. My colleagues in our disability team said that we have to follow ILO publication policy for persons with disabilities, so that someone who is blind can actually read the paper. So I spent, I can say, $10,000 more to comply with that policy to publish the brief on disability. So we are trying to make this happen and take into account the differences that you refer to, which are critically important.
Thank you very much, Mustafa. And Samira, if I can come to you next. There was a question in particular I thought you might try to answer, which is about how do we get buy-in for the tools that are created. And I know UNDP has a lot of experience working directly with countries, and I'd appreciate your reflections on that and any other concluding remarks you'd like to share.
Sure, yes. Thank you so much, Ben, and thank you for that question and for all of the really great questions and comments. I think they're all very important considerations here. For buy-in for toolkits, it's difficult, right? Because a big part of it is also developing the relationship with the government counterparts and those working on those NDCs. And as you said, rightly so, there's the climate specialists that are working on this that might say, oh, this toolkit doesn't apply to us here. But that's the thing about NDCs that at least we've noticed in our work, is that because it's such a cross-sectoral approach, it's starting to bring in these different themes, colleagues that are working in different thematic areas within governments together on this, so that they are kind of looking at, okay, what is this gender mainstreaming toolkit that we have, or what is this youth capacity building toolkit, or a human rights toolkit. So it is starting to shift because of an NDC, because it's forcing that kind of coordination amongst different sectoral agencies. But also just, it takes time also to develop that relationship and to build that trust with the government to say, this toolkit will be helpful, help us be one of the first to really take this forward and see how this goes. We often start to work closely with the government that we think is already, has approached us to say, we're interested specifically in gender, or we're interested specifically in human rights. But it's part of a process. It doesn't happen right away, but we find those entry points for specific governments that we think would be, more open to this at first. And then create exchanges maybe through our regional climate weeks or workshops to help governments learn from each other and see what have been some of the best practices, lessons learned through implementing some of these toolkits or using these toolkits so that they can convince each other. It's better when it's coming from one government to another as opposed to a stakeholder or outside entity telling them these things. So that's kind of the advice or the general overview that we've seen. I also wanted to acknowledge the point about persons with disabilities, and it is not even just persons with disability. Even when we're unpacking youth, gender, all of these other marginalized groups, what does that really mean? And there's marginalized groups within those groups, right, that need to have specific special attention as well. So it's really important point that you raised there. And then finally, on the human rights defenders, I think that's critical. I think protection for human rights and environmental defenders, I think that's a climate action. That's a solution for climate change. I think that's critical, and this is part of the solution more broadly. So I don't see it as like land rights defenders here and then we have climate action happening here. I think this is all part of the same issue, and I think it's really important. And we're also working on how do we bring that together, because that's so important. And maybe including it in the NDCs, having references to this within the NDCs as well, because that can help bring that together in the governments. But yeah, just to say, and one final point I wanted to make is, oftentimes also governments will engage stakeholders that they already have a relationship with, right? So maybe they say, oh, we have youth at the table, but it might be young people that they're already working with. So how do we ensure that they're engaging with other actors and other people that they don't already have relationships with, and that it's a transparent process of the stakeholders that they bring in for consultations, right? So that's also something that we need to look critically at either way. But just, again, thank you so much for this opportunity, and happy to discuss further afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samira. And I think an important point I'd like to add on to what you've said is that a human rights-based approach is an intersectional approach. And it's also an approach that focuses on empowering people and that recognizes that people aren't vulnerable. The situations that society puts them in creates risks and vulnerability. So that's a big part of our work and how we try to approach these issues from a human rights perspective. I want to turn things over to Francesca. We had a number of questions related to the rights of indigenous peoples and also related to how to raise awareness about human rights and the context of our work. And I think, Francesca, that one really good example of that is this. And these are lanyards that CL and their partners produce and that I carry around a backpack of during the negotiations to help them distribute. So maybe you want to say a little bit about that too in the awareness raising context. And feel free to come and ask either of us, I think, 4 lanyards after the event.
Thank you, Ben. I'm also conscious of time, so I'll try to be brief on the question of indigenous peoples. We really try to incorporate this dimension because we know how important it is to recognize the centrality of indigenous peoples in the process, in the implementation of any type of climate action. So when we did prepare our toolkit, we made sure that in the workshops and consultations we held, there were always representatives of indigenous peoples. And in the toolkit itself, we dedicate a specific section on it, and we try really to start from the normative basis. So we recall the fact that parties have obligations under the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the fact that traditional knowledge is a right they have, that the fact that the IPCC and its counterparts under the biodiversity framework, the IPES, I never know how to pronounce it, the Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, have stressed numerous times that climate action, mitigation, adaptation can substantially benefit from the integration of traditional knowledge. So we really make this point and reiterate it throughout the toolkit. And then we have specific recommendations one of which is to make sure that the NDC recognizes the role of traditional knowledge for effective mitigation and adaptation action. And also we have a series of guiding questions for parties to make sure that they have integrated indigenous peoples' perspectives by upholding their right to free, prior, informed consent, that they have meaningfully engaged with them, and they can demonstrate that when they take decisions and climate action, they can prove that they also took into account traditional knowledge. Of course, there is so much that this toolkit can do, but we really try to at least outline what the obligations are and what the proactive steps that these parties can take. Maybe a quick point on the protection of human rights defenders. In the toolkit, we quickly touch upon the issues and again, the importance of ensuring a safe space for them. And for instance, we suggest that NDCs do demonstrate again that the environment, the policy environment in which the NDC is established is respectful and protective of defenders, and for instance that there are mechanisms to protect them. So this is also an important dimension that we think should be included in the NDCs. Very quickly, back on the lanyards, I think that as every time we can, we need to reiterate that everything is about human rights. We are spreading across different negotiating rooms, and over we get pushback from states about the fact that climate action at the end of the day is not about human rights. Well, it is. And these lanyards that we produce with many partners of ours are just about that. It's a very visual reminder that we're here to really remind parties and actors that we're here to really integrate human rights across every policy action, and it's really nice to see more and more people wearing them. We picked the color red because it's very recognizable. Every year we have the same red lanyard but with a slightly different message. So this year we have human rights and civic space, because speaking about enabling environment, we really wanted to focus about the importance of having free and secure space, safe space, where we can really advocate and interact with different stakeholders. So you're welcome to come over at the end of this event and get your lanyard and share them with your partners, because the more we are, the more we remind partners that we are here, that we watch them, even when we don't have access to the room, but at least we're here to remind them of this important point. Over to you, Ben.
Thank you very much, Francesca. And we're running a little bit over, and it would be difficult for me to wrap up, but I do want to just make a couple of final points. One is that you all remember that rights are at risk in these discussions, and they're at risk because the international community is not doing enough to stop climate change, because there's not enough ambition. And they're at risk because in negotiating rooms, there's often limited access for people to participate, for non-party stakeholders to engage. And they're literally having difficulty including previously agreed language from the Paris Agreement preamble and decisions across the board, including human rights language on action for climate empowerment, which involves the human rights to participation, access to information and education, including language on intersectionality and a gender discussion. There is a very real, in a sense, assault on the planet, on our right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, and on human rights in the context of these negotiations that we encourage you all to push back against in whatever way you can. That capacity building is an important part of addressing, and awareness raising is an important part of addressing. So we're very grateful that you joined us today, and grateful to the Capacity Building Hub for giving us the opportunity to share with you some of the tools that you can use to support and advance rights-based action, and of course very grateful to the partners and panelists. So thank you, everybody. That's it for now.
So, but nobody's here, but well, hello, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I hope you're having an enriching day at this third day of the Capacity Building Hub. Today's event focuses on green skills for future jobs, innovations, and just transition to sustainable economies, which enlighten lots of pathways for today's society and economies. We heard a lot about approaches and challenges to integrate just and inclusive strategies in capacity building efforts for climate action. Different countries and regions are facing and focuses on different challenges in their just transition, like labor, reskilling, energy availability, gender responsiveness, integration of youth, or language barriers. We need to coordinate across sectors to enable an inclusive transition to overcome those barriers, involving gender responsive and youth needs in open dialogues with decision makers like politicians, the private sectors, as well as civil society, will be crucial for our pathway towards a sustainable, resilient, and climate-friendly future. A little about the PCCB and the PCCB network. It was established, the PCCB in COP21 in 2015, and it seeks to address current and emerging gaps and needs and implementing capacity building activities in developing countries. And to support the PCCB's mandate, the committee launched the PCCB network in 2020, which is a voluntary association of interested stakeholders in engaging climate-related capacity building. I'm sorry, I think I'm getting, my throat is not good today. The PCCB regularly mobilizes the expertise of its network members at the regional level through PCCB side events, and like the UNFCCC Regional Climate Weeks, which I was happy and honored to attend in Dominican Republic this year, and a series of webinars as well and events throughout the year, but also at the international level through the capacity building hub like this one. So this is a mandated event that takes place every year at the COP, and this year's objective is to showcase the variety of capacity building efforts which have taken place over the year by sharing information, experience, and technical capacity to further climate action on a large scale. To learn more about the PCCB, I don't know if they have, and its network, make sure to check out the two banners we have located there. Yeah, and you can scan the QR codes that will redirect you to our web pages to seek more information. Now back to WRI will provide us a short summary of today's.
Great, thank you so much. I'm Rebecca Carter, and I'm the Adaptation Lead at the World Resources Institute. I'm going to add just a few more of my key take-homes to what has been a really exciting and invigorating day. So one thing that I think we heard loud and clear is that ensuring a just transition for marginalized communities, and particularly women, will require strong safety nets and a framework for ensuring that impacts and opportunities are equitably managed. That was certainly something that came through loud and clear in a session that I moderated earlier today. We also heard that we cannot lose sight of basic human rights and social and economic impacts on communities, workers, and the most vulnerable people as we strive for global decarbonization. The empowerment of marginalized people and groups and civil society is indeed key. And so we must continue to seek and to strengthen capacity and empower these groups as agents of change and enable them to participate in constructive climate change processes. We also heard another critical discussion being unpacked about how exactly to develop the critical skills for the future workforce. Where does training come in? Where does really preparing tomorrow's leaders for the challenges that they're going to face come in? And finally, we heard that national governments also have a role in being able to monitor their progress toward a just transition in order to be able to adjust their implementation plans and policies, examine the social impacts and trade-offs between different low-carbon and resilient pathways. I mean, this is something that the world has not experienced before. We are going to have to learn as we go along, but I do think that by working together through mechanisms like this one is our best opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Thanks so much for the great recap of the day. Yeah, I'll be short about tomorrow's Open Space Learning Day, which is employs an adapted open space design approach to foster shared learning and organic group discussions where participants will get to interact. The topics of people and media, sustainable cities and tools and applications for capacity building will be covered in the 3 main blocks of the Open Learning Day sessions. This will be your chance to share experience, knowledge, stories, questions, interests, and concerns around each topic, but participants are also welcome to propose topics as well that they'd like to discuss. So we hope to see you there. Once again, thank you for today's lead organization, the International Labour Organization and the World Resource Institute for enabling this 3rd day of the Capacity Building Hub on Just Transition and Sustainable Economies. Have a great evening.
Thanks, everyone.